Is your mic on? I sound pretty loud. I'll have to keep it quiet.
Duelists, welcome! Wherever you may be and however you may be watching us, thank you for joining us this weekend. It is an illustrious weekend because this is the return of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. That's right, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. It's the first time the World Championship has been conducted in 4 years, and it's the first time it's been in the home place of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 5 years, since 2018. It's felt like forever. It's felt like forever, hasn't it?
It really has.
It seemed like this day might never come, but it has. Thanks to the enduring spirit of all the duelists out there, the World Championship has returned, and it's this weekend, and I hope that you will join us for all of this. My name is Drew McHale. I'll be your host for this weekend, and I am joined today by Billy Brake. So how's it feel to be back at the Worlds?
Oh, it feels amazing. The World Championship is always something all the players are looking forward to every year, and it's been some time, as you mentioned, and just to be back, the electricity in the room is so exciting, and yeah, I'm really excited to be here. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Billy Brake, and I'm very excited. I work at KONAMI now. I'm a player. I've actually competed at the World Championship back in 2017, and have been part of the commentary team at the previous World Championships after that in 2018 and 2019. And you know, not having that World Championship in the past few years has been just so sad, but to be back at this stage to see who's going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game world champion of everyone is going to be just incredible.
And it's good to work with you again as well. I know the past few events, we either, we weren't at the same event at the same time, or we were on different commentary teams. So it's good to be back in the booth together this weekend for this big event.
Oh yeah, certainly. It's always awesome to do commentary with you, Jerome. I'm so excited to be able to talk about these exciting matchups with these amazing duelists and bring it to you at home, all across around the world, to see who's going to be crowned the world champion.
All right, so today on this channel, we're going to be handling the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game division of the World Championship. There's also going to be Master Duel and Duel Links duels as well on our other channel. So in between rounds, like if your TCG round is over, why not go over there and check out the other duels that are going on. So first, let's take a look at how the World Championship will be played. This is a tournament to determine the world's strongest duelist in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links mobile PC game, and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel game. Through a series of qualifying rounds all over the world in the WCQ tournaments and other similar events, we've narrowed it down to 76 duelists from all over the world in these 3 categories. The 10 players who qualify for the champion matches in each, that's 6 players in Master Duel, 2 3-player teams, plus the top 2 players from Duel Links and the top 2 players from the TCG, will compete for the championship tomorrow at Tokyo Big Sight. For the OCG and TCG category, we're going to be going all the way through 7 Swiss rounds today, all the way through the quarterfinals at the end. So make sure that you stay tuned all day so you don't miss any of the action.
Yeah, just to comment on something you just mentioned there, that's right, 7 rounds of Swiss. Normally the previous World Championships, you might know that it's only been 5 rounds of Swiss, but now with the same amount of players and those 2 extra rounds added, it gives you a little more cushion to where maybe you can lose a round and then not feel like, oh, you're completely out of it. You're going to have a lot more rounds to play, a lot more chances to make it to that top 8 cutoff.
But it also requires a little more in the way of strategic deck building. So let's talk about the deck building rules for the World Championship now. This tournament is going to use the official rules as of the April 1st, 2020 revisions. Each round is going to be a best of 3 match. The first duelist to win 2 duels will win the match. The size of decks will be a minimum of 40 cards in your main deck and a maximum of 60 cards in your main deck. You can play an extra deck from 0 to 15 cards, which is optional, as well as a side deck from 0 to 15 cards, which is also optional.
Would you believe that I've wanted to play 61 cards? Every time I play a 60-card deck, I just need that extra spot.
Now, though, you can't just play whatever cards you want in any denominations. The basic Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG rules require that you play no more than 3 copies of any given card in your deck. However, there are also forbidden cards that cannot be used in your deck at all, as well as semi-limited and limited cards as well. A semi-limited card you can only use 2 copies of total between your deck, side deck, and extra deck, and limited cards you can only have 1 copy of between your deck, extra deck, and side deck. Unless otherwise noted, cards released up through Wild Survivors in Japan can be used. That means Duelist Nexus will not be available at this tournament. Basically, cards have to be released worldwide in order for them to be eligible for this event. So parts of Battles of Legend, Monstrous Revenge, but not quite all of it, notably Assault Synchron and Sky Striker Ace Azalea will not be allowed. But other than that, everything is going to be fair game. Now, the actual Forbidden and Limited list for this tournament is different as well, which is going to provide a bit of a deck-building challenge to our duelists. So you've played in the World Championship as well. So why don't you talk about what it's like to have to play a completely different deck than the one that you qualified with?
Yeah, that's the difficult part, because I mean, you're gonna have like a few weeks or sometimes a month to figure it out. You kind of have a general idea, because normally you combine the OCG list with the TCG list, and then you have those other exceptions, as you mentioned, like those cards from Battle Legends, Monsters, Revenge, that won't be able to be used. So it's definitely a different way. It's like you have to kind of start fresh a little bit. You can't use that same strategies that you used maybe when the tournament you qualified in. I mean, especially the case for the players coming from Japan. They're having to take a huge step back. Not only is Duelist Nexus not legal for them, they just had Age of Overlord release, so they're going way back and having to rethink a lot of their strategies. Maybe going to access some of those strategies they played a couple of months ago, around the same time as where we're at in the trading card game.
So to clarify, it's up through March 18th in Japan, the release of Wild Survivors as well. There's some good ones that are available that maybe we didn't see in the WCQs as much, because maybe there's some other options there that weren't as limited at the time, but we might see them here this weekend as a result of the combined Forbidden and Limited card list.
That will be huge. I mean, the biggest thing for this event specifically, if you're coming from the TCG, maybe you played at the NAWCQ, I know that the players from the NAWCQ, 5 out of the 6 of them, they qualified with Kashtira. And that deck is severely limited on its power level now, with Kashtira Fenrir being forbidden. So that's going to be something that's going to impact here. But it really, you want to play something solid at the World Championship, something that you're not going to draw a hand and not be able to make many plays with. You're going to want to have something that's going to be consistent. And having those 7 rounds that you're going to have to play through, you're going to want something that's going to be strong for you all through every round, that you're going to be able to rely on, something that's going to have a well-rounded matchup against a lot of different matchups. You got to take all those things into consideration when you're going into the World Championship. I think the biggest thing is you just need to play test. You're starting from fresh, from zero. You got to spend every day leading up to this moment practicing, and I know all these players have probably been very dedicated and are prepared for this event this weekend.
It's tough too, especially if your qualifiers are last. So the World Championship qualifiers, they'll move around from year to year, based on when we can get venues, that sort of thing. So usually the North American one is a little earlier. It'll be like the end of June or the beginning of July, something like that. This time around it was midway through July. So the North American players, for instance, didn't have a whole lot of time to get ready. And 5 of them qualified with Kashtira, which if you take a look on the World Championship website, you can see what the limitations and rules are of the specific rules of the tournament, which, recommend that everybody gives those a read through in between rounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe
to
not
see,
right now. Stay right here.
to understand the format that they're playing, and it's so much different. I mean, you mentioned Kashtira is going to be drastically different.
Yeah, so Fenrir would be forbidden. Pressure Planet Rates Off is limited. Rise Heart is limited. Unicorn is limited. So a lot of the key pieces of that deck not available for this tournament. So we'll have to see what the players have come up with.
Yeah, maybe you're bold enough to max out on Scareclaw Kashtira, Deer Elements Kashtira, and still trying to find a way, but it'll be quite difficult. And some other key things that are different about this list than maybe some other TCG players, the Pearly deck, it's Sleepy Memory is limited to 1 as well, as on top of Delicious. So that's going to be difficult for that deck a little bit. And
it's tough because not just that those are powerful cards that you can only have 1 of, just the whole number of quick play spells in the deck goes down drastically with both.
Very
so you only
true.
have 8 available.
But there's also a lot of strategies that remain untouched. Some of the players that qualified for, like Steven Santoli, I know he qualified with Exo Sisters. That deck is pretty much untouched when the lists are combined here for the World Championship format. Rika Sun Avalon, that deck is also another deck that's pretty much at full power for this tournament. There's a lot of interesting decks to look at, and then you also have things like Dragon Link, which the Dragon Link deck for the TCG players is basically the same deck. Nothing. I mean, you lose the B Seals. A lot of the B Seals are limited the World Championship format. But the biggest thing is for the OCG players, they lose Chaos Ruler, which is a huge card for the deck, but definitely still one of the options that we might see this weekend.
Dragon Link feels like a deck that can survive any sort of limitations. As long as
there
are
for
dragons,
years, right?
Yeah, as long as there are dragons and you can special summon them, I think that's going to be a viable strategy of some sort going forward. And there's a lot of the older decks as well. You have things like Sword Soul, for instance, that have been around forever, or Sky Striker, which has been around even longer and actually got help on recent Forbidden and Limited lists. We saw it crop back up in the WCQs. once got access to the second copy of Engage and the third multi-roll.
Yeah, the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage being at 2 is huge because it's just one of those comeback cards, and you're able to constantly be able to recycle it. Kagari's at 3 on both lists now, so for the World Championship format, you have 3 Sky Striker, Ace Kagari. It's definitely a deck I would be looking out for this weekend.
It's really consistent too. Like the thing with the World Championship back when it was 5 rounds, right, is that maybe you could play something a little ridiculous, like Exodia, and because it's only 5 rounds, you just have to get lucky 3 or 4 times and you can make it to the top 8. But with the added 2 rounds, those kinds of strategies are disincentivized a little bit because you can't just brute force your way through.
Very true. Yeah, it's more like when you have the same mentality when you're going into like a YCS. You know, you're going to have to run like the gauntlet of rounds to make it to that top cut. And now that we have those 2 additional rounds, it definitely is going to play a key factor in the deck choices that these players may have made here going into this weekend. But I'm really excited to see. I mean, this is the World Championship. What do you say? This is the first time in 5 years that or 4 years that we've had the World Championship.
Yes.
5 years since we've been here in Japan, and I know all these players are really wanting to prove themselves.
And we've got a lot of strong deck builders this time around. I was looking through the roster of players. We were talking amongst ourselves and with our counterparts over on the other stream, and like the number of times we looked at somebody's like, oh no, they're a really good deck builder. Oh, this person's a really good deck builder. So I'm excited to see what kind of things they've come up with this. I'm sure there's going to be some great stuff, and I hope we get to share it with you this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited about our player pool. A lot of strong players, a lot of champions, previous champions, a lot of players who've already competed at the World Championship are back again trying it out this year. And another thing I'm excited for, I mean, beyond RTC, we mentioned earlier, the Master Duel and Duel Links are also going to be having their World Championships here. The first ever Master Duel World Championship. We're going to see which team. That's actually going to be like a team event where they have 3 players, and that's going to be fascinating to watch. But you'll have to check out in between the in between our physical card game rounds. Going to go check out their live stream once they get started.
Highly recommended. We have like teams full of World Championship competitors in some cases. Like the Ryan Yu, Jesse Cotton, Raymond Dye team, for instance.
All 3 World Championship competitors. There's definitely something I'm excited to see how those matches play out. I mean, I'm a huge Master Duel player myself, along with the physical card game as well.
And it's an interesting format there over as well, since they'll have every player on their team play every player from the other team.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's fascinating that everyone has a chance. It's not about your matchups, or maybe you had paired against player C and you didn't have to deal with A or B, but you actually have to do a round robin kind of style where you have to play against everyone. So once we're done with our physical card game rounds, you definitely want to check out that live stream as well.
Or just maybe like keep 2 tabs open.
Oh yeah, dual wield it, have both of them going.
Dual wield it. Keep both tabs open, and you'll make sure you just switch back and forth.
There's going to be
who's on.
There's going to be a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh action this weekend that you're not going to want to miss out on. So make sure you
leave it on. Just leave it on the whole time. There was always going to be something good to watch.
Yeah, but I really can't wait to see. It's going to be fascinating. I mean, just to be back here in Japan, it's just there's an energy and excitement. This is where Yu-Gi-Oh began. This is where it all started. You're coming here and you're going to be able to compete and for your country, for your region that you represent. It's just really fantastic. There's really nothing like the World Championship. But I'll tell you, when I played it, I've played in over 100 YCSs for sure. I've played in multiple, NAWCQs, but I've only played in 1 World Championship. And it is another amount of nerves like I cannot describe. There's an excitement and energy, but it's also just a nervousness going into that round 1 where you're just kind of overwhelmed with emotions. And it's about keeping calm, staying focused, and remembering you are just still playing that same game of Yu-Gi-Oh! All these players are veteran duelists. They've been playing for quite some time. And being able to keep that strong mental is the first key aspect in being able to make it to that top cut.
And yours was in Japan as well.
It was, yep, back in 2017. Yep. It was a good one. It was exciting. I came in 12th place, unfortunately. Didn't quite make that top 8. It was close. I did end up losing round 1 to the eventual winner. But it was definitely an experience. And
it's a physical endurance test too. So I was there, obviously, and that room was hot.
Oh, it was very warm.
It was very hot in there, especially under the lights for us, since we were up on those risers. But even back down below, when I was walking around, seeing what was going on the tables in between, I was like, man, it's hot in here. I hope everybody's cards are okay.
Yeah, I do remember that. It's sometimes there's a lot more than just the game, and then like the mental aspect of it. It can really be physically draining when you're just focused and thinking like so hard. A lot of people don't realize like after a full day of playing a card game, like there is a physical drain that comes alongside of that. So you got to remember when you're playing in a tournament, you got to keep drinking water, stay hydrated. That's the biggest thing that I can say for advice. The more hydrated you are, the more well you can think. It's definitely important to stay hydrated and be prepared and stay calm mentally and physically.
We'll see how that works out this time. It's going to be harder than ever with not just the first 7 Swiss rounds today, but also the quarterfinals are going to be played at the end of the day today. So that's 8 rounds total. 7 for everybody, 8 if you've made the top 8. So it's going to be a long day, and if you don't keep hydrated, if you don't take the breaks that are afforded to you to get food in you, for instance, then you might make a critical mental error down the home stretch and just lose out on top 8 that way. And you don't want that to be the way your World Championship experience ends.
Yeah, that's a good point. The top 8 match is tonight. It is
tonight.
after. Normally, when you do the Swiss rounds, you'll come back the next day. You get a good night of sleep. You can come back for the top cut in the day too. But no, the game is not over. Once you make that top 8, the goal is to make it to top 4, so you can come back for day 2 tomorrow, and then have a chance to compete at the Tokyo big site for the finals.
It's a totally different thing too between the Swiss rounds and single elimination, and getting through that and making the switch after round 7, top 8's announced, you're in it. Now you have to make the switch from the mentality of maybe I can drop one here, maybe I can take a little bit of a break to give myself a breather in this round because my tiebreakers are good enough and I have enough points right now. That's not happening anymore once you make that top 8, and it's late at night as well.
Yeah, the nighttime, yeah, because normally you get that relief. You're like, oh, I made the top cut, I can relax now, but it's just not the case here today. And I think that staying hydrated and staying focused and having food is huge because, yeah, if you make that mistake at the very end, there is no second chances once you're in the top cut. Once the top 8 happens, it's single elimination. For the 7 rounds of Swiss, you can lose 1, maybe even 2. I'll tell you, when I got 12th, it was 5 rounds. I went 3-2. I just had 2 losses, and I still came in 12th. But I think the X2s may have gone down to like 14, 15. So you'll be able to take a couple losses and still probably make it, depending on how many draws there might be also in the tournament.
All right, we are ready for the first round of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. In the blue corner, representing Oceania, it's Po Zhang. And in the red corner, representing Japan, it's Kazuya Sakamoto.
It's time to duel. Some of you might be familiar. Both these players are pretty awesome. Po Zhang, I know he won YCS Hartford in 2022 with Sky Strikers. And now he's back. He was the New South Wales champion. He won with Pearly, and he came in 2nd place at the World Championship qualifier in Oceania this year, and that's why he's here. And it looks like he is playing that deck that he qualified with. We mentioned it is Pearly. He's going to start by normal summoning Pearly. He's going to excavate the top 3 cards off his deck, and he's going to add Stray Pearly Street from the deck to his hand. The others are going to go there on the bottom.
Ooh, he's got the Pot of Desires up next. That's going to give him a couple more cards, and that's crucial for this Pearly deck. You only have 8 of those quick play spells. You need as many of them as you can to make sure that you can go for the win.
And on the other side, that a little dangerous with only 8 quick play spells if you're banishing the Myth Pot of Desires. But I'm assuming Po has made the decision, like, he needs those extra cards as you mentioned. It's more important than the risk of banishing those quick play spells.
Well, there we go. We got the straight Pearly Street. That's going to give them some protection. Goes with Pearly Sleepy Memory, but Kazuya is main decking Dimension Shifter, it looks like, and he chains it.
That's huge. So we're going to see a discard here of a main deck copy of Dark Ruler No More. It's going to be sent to the banish. So Dimension Shifter, pretty solid against Pearly, not completely devastating, but you're not going to be able to exceed summon by using the memory from the graveyard with Pearly. But he's going to summon the Pearly and add a copy of My Friend Pearly from the deck to the hand.
Now, crucially, that quick play spell is banished here, so it's not going to be coming back from the graveyard.
And it's the 1 Sleepy Memory now.
Yeah, that is the limited card as well. My Friend Pearly, it's a pretty good one. You get to pay 500 life points and show your opponent 3 Pearly quick play for Pearly spells from your deck.
Let's see what he decides to reveal. I'll tell you, it won't be 3 copies of Delicious Memory, since that card is limited. So it's a tough situation here. Yeah, being under Shifter, things are going to be a little difficult for him, but he's still having the Pearly on the field. He'll be able to use the Pearly to exceed summon from his hand at least. Looks like he's going to show Pretty Memory, and maybe Delicious, if I had to guess. There it is.
Well, we'll see if he gets it.
So all the Pearly quick play spells are really cool. You get to activate them. You get to do a certain effect. They all have their little effects, like Sleepy Memory. The next time he would take damage, his turn is 0. And then you can also choose to discard a card to special summon a Pearly monster from the deck to the hand.
All right. So randomly chosen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rolls a 5, takes that 1 up towards the top of your screen. We don't know what that is, neither does the opponent. It is randomly chosen. And Po did have to pay 500 to use My Friend Pearly.
All right, looks like he's going to be Exceed Summoning for Beauty here. Beauty has a quick effect as long as it has that pretty memory underneath it to be able to negate a monster effect. So at least a form of disruption here he's going to have. Definitely a fallback when you're getting met with something like Dimension Shifter. And he's going to set 2 cards face down, and it looks like he's going to end his turn. So straight Pearly Street is going to let him attach a memory from his deck to the Beauty.
And Pearly Beauty there, you can see, targets an effect monster your opponent controls, negates its effect at the end of the turn. If you have that memory, it becomes a quick effect instead. Now, all of the rank 2 Pearly Exceed monsters also have this other ability, a quick effect, that up to 3 times per turn, you can activate a Pearly Quick Play spell. You can chain with the Pearly Exceed monster's effect to attach that card as material, and then you do something else. And in the case of Beauty, it's to switch the battle position of the monster your opponent controls.
Works great in combination with Happiness.
Right, so that's either the kind of the game shot, where they try to attack over and over with a Happiness, or you can use it defensively, if need be.
So a decent start from Pojang here. Not the ideal start, but probably the best he can really go for here with that shifter being up. He might have a copy of Pearly Yeet, but probably not. It doesn't look like he's going to activate anything quite just yet. He could be saving it to dodge like some sort of targeting, like something like Infinite Impermanence.
All right, so Kazuya starts with Infinite Impermanence. He has no cards on the field, so he can play it from hand, activate it immediately from hand, and negate the effect of, it appears to be the Beauty. Reinforcement of the Army is up next for Kazuya Sakamoto. It lets you get a level 4 or lower warrior monster from your deck to your hand. And once we see what that is, we should have an idea of what he's playing.
Yeah, Reinforcements of the Army, an old card, but one of the best cards from quite some time. Still limited to 1 to this day. Poe thinking about a response. Maybe he has something like Ash Blossom, Enjoy Spring, potentially, if he does play copies of that. Looks like there is no response. The reinforcement's going to resolve.
Oh, it's Vanquish Razin.
All right, we got some VS on our hands here.
It appears that Kazuya has brought a Vanquish Soul deck here. Now, I like this choice a lot. We mentioned some of the decks that are in play for this tournament, and so many of them are mono-typed, right? But you could play Vanquish Soul, a deck that has a bunch of different types, has a very strong draw engine, can deal a lot of damage fast, has a lot of ways to get around your opponent's targeting effects. But because everything is a different type, you could also play there could be only 1.
Poe
which gives you a bit of advantage if you do it.
Definitely, and Poe does have the Pearly Yeep, so he's going to be able to upgrade his Beauty into an Expert Noir. It looks like it only has 4 materials, so it will be affected by card effects, but he's going to have 2 shots at using the quick effect to shuffle back a card from from Kazuya's field or graveyard to the bottom of the deck.
And you got to do that now because you've got to keep the Vanquish Soul deck off the field. If it establishes 1 monster, things can go south pretty fast.
Yeah, and you want to do it before he's able to add here, because you'll be able to instantly add something like Heavy Borger or something to have that quick effect to bounce it and dodge to return from the hand to dodge the Noir effect.
Yeah, so Kazuya will have to have something in his hand right now if he wants to get around it.
Yep, only 3 cards left since he had the Infinite Permanence and the Dimension Shifter.
So Rosalind's effect is activated here.
This is the first round of the WCS. You got to make sure you don't make any mistakes. This is where you have the most amount of nerves of the tournament. After you get round 1 out of the way, you're a little more calm. It looks like he's going to detach.
Yep, detach 2. Both of them are banished. Remember, Dimensional Shifter is still in play here. It lasts for both the turn you activate it and the next turn.
Yep, and it's key to remember that you need to keep that Pearly underneath the Noir, because it only is a quick effect as long as it has that Pearly monster underneath it as a material.
Gonna chain with Heavy Borger.
He has the Heavy Borger. This is gonna let him return the Rosin to the hand as a quick effect to special summon Heavy Borger from the hand.
And Heavy Borger is really the workhorse of this deck. It has the ability that if you reveal a dark monster in your hand, you can draw a card. If you reveal a dark monster and a fire monster, you get to inflict 1,500 damage to your opponent's life points.
It's probably my favorite Vanquish Soul monster out of the group.
So we're chaining with X Pearly Noir here again. It is not once per chain, I believe.
Nope.
Nope, it is not.
You might just have to go after the Rosin twice. I think that's your best option here.
Which is you have to keep him off the board.
Because the one thing about Vanquish Soul, as strong as it is, if you can keep that, as you mentioned,
his last face down card is Infinite Impermanence. So he's managed to get around everything and negate the Rosin.
And fantastic. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, Vanquish Soul, if you can stop them from establishing a board, it's difficult at times, but if you can, it can put you in an advantageous situation. Now, the Pearly Yeep will return the Noir back to the extra deck during Poe's next end phase, so he's going to Usually you can turn them into something like Zeus later on, so you don't have to deal with that those repercussions.
All right, so he's burned the normal summon here. After you get rid of that normal summon, it can be pretty tough for Vanquished Soul to continue on. There are a couple cards that they can play that give them a free special summon, though, especially if they have no monsters in the extra monster zone. So we'll have to see what the rest of that hand looks like. It's 3 cards right now. We know Heavy Borger is there. It was just revealed. 2 more cards on top of that. And there is nothing else. And Poe is up.
No Stake Your Soul here from Kazuya. Now Poe survived. He outlasted the Dimension Shifter. Looks like he may be thinking on end phase.
And he got to keep the My Friend Pearly up there, which is
huge. I mean, My Friend Pearly is the gift that keeps on giving. you always really want to deal with that card because it also has that effect if your opponent removes one of your extra deck monsters, exceeds Pearly monsters from the field, you're able to add back Quick Plays from your graveyard. In this game, it wouldn't matter so much as the Dimension Shifter made sure you didn't have any in the graveyard, but definitely something to watch out for when you're playing against Pearly.
Yeah, so post checking his banish cards, it's a little tough because the Sleepy Memory's gone, and one of the Pretty Memories is gone. So he wouldn't use My Friend Pearly again here.
He might be looking for Delicious into a Plump, maybe trying to find. With no monsters on the field, he's not going to be able to really have multiple attacks with a Happiness or anything since it has to attack into monsters.
So
but he could be going for...
wondering what those cards he was looking at were, that was his face-down banish cards for Pot of Desires. It looked like he was making sure that he was able to legally activate My Friend Pearly.
Yeah, you mentioned with only 8 quick plays, there is a chance. But it looked like he did Sleepy, Sleepy, and Happy. Or Pretty. Sorry, not Sleepy. Pretty, Pretty, and Happy. There's only one Sleepy.
We'll find out what he got when you do.
So he's going to go for Happy Memory, discarding Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So he did have the Ash Blossom potentially, unless he drew it for turn, but decided to keep it because he thought he realized he already had enough answers. He could be saving it for something like Stake Your Soul on that previous turn, or just knowing he would need it as a discard for his follow-up. This is a Japan versus Australia matchup. 2 strong regions.
Yeah, Australia is often it's small, but it's kind of like dense with good duelists.
Oh, it looks like he summoned Pearly off and now missed off of the Excavate there. Didn't hit any. So he's going to use Pearly to exceed summon by using the Happy from the graveyard to go in Pearly Happiness, X-Pearly Happiness, E-Pearly Happiness. Sorry.
That's a mistake you don't want to make on your deck list. Don't write X-Pearly when you mean E-Pearly.
I've heard that's happened to some of our duelists in the past. So he's going to go straight to battle here. Going to attack with Happiness for 2,000.
All right, Happiness effect's going to add another Pearly card.
Poe taking a minute to consider his options.
This is a bit of an interesting position because I think you want to get a Zeus here somehow, but you also don't want to give up the rest of your cards. So he picks up Pearly.
Look, yeah, he might be just giving up on this Noir and letting the Noir return to the extra deck here to the end phase.
Noir's going to go ahead and attack. Now Noir, high-ranked monsters, so you can't do the Downer Magician trick here. That's got to be rank 3 or lower.
And also the larger one, I don't think Noir's one doesn't have the effect to attach a quick play when you activate it either. So it's kind of hard to get materials under it once the Noir is already out.
Checking real fast. Sets 1 face down. Yes, just 1 face down. Checking his extra deck here.
Imagine, yeah, he could just, I think Downer Zeus.
He's looking at his Downer Zeus options, and he's going to do it over Happiness. Because if you do that, you got double 2 wipes.
Here we go. Let's see.
Zeus with 4 materials versus Zeus with 1 material.
I wonder what he's going to do with the. Oh no, he's going to go with Zeus with 1 material.
Zeus with 1 material, keep Happiness on the field. Well, it's not like you can't put more materials onto Zeus. There are ways. If your opponent destroys something else on the field, you can attach something.
So at the end phase here, the Stray Pearly Street is going to attach a Pretty Memory underneath Happiness. So he does have another Noir coming down here, and it's going to also, straight Pearly Street also has the effect you can't target the Pearly monsters that turn their special summon. Only special summon, not normal summon. Good to keep that in mind.
All right, so Kazuya is up. We're getting through draw phase, standby phase. Now in the main phase, we're going to normal summon Vanquish Soul, Dr. Madlove.
The doctor is in.
Dr. Madlove can add a Vanquish Soul spell or trap to the hand. Pearl Heap is not chain. That card was most of the way over there.
Yeah, because I think you definitely want to chain it here. Dr. Madlove has the effect to add a Vanquish Soul spell or trap when it's summoned, but he's going to respond with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yes, and now on top of that, you could chain the Pearl Heap. And he almost made one of those mental errors right there and blocked himself off from using Ash Blossom. Now, in response to that, we're going to see, ooh, Vanquish Soul, Dust Devil. That's going to switch Dr. Madlove to defense position, and then you flip your opponent's monsters face down, equal to the number of Vanquish Soul monsters you control.
That is the card he was trying to cut him off from adding with the Dr. Madlove. I would only be able to guess, and for him to already have it is a little devastating here, because now we already knew he had that Heavy Borger. Dr. Madlove is a dark, so that's going to turn the Heavy Borger's effect to reveal one dark online immediately to draw a card if Kazuya chooses to do so.
Now, Dr. Madlove back in the hand here. Kazuya playing a lot more quickly now. He feels like he has a little better control of the duel now that Noir is not going to hit the field. And it's notable that Vanquish Soul Dust Devil does not target your opponent's monsters.
It doesn't. Yeah, the Dust Devil was huge here. A big swing here in this game.
We're going to go ahead and link off the Heavy Borger here for the Link 1 monster for the theme, Raka the Vanquisher. It is not a Vanquish Soul monster, but it works with them. You're going to set one card face down, set two cards face down.
Big fan of Raka the Vanquisher. He doesn't use the Raka the Vanquisher's effect?
Does not, just leaves everything there.
Yeah, Raka the Vanquisher has a quick effect during either player's turn. You can either add back a Vanquish Soul monster from your graveyard to your hand, or special summon a Vanquish Soul monster from your hand to the field.
Oh, and there it is. There can be only one.
That's devastating here for Poe. What will he choose? I think you have to go machine.
No, he's got a machine and a,
oh, no, he's fine
and a
here.
fairy.
Yeah,
he's fine. You just can't flip up the happiness.
The opposite of rivalry.
So each player can only control one type of monster now. Now, the Pearly deck is notably mostly fairy-type monsters. So the fact that Poe was able to get that Zeus on board is massive.
I love the artwork on There Can Be Only One. It is so good.
Now, no Vanquish Soul monsters on the field. So right now, Raka the Vanquisher's effect to force the monsters to fight the strongest thing on your field is not active.
So it looks like Poe's going to use My Friend Pearly. Reveals a straight Pearly Street and a couple of quick plays I wasn't able to see. I think a Happiness, maybe a Sleepy.
I think there was a My Friend in there as well.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting the impression that he's run out.
He's running low on the quick plays. Desires might have hit a couple. It's a tough one.
Yeah, that's the danger with the Desires when you only have one ofs on Delicious and Sleepy.
So that's another thing with the WCS format. Pot of Prosperity, otherwise extremely good card in Pearly, limited to one here for this weekend.
It's tough. It's tough. It's also good in Vanquish Soul, though.
It is.
So it kind of balances out a bit. You have to go with Extravagance, which is more random.
Yeah, because in Vanquish Soul, truly, I mean, you can utilize other exotic monsters, but your main one you really only need is Raka the Vanquisher for this deck.
All right, so Raka the Vanquisher has a couple effects. One lets you add things back. Skystriker Azalea is a warrior?
I think so. All right, so he takes out the There Can Be Only One, but since he doesn't have 3 spells in the graveyard, it is sent to the graveyard after it uses the effect.
Let me take a look at Azalea. Because most of the Sky Strikers are machines. And in fact, Azalea is also a machine. So the Zeus is a machine.
Right.
And There Can Be Only One says you can only control one monster of each type, so you can't summon another monster of that type or even declare the summon of a monster of that type. So I'm Well, I'm questionable about the legality of that play.
It looks like we're moving on though, and Rock of the Vanquisher is going to summon the Mad Love from the hand, and the Mad Love is going to add another copy of that Dust Devil to the hand.
I think it might have actually been better for Kazuya that the Zeus isn't there anymore, perhaps. Starts another Pearly. And hits... Oh, all right.
Happiness.
Gets the memory. The happiness is only, what, 2,000 right now?
Well, unless there's a Delicious under there, I can't see if it's only 2,000.
I can't see which memory that is.
So he's able to go into another copy of happiness since he has the happy memory in hand.
So all fairies here. And then we've got a rock and... What's Dr. Madlove? Spellcaster?
I think so. All right. Going to battle, it looks like.
Yeah, now you'll have to attack the monster with the highest
I
attack.
think Madlove's
that was a fiend, not a spellcaster.
I know they're all different. Hence, there can be only one.
We go ahead and attack Dr. Madlove.
All right, and then he's going to. Oh, he used the Sleepy Memories effect, so he could send the Stray Pearly Street to the graveyard to attach one of Kazuya's cards as a material underneath the happiness, and he's going to attach to the Dr. Madlove underneath the happiness. And it looks like Kazuya has seen enough here in game number 1. Po Zhang's going to win it.
All right, so that was a bit of an interesting one in game number 1 there. I'm not sure how I feel about the Pot of Desires anymore after seeing, like, he had to really work around whatever those 10 cards that came off the top of the deck were Pot of Desires were. I feel like that might be a little too much work for me if I were playing in the World Championship to have to deal with the stress of just possibly losing all of my own cards that way.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to me in Blue Eyes. So this was one of the first decks where Pot of Desires, I was like, oh, there could actually be a huge downside. And I can't tell you how many times I banished 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons off Pot of Desires. But yeah, if you were to hit like 2 or 3 of the Pearly Quick Plays, it can be absolutely devastating, let alone if you hit something like Sleepy or Delicious, your one-ofs that are gone. But I'm assuming the idea is that you're trying to get as many of the Quick Plays out of your deck, and then at your end of your turn, use the Pot of Desires to draw into the Infinite Permanence,
right.
the Ash Blossom and Joy Springs as well. But
the problem is that you can't do that in games like this. And I would think that if you're a World Championship competitor and you're considering a strategy like this, you've probably run the numbers and know a little bit better than we do, what the odds are on that actually happening to you. And he's probably made like a calculated decision here that that's a risk that he's willing to take.
Has to take, willing to take, must take. It's dangerous over 7 rounds, but I'm really excited to see Kazuya's deck here. Vanquish Soul is a strong choice for this tournament. We mentioned it's important to have like consistency, well-rounded decks, and Vanquish Soul is just that. It doesn't do anything too explosive, but it's able to amass a ton of advantage and utilize cards like There Can Be Only One, which can be absolutely devastating if you catch your opponent at the right time with that card.
And Po had like everything that he needed. If he didn't have all 4 materials and Infinite Impermanence, I think that game would have gone a lot differently and not in a good way for Po Zhang.
It could have gone sideways very quickly.
Once that border gets established, you're in trouble. I was actually wondering why Kazuya didn't use the effect of it to draw a card before sending it away for Rock of the Vanquisher. And I guess he just didn't have Dr. Madlove in hand yet.
No, he returned the Madlove with the Borger.
No, I mean originally when he was targeting the Razin.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, he must have drawn the Madlove the next turn. I see what you're saying. Because, yeah, it didn't come out until he bounced the Madlove because the Razin got put back with the Noir.
So he would have had the Madlove in hand. And
it just wasn't able to touch down. Yeah,
it's interesting.
I mean, but I don't think he used I mean, I couldn't tell. I don't think he used the Borger to draw either. I think
he
was playing.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, he was playing around something because he didn't even use the Rock of the Vanquisher effect either.
Yeah, neither of the effects.
Yeah, he was definitely worried about something happening there. Maybe something that would respond to the effect that would destroy it or keep it off the field.
Now, he did use it afterwards to throw down the Madlove in the defense position. So
Interesting.
it's something to keep in mind as we go forward. So the way Heavy Borger works, it's a quick effect. Just all the time it's a quick effect. There's no conditions on it or anything. You reveal a dark monster in your hand to draw a card, or you reveal a dark and a fire monster to inflict 1,500 damage to your opponent.
That's my favorite part.
It's kind of the workhorse of the deck. It does everything you need.
Yeah, I love that when the game gets to the point where you start revealing the 2 for Heavy Borger, because you essentially, once you get Heavy Borger out, if you can get through a direct attack with just Heavy Borger, that's 2,500 points of damage. You only need to find a few more, like maybe 2 Heavy Borgers, just one more monster on the field that's big, which or the big monster, the Caesar Varius. You just need 2 direct attacks, get them down to 5,000 points of damage, get them down to 3,000. You can do the 1,500 on your turn. Then as soon as your opponent's turn, you can do the other 1,500. So it's like your opponent's only playing on 5,000 life points as opposed to the 8,000 normally.
And it's your choice. Do you want the cards? Do you want the damage? How much damage is one card worth? And if you ask Heavy Borger, it's 1,500 damage.
Yeah, so in Vanquish Soul, I'm a fan of playing Pluton. So Pluton has the quick effect, if you control no monsters, you can just special summon it from your hand. Vanquish Soul Pluton.
So it's control the monsters in your main monster zone.
Oh, so you can have Rock of the Vanquish Soul.
Or only Vanquish Soul monsters in your main monster zone. So Panthera is a little different as well. That one is if you have just no monsters in your main monster zone. But whatever you have in your extra monster zone doesn't need to be a Vanquish Soul monster with that. And it can't be that way because Rock of the Vanquisher isn't a Vanquish Soul monster. So you can put whatever you want in that extra monster zone. You'll still be able to special something.
Yeah, I really like the turn 0 Pluton. So your opponent's turn, you can summon from your hand, get to bounce for the Heavy Borger, and you get that extra draw before you even take your turn. So it's like and then on your turn, you get to do it again. So you get 2 draws at the start of your very first turn.
All right. Game number 2 in round number 1, and Kazuya is going first this time, starting with Dr. Madlove.
I think Dr. Madlove probably wins the award for coolest looking Vanquish Soul monster, in my opinion.
Picks up Vanquish Soul Continue.
Yep, pay 500, you get a special summon back of Vanquish Soul monster, or add it to your hand, I believe. Might just be special summon back, but it's definitely a powerful card. Way you can trigger the other effects like Rosin to be able to destroy a monster in the same column. So you can use it as a defensive option as well as a way to extend past your normal summon, but it doesn't look like Kazuya has a Heavy Borger in hand to return this Dr. Madlove. So a decent start, but not the strongest here from Kazuya.
And you're correct. Continue can add it to your hand.
Okay, cool.
So it's add to your hand to summon in defense position.
I was pretty sure it's pretty versatile, like Rock of the Vanquisher a little bit.
So Dr. Madlove, 1,200 attack. Now, Dr. Madlove can reduce the attack and defense of opponent's monsters by revealing a dark monster, or if you reveal a dark monster and the earth monster, you return the monster your opponent control, or the monster on the field with the lowest defense on the field to the hand, and it's your choice if tied. Now, Madlove is probably not returning itself. It's got 2,000 defense. That's quite a lot. So Pojang goes for the Harpy's Feather Duster.
A beautiful Harpy's Feather Duster, and that's going to hit the Dust Devil, the Cyclone. Going to follow it up with My Friend Pearly.
That's a very good start for Poe. You want My Friend Pearly first. Goes for Happy Happy.
I'm surprised because you didn't link into Rock of the Vanquisher. I guess he just doesn't have any other Vanquish Soul monsters in the hand, but he still could have maybe linked in the Rock of the Vanquisher, added back the Dr. Madlove with Vanquisher, and then used Rock of the Vanquisher to summon the Madlove from his hand.
Yeah, I think he valued keeping Madlove on the field
so nothing
to
could go
switch
wrong.
with the Dust. Yeah, it's not as advantageous to do it this way, but it is safer.
Yeah, you don't lose to something like Infinite Impermanence quite as easily. So My Friend added one of the quick plays from the deck to the hand.
And it was three happiness. Three
Okay.
happies.
3 happiness, so we know it is happiness. Now he's taking a moment to consider his options. Looks like he's about to play a card. Nope, still thinking. I mean, this is the time you want to think, be aware, because you have an opening here. There's not too much on Kazuya's side in forms of Disruption. It looks like he's going to activate Happiness and discard Lightning Storm.
Oh, that's interesting. He had multiple sweepers in hand. I'm going to go ahead and choose a card on the field until the end of next turn. First time it would be destroyed. By card effect, it is not destroyed. And then discards the card, the special summon Per Lily.
Per Lily lets you add a non-quick play Pearly card from your deck to your hand. So it's either My Friend Pearly, Pearly, or Stray Pearly Street. And he does go with Pearly.
Pearly effect on the Happy Memory.
DD Crow.
Ooh.
I like DD Crow and Vanquish Soul. It is a dark monster that you can reveal for the effects, and it has an advantageous effect here to stop the Pearly from Exceed summoning.
So we haven't mentioned it yet, but because you need specifically dark monsters, earth monsters, and fire monsters, there are a lot of commonly played cards like Ash Blossom or DD Crow, or Ghost Bell, for instance, that
That's
are
a
all
big one.
great things to have in the deck that you can justify main decking, even if they would normally be a side deck card, because if you don't need them, you just use them to fuel your other effects. So Pearly is on the field.
It missed on its effect.
Missed.
Did see a super rare Book of Moon, though.
Oh, the old Champion Pack one?
Yep. We said that it also has the Harpy's Feather Duster as well. Now it looks like he's going to overlay the 2 for rank 1.
Is that Slacker Magician or one of the Sylvans?
Sylvan Princess Sprout, maybe.
Yep, there's Sylvan Princess Sprout.
This has the effect that you detach the top card. If it's a spell or trap, it'll go to your hand, and if not, it goes to the graveyard.
He does have to shuffle first. Our duelists are using a rather more streamlined randomization process where they only do it when they need to.
Save some time, makes sense.
We're going to take a look. See Ash Blossom, that goes to the graveyard.
And it's a miss. He might have really wanted to hit Pearly quick play here, but he's going to go to the battle phase and attack over Dr. Madlove.
And if you take a look at the attack points down there, that rank 1 Princess Sprite, 1800. Even with the reduction effect from Dr. Madlove, it would be not enough to win the battle. And that's going to turn into Zeus.
And we can assume that Kazuya does not have a dark and an earth monster in his hand.
That would have been devastating if he did.
So just a Zeus with 2 materials, it's solid, especially with such a weak start here from Kazuya for his Vanquish Soul strategy. Oh, Doggeran.
It's going to give him a Kaiju. It's Doggeran, the Mad Flame Kaiju. And it has consumed Zeus.
It is the one you play because it is also a fire, so it definitely fits perfectly for the Vanquish Soul deck.
You could also play Kumungus or Radiant if you wanted for an Earth and a Dark.
True.
Vanquish Soul Continue is activated next. We saw that added with the Madlove, and now Madlove is the target.
Things are all of a sudden looking better here for Kazuya. So instead of special, he's
adds
going
it to the hand. I wonder if he's got something that wants to reveal it. Let's find out.
Nope, normal summon Dr. Madlove.
Maybe needs it in attack position.
Possibly, could be the case here. Let's see if he's going to go for another copy.
Now this is something that I know I harped on this at the WCQ, but I really feel like you need to play multiple copies of this, at least Continue, but probably both of the spell cards in situations exactly like this where you don't have anything to get with Dr. Madlove. I mean, quick plays are so good, right?
Oh,
surely
so
you could
strong.
fit one more.
You
don't have to play 3.
I think I'm okay with 2 Dust Devils.
Like you could play 2 Dust Devils or 2 Continues. Like you don't even need to play 2 of each, just one more. Just one more.
And it looks like post that card was Infinite Permanence. So now Kazuya's going to be able to link away the Dr. Madlove.
And it seems that he does, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use it. So Rocket the Vanquisher is up next.
Now, the thing about a Kaiju is you can get rid of your opponent's monster and replace it with a Kaiju, but then you still have to deal with that Kaiju that is on the board.
So that's one face down. And now Poe and Doggeran are up. Thinking time here. Well, it's not that bad if you got a 3,000 attack monster on the field and my friend Pearly.
Poe has just been damaging his own life points more than Kazuya's been able to so far in this matchup.
Let's find out. Goes Happy Memory, and
Delicious. So the corresponding extra deck monsters for though are going to be a Pearly Plump and a Pearly Happiness.
I'm not quite sure which one you want here. Like, this feels like an opening that you want to try to take to win the duel right now.
Yeah, you might be looking to find a way to go Delicious, targeting Rock of the Vanquisher, and find a way to go Happiness, because Rock of the Vanquisher only has 0 attack, so multiple attacks from a Happiness could be devastating. Especially with that Doggeran on the field as well. That's 3,000 damage just sitting there.
All right, so Pearly Pretty Memories can give both players 1,000 life points. And we'll discard a card. Which is another My Friend Pearly. Looks like a...
That's the one thing I really like about Pearly. Is sometimes when you draw multiples of the same cards, like multiple My Friend Pearlies, all your other cards let you utilize those cards, so you can just discard them as as part of the effect for the memory cards.
Yeah, decks with kind of built-in hand fixing tend to be strong.
Looks like he spells summons Pearly from the deck, and that's going to let him add, I would guess, a stray Pearly Street, or just another copy of Pearly. That makes sense too.
Yeah, it really feels like he's pushing to try to win it right here.
He's looking for more quick plays, more cards. You have to tell, this is also the first World Championship where double sleeving is allowed. They have those outer clear sleeves as well.
And you really want to protect these World Championship sleeves. They're very, very nice.
They're so cool looking.
There's also a blue version, which we haven't seen yet. Oh, but we did see this last game, and we're going to see it again. There can be only one.
It's huge.
Now that's going to keep Pearly off of the extra deck, because you can't declare the summon or use an effect to summon a monster of a type you already control, even if it would use that monstrous material, which is the Azalea thing last game.
Yes, indeed it is. So he's going to use the Mad Love effect. It looks like he does play 2 copies of Vanquished Soul Dust Devil, at least somewhere in the combination of the main and side deck. Links away for Relinquished Anima.
Yep, that you can do. It's a spellcaster. And now Pearly can be normal summoned. And it's going to hit. It's going to see all sorts of things. Get a pretty memory. We're going to take a look at Dr. Madlove. Now, Dr. Madlove can return the monster with the lowest defense, which would be a Pearly at this point. So not going to be able to pick up the Doggeran. Now those two, that's a Spellcaster and Fairy for Azalea. And it's going to take out There Can Be Only One. Next up, using Pretty Memory. Pitching Pearly.
See if he goes for another copy of Pearly, and indeed that is what he's going for. Going to try and excavate the top 3 and find another quick play. And he does hit a stray Pearly Street this time, so at least he's getting a card in his hand that he could discard for a quick play, or he can activate it here.
All right, so it appears at this point that the 45 minutes of the round are up. And that means that we're going to enter into the end of match procedure. And the way that works is as follows. If the round is not finished within 45 minutes, the winner is the duelist with the most life points at the end of the current phase, which according to our score right here is Poe by 100 points. If the life points are even at the end of the phase, play continues to the end of the current turn, when the duelist with the most life points will be the winner. If life points are even at the end of the turn, the game is a draw, and then after that we check to see how many games, or how many duels rather, each player has won in the round. If a player has won more than the other, for example a 1-0 win, that player wins the match, and if it's even, then the match is a draw.
All right, so he's going to use Plump. Get some materials underneath it from the graveyard there.
He's getting Noir next.
Oh, he used Sleepy to attach the Dr. Madlove by sending the Doggeran, okay. Now, so anytime you have a Pearly, X-Pearly or E-Pearly Exceeds monster with 5 materials, you're able to just put that Noir on top there.
believe it'll be at the end of this battle phase is when the duel will end. It's a little interesting when you go, when you have all these life point payment cards, like paying over and over again for my friend Pearly in situations where you get close to near the end of time.
Yeah, it can be a little scary. Running some numbers, seeing how much they're taking. There's a Delicious under there, and it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 materials. So that's 1,800 more attack. So he's sitting at 29.
And got some damage in. Get another sleepy memory there. And it looks like sleepy is being added there. Up to 7 materials now on that norm. Any 5 or more, and you have the unaffected by opponent's activated effects ability active.
Yep, that is a big noir. And it has multiple, there's 3 activations it can do on top of being unaffected. And with only 3 cards in Kazuya's hand, it's going to be tough for him to climb back into this game at all. Looks like he's going to try and set some cards face down. In phase, I'm assuming, yeah, Noir's effect will be activated.
Straight Pearly Street first to get another material on there, though.
Writing is on the wall here for our first round, the World Championship. You don't want to give him back that Dr. Madlove.
No. That's about the only way that Kazuya gets back in this is if Poe makes a mistake.
Yep. Attaches Happy and Sleepy. Puts the other one on the bottom. That's those 2 cards both go to the bottom. Now Poe draws for the turn. And it looks like he's contemplating his options here. Kazuya with 1 card in hand is going to use Pearly. It has the graveyard effect. You can banish it to shuffle back Pearly monsters from your graveyard to the deck. Definitely something you don't want to miss. Now that he's shuffled them back, he's going to use My Friend Pearly, pay 500, reveal 3 copies. I don't think I've ever seen that, honestly. My Friend Pearly revealing 3 copies of Pearly.
See, so for clarification, the main round, everybody but the feature match went into the end of match procedure.
Yeah, sometimes the feature match starts a little later than the actual time clock.
Yes. Well, it's kind of tough because you have to get all the players, get them over, check everything, make sure they know the ground rules. So as a result, you'll get an extension on your feature matches. Or rather, they'll get their own time, is usually how it works. They have their own clock to look at.
That is usually the case. It looks like he's going to add Perleap off the Pearly. He's going to attach Happiness, so he's going to be able to see summon for the Pearly Happiness. Azalea's going to attack.
Azalea's still there because you have 3 spells in the graveyard after using it.
And that's it.
All the attacks are enough, and Pojang is going to take a 2-0 victory here in round number 1 of World Championship 2023. So Pojang wins 2-0 over Vanquish Soul, which is, I think Vanquish Soul is a really good choice of the tournament. It didn't work out for Kazuya so much in this first round, but he's got 6 more to go, and I think just kind of the overall consistency of Vanquish Soul is probably going to carry him to a number of wins here. It's got a lot of searching effects, it's got a lot of card drawing effects. So, like, it's a really strong deck that I would recommend at least knowing what it does, if not picking it up yourself. It's really fun to play, too.
Oh,
it's
so
one of my
fun.
favorite decks to play right now. So, like, I brought 2 World Championship format decks with me to the event if you wanted to play World Championship format or anything like that. And Vanquish Soul was one of them.
Oh, it's definitely a good one. But it's exciting to see Pearly. I mean, that was one of the decks we talked about going to this. Are the players going to bring it? Is it going to be one of the decks we're going to see this weekend? And because, yeah, having only those 8 quick plays is tough, but we got to see there that as long as you're able to get to Noir, Noir is still such a strong card. The X-Pearly Noir, that is. I mean, E-Pearly Noir not legal here because Duels Nexus isn't going to be legal for the WCS, but it's awesome to see Po Zhang, you know, someone we've seen win with Sky Strikers when that wasn't considered one of like the most viable decks in that particular format, showing that he's going to play what he likes and what he's comfortable with and knows his matchups, and off to a great start with that first round 1 win.
Yeah, and the thing with Pearly is I remember we were talking about this a lot, and my thing was just like, it seems like you could play it. I just don't be the I just don't want to be the one to play it. My luck is miserable, and I've talked about this a ton on streams. But when I play with things with a bunch of limited cards, Pot of Desires, and things like that, it never ever goes well for me. I always banish my stuff. I always Desires into Desires. It couldn't be me. I could not be the one who plays Pearly at this event. But you know, maybe Po Zhang is the one destined to bring the fluffiness to greatness.
Yeah, I hope to see more from Po in the event. Maybe see him at that top 8 cutoff, and maybe back for the semifinals and in the finals. And who knows? He's definitely won plenty of tournaments before, and he's playing a deck he's very comfortable with. They said he qualified with Pearly, and now he's still using it here today. So off to a great start.
There's something to be said for continuity in the decks that you're playing. Like the players who use Kashtira probably aren't going to be able to use it here, so they had to do something completely different within 3 weeks, and Po did not. He just got to keep playing the same deck he did, but he had to rethink the numbers a little bit, rethink how to actually close the game out, whether to go for like the Go Second build, try to get the X-Pearly Noir on the field, kind of like the more the original versions of the deck before Delicious Memory was limited to 1. So it seems like it's paying off so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, even with round 1, the game 1, he was met with a Dimension Shifter immediately, which really kind of threw his strategy off a little bit. You're not able to use Perlili with the Shifter because you have to use the memories from the graveyard to Exceed Summon, so it stops you a little bit, but he's able to, you know, stay calm, make a beauty to where you're able to bait out the infinite impermanence potentially, because if they infinite impermanence the beauty, you still have the Perleap to go into a Noir and then have at least 2 points of removal as well from there. So it was definitely played well by both players. Definitely an interesting matchup.
It's just a tough break, too, for Kazuya, that he had the 4 materials and the infinite impermanence. Because if that Razin sticks, if it gets the search off, then we're talking about a completely different game there.
Yeah, he really needed those 3 interactions to deal with that opening gambit there from Kazuya.
But very well played there. You know, I still wonder a little bit about not taking the extra draw on Heavy Boulder. I feel like that might be a little bit of a game changer as well. But I did feel like Kazuya was really heavily playing around things like, you know, Ash Blossom or Ghost Ogre or Infinite Impermanence, just trying to make sure that these monsters didn't get negated there.
Yeah, Ghost Ogre.
Very concerned with keeping them on the field and getting the effects through.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, Ghost Ogre, I was trying to think what card he could be worried about. What is the card he's playing around? Why is he not activating effects? Because, yeah, I mean, Vanquishful needs those monsters on board. That is the biggest thing, is they need to have monsters on board to keep summoning the monsters from their hand and finding ways to keep getting to Rocket the Vanquisher. But I think, yeah, Ghost Ogre might have been the one that he was the most concerned about.
He must not have had something to pick it up in hand.
That'd probably be it.
Get it through.
It was a good matchup, though. You know, off to a good start. We're seeing Australia versus Japan. I mean, that's one of my favorite parts about the World Championship. We get to see some of the top players from all over the globe competing here in one place. It's only 28 players in this tournament, but it's 28 of the best players around the entire globe.
There are a lot of champions from various tournaments in here, not just the WCQs, but you know, YCS's, YCSJs as well.
Yep.
And it goes, you know, not just in the TCG World Championship, like the Master Duel lineup is stacked. I think the Duel Links lineup is pretty stacked as well.
Yeah, all our games that we're having compete for the World Championship here this weekend are phenomenal. You should be dual wielding the screens. If you have our stream up, make sure you also open up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU stream so you're checking out the awesome Master Duel action. I actually got to take a little peek at their live stream setup. Yeah. I think they have 3, so it's a 3v3 where the players are playing all at the same time, but I think they have it where all 3 of the screens are up at the same time.
Yes.
So you have like one main game and you can still watch the 2 side games as well.
So the games are all going on simultaneously. And part of the rules in that is that you're not allowed to help your teammates until you finish your own game.
Oh, that's
so it's not quite like the TCG 3 versus 3s where you can just tell your opponent, you know, hold on, let me just talk to my teammate for a moment here, tell them what to do. You have to finish your own game first if you want to do any coaching, and you can't leave your seat in any way. You have to do it from right where you are. So whichever player you have in the middle has even more of a task in the Master Duel event because A and C aren't going to be able to speak to each other
At
too
all.
well. You have to play the telephone game, but you can still only do that if player
You're
A
both
is finished.
Yep.
I think that's an interesting rule, having to be finished with your game in order to offer assistance.
Especially in Master Duel, because all the games pretty much take about the same length. I mean, you're looking at like 10 to 20-minute games probably, potentially, for just one game, because they only play one game over there instead of matches, but they play through, they have to play each and every person on the other team, so it becomes almost a best of 9. If
Yeah,
the
it is best of 9. First team to 5
yeah,
will win the match.
which is really cool. I
Now,
really like that.
There's also some other stuff going on as well in terms of the rule set there. So it's it runs off a unified card pool, right? Where you can only have 3 copies of any given time, you know, across all of the players' decks. And each player is allowed to bring 2 decks as well. So there could be up to 6 different decks that each player gets 2 of them to work with.
And they have to share the card pool, right? So
Yes.
like if you can only put, someone's playing 3 copies of a card, that's all for your entire
That's your
team.
whole team.
With the exception of 3 cards. They have 3 cards you can choose to share amongst your team. So you can pick 3 cards and everyone can play a play set of each.
All right, well, that's everything we have from round 1 of the TCG World Championship right now. There's still action going on over in Master Duel. So we're going to take a break over here. Make sure that you keep your stream on. Like, keep it double tabbed open. You won't want to miss when round 2 of the action starts over here. But for now, we are going to take a break over on our side, and we hope that we will see you back when round 2 begins.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We've got one action-packed round in the books, and we are just about ready to get started here on round number 2 of the qualifiers. Hello, everybody. I'm Jerome McHale. I'll be your host today, and I am here commentating with Billy Brake.
I'm excited to be here. We already had one amazing round in the books here at the World Championship, and now we're back for round number 2, and I can't wait to see the matchups that we have in store for us.
Yep, the first one was a little bit surprising to see. So maybe we'll get into a little bit into the realm of where we thought we were going to be at the start of the World Championship as we get here into round number 2. Some of the earlier results have come in recently. We've got a couple of draws. There's about 2 players who have drawn in the first round of the World Championship, but we got a result in all of the other matches so far. So as you saw last time around, Pojang won the first round over Kazuya. Other winners are Polly Aronson, Jessica Robinson, Enzo Fialos from the United States,
Nice.
Juan Mateo, Din Kabui,
Ooh, that's a lot of people's favorites to win it this weekend.
Olivia Raflick, Jonas Koschel, Pojang of course, Gabriel Soshi,
Ooh, big fan of his.
and Yo Lin and Jong Soo. So those are your winners here in round number 1, and we're going to be featuring a couple of them in this round as well. So a lot of good stuff going on so far. Maybe not the best start for the North American contingent,
Usually
but they've got a couple on the winners column.
Yeah, it's definitely, round 1's tough. Yeah, you win or lose round 1, it's kind of like sets the rest of your day, but sometimes losing round 1 can motivate you for the rest of your day. You're like, well, I took my loss early, now I know I need to play tight, I need to play smart, I need to be on to the top of my A game. Sometimes it can be that motivation, that push factor. I know for me personally, I don't like losing round 1, but I happen to do it quite often.
Same here, actually. I've had a lot of round 1 losses in like YCSs, and then run the table for the rest of day 1, or at least until the end of day 1, that sort of thing.
Yep.
It's a bit of a humbling experience at first, but sometimes it really does just give you the boost you need to get through the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's that nerves round. Sometimes it'll help you shake off the nerves. After you lose, you're like, well, I gotta wake up, I gotta focus now. There's no time like the present. It's time to focus and get ready to try and win out for the rest of the tournament. But winning round 1 is also fantastic because you're like, oh, well, now I'm ready to go. I got the wind in my sails. It's really exciting. But, either way, with Swiss, that's one of my favorite parts about Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments, the Swiss rounds, where you're able to just get ready to go and play. Even when you lose, you still have a chance to make it to that top cut.
If you can just rattle off a bunch of wins at first, it feels really good, but you can't get complacent if you do that.
True.
I've seen a lot of 5-0s turn into 5-3s at the end of day 1. Even like really excellent players, like Josh Schmidt, I remember was talking about his Nationals experience, where he started off really well and then just went downhill. Or even at the WCQ, where Jesse Cotton, who's competing over on the Master Duel side this time, started off with the 2 buys for Ultimate Duel status, 0-3, gone.
Yeah, funny you say that, because that's been my experience in the past. Every time I've had buys, I end up just losing the first 3 rounds, because, yeah, you don't get that first round. You don't get to get ready. You don't get that energy. You don't have that same mentality. You don't get to really focus, whether you win or lose that first round.
All right, it is time to meet our players for round number 2. On the blue side, it's Johan. And on the red side, it's Paul Aronson.
We got Polly. This is a TCG matchup, and they are going to get ready to start. We did see 2 red sleeves last round. We're going to get to see the awesome blue sleeves as well. The players have got randomly chosen which color sleeves they got, and they're both really fantastic.
And we've got Polly going first here, starting off with Black Metal Dragon. And if you see Black Metal Dragon, that only means one thing: you are up against Dragon Link.
That's right, and he's going to link away into Striker Dragon, so he's going to get both these effects. Since that Black Metal is sent to the graveyard, he can add that Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon from the deck to the hand, and Striker Dragon's going to add Boot Sector Launch.
Boot Sector Launch, the field spell for the Rocket theme. Has multiple effects that allow you to special summon.
Striker Dragon, kind of the card that started Dragon Link. Once that card was released, it really became a deck that has been almost like unstoppable through many hits throughout the Forbidden Limitless through the years.
As long as there are dragons to special summon, there will be Dragon Link.
Yeah, it has evolved, but it's definitely still good. So he's going to banish the Striker Dragon to special summon Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon from the hand. Maybe just looking for a Seal's Path here. We'll have to see where he goes from this point. Going to use Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon to bring back the black metal.
Now these 2 are being linked away.
Might be Seals pass.
Could be Romulus. No, it's Seals. All right, so he goes into Seals. We're going to get the Black Metal Dragon effect again.
Yeah, so the option here, you could activate the boot sector launch to have it as a field spell if he doesn't have the tracer. To just have an option to be able to chain to something like infinite impermanence to use the Seals to bounce your own field spell back to your hand. We'll have to see if that is what he's considering right now. Pauly is he won the 250th YCS in Los Angeles, and he won a remote duel YCS in 2022, and came in second place at YCS Costa Rica. So he has had quite the past couple of years.
And he also made it here through the World's Qualifying Points Playoff, where he just ran through everybody with Castra on his side of the bracket. And he's got a Chaos space here. Always want to see that in Dragon Link.
Very
Pitch
good.
his Effect Veiler to get the Black Dragon Collapse Serpent.
All right, so he definitely has more than just Seals pass here. If he so chooses, decided to establish the Seals as early as possible. It's also another way to kind of hedge your bets against something like Nibiru, the Primal Being, if you're worried about your opponent playing it.
It doesn't matter who tributes Hieratic Seals. It's you or your opponent.
Now he's going to banish that Effect Veiler to summon that Collapse Serpent. Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyvern Burster are limited to one, but with something like Chaos Space, you can put the banish card back into the bottom of your deck, so you kind of get an extra copy of one of those cards.
He's checking his extra deck, checking his zones. Gonna go with Chaos Emperor, the Dragon of Armageddon. All right, puts that in the Pendulum Zone, activates its effect, takes what, 1,000?
Yep, and just to put the Striker Dragon back into the extra deck. This is why he banished that Striker Dragon, so he could summon it back again here. I was wondering what he was going to link, how he's going to link it away, but now the Chaos Emperor Dragon kind of explains all his plays.
That is not a Guard Dragon play, is it not?
I think so. There we go. There's the right Chaos Emperor Dragon.
Pays 1,000 life points, get a Banished Dragon, then destroy this card, and add the Banished one to your hand. So we'll have 7,000 life points over on Pauly's side.
Gonna add the Wyvern Burster. Now he'll be able to banish that Collapse Serpent to special summon Wyvern Burster and then use that Chaos Space afterwards.
Chaos Space can put it back into the deck and then draw you a card. All right, shuffling the deck there. Since we're about to do a draw, it needs to be randomized.
Goes to the bottom, draws a fresh card.
All right, so Striker Dragon, Seals, Wyvern Burster. It doesn't look intimidating, but a lot of things can spiral out of this.
You might look to find a way to get into that Boral End Dragon. Probably checking his extra deck, seeing what the next path is going to be for him here. I like this as a TCG matchup. Both these players play a part of the TCG from Europe and North America.
Dragon Ravine. Dragon Ravine.
That's why he probably didn't go into that Romulus. Already had the Ravine in the hand. Going to discard a card here. He's going to discard Rocket Recharger. An attempt to send a dragon monster from his deck to the graveyard. Is it going to be that Abza Router Dragon that I can only guess would be in his deck? There's also a lot of cool things you can do with Starliege Safer and the Beastal Lubellion in Dragon Link now as well, if they are cards he decided to pack into his deck.
Spending an awful lot of time on this search. This is bordering slow play. Like once you go through the deck the first time, then put it down and then check your hand and then pick it back up, there's a good chance that if there is a judge in the vicinity, you'll end up with a penalty.
Yeah, you definitely want to play quickly and as fast as you can in most cases. Can't see what he's sent.
Off the screen.
It is Abza Router Dragon though, so since the Abza Router Dragon was sent to the graveyard, he's going to be able to add a rocket monster from the deck to hand. He's going to go for Rocket Tracer. So now he's just trying to find a way to get to that Boral End Dragon, if I had to guess.
Just a note for at home, please keep your graveyard in a neat pile. That is required by the rules.
Indeed it is.
And one of the reasons that it's required by the rules is you need to be able to see what's in there. And And while Ollie can see all the cards in his graveyard as it extends onto the other table that you see on his side of the screen, everybody else is a little lost as to what's going on over there.
So he's going to link away into the Guard Dragon Pisty, and he's going to be able to add that Collapse Serpent since he put it back with the Chaos Space. And Pisty, now there is a zone that is being pointed to by Pisty, and Striker Dragon will be able to summon back a dragon from the graveyard or banished. Doesn't look like he has any banished dragons, so imagine he'll be going after this Rocket Recharger, so he'll be able to summon the Tracer from his hand as well, maybe synchro into a level 8 synchro monster.
Now you might be thinking, well, why not just get the Metal Dragon back? But if you haven't played recently, you might not know that Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon's text changed. You can only use its effect once per turn. It's not like it was in the 2010s.
Still quite strong, but not as abusable, if you will. Probably considering replacing Dragon Ravine with that Boot Sector launch.
All right, there it is. Now he can special summon some rocket monsters from the hand, up to 2 with different names in defense position. Second effect, not relevant here because Joho doesn't have any cards at the field.
Let's look like what he's thinking. He's going to use Tracer Effect.
So summon the Tracer from hand, correct?
Yep, with the Boot Sector launch.
That's the one gotten from Absolrouter.
Yep, and now he's going to summon Rocket Caliber. Okay, so he does play another level 4 rocket, so he doesn't have to bring back that Recharger.
That's good, because you want to do it with its own effect rather than have to get it back elsewhere.
Yep, he is now locked into dark monsters from the extra deck. And he's locked into dragons right now as long as Pitsy is on the field.
Well, I'm sure you can find a good dark dragon monster in your extra deck.
There's a few of them.
There's just a few.
Nope, looks like he's thinking about bringing back Red Eyes.
All right. It is a high-level monster, so maybe that matters.
So if you're wondering why that token is on top of Polly's deck there, it's just to say that the deck needs to be shuffled before he draws a card or ends his turn. So it looks like he might be using Striker Dragon to target... Oh, Striker Dragon to destroy... I'm not certain, but
destroy Pisty and then special summon back.
Oh, he special summoned back the Black Metal with the Rocket Recharger. Okay, so he destroyed the Pisty with Striker Dragon to add Recharger, and then Recharger used the effect to bring back the Black Metal Dragon.
All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dragons on the field using every zone allowed.
Can never have too many dragons.
You know, 7 might be too many dragons. I don't think you can have 7.
Sounds like a challenge. I'll find a way to extra link with all dragons.
Can you think of an extra link that's all dragons?
Maybe something with like triple burst in the middle. Find a way to connect it over.
Well, triple burst only has the up, down, right.
Up, down, right. Yeah, then it'd be tough without some pretty weird link monsters. Oh, so he's going to Quad Boral Dragon here.
All right. Quad Boral Dragon is a bit of an interesting one. It's got an effect that destroys something on the field. So you can discard a card, target a face-up monster on the field. So, you know, in theory, destroy your opponent's monster. But more often than not, you're destroying your own in order to continue your combo in a different way.
Paul using all of his cards here, sitting on no cards in hand, and Joe has been holding onto this Infinite Impermanence. He's going to use it on the Quad Boral.
All right, so you can't use the Hieratic Seal to try to get around that. It can only be used on the opponent's turn. So stuck here, currently the only things that can be disruptive at the moment are the Quad Boral and the Hieratic Seal, and I'm thinking Polly maybe wants something a little more significant than that.
Yeah, interesting. He had the opportunity just to go into something like Borreload Savage Dragon, but decided to go for the Quad Boral.
All right, so these two are going away. It's got to be a Link Summon. Maybe they're not going away. I don't know what he declared here. Hand's a little shaky there. I think he's got some nerves.
All right, so just go into the Triple Burst.
Triple Burst co-linked.
So he's going to summon the Chaos Dragon of Armageddon back from the extra by banishing a light and dark monster from his graveyard.
Now, notably, that's a pendulum monster. So what he did right there was create the space for it to be summoned.
Oh, because it's unlocked by the zone by the triple burst.
Unlocked by the triple burst.
Smart stuff here from Pauly. So it looks like he's just going to be able to have Boral and
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Boral and Dragon.
And Seals. This is cool. I've seen a lot of Dragon Links end on Boral end, but not often do I see the Seals and Boral end.
Now, is there a way to get one more monster? Could you get a synchro with that?
I think if the Infinite Permanence wasn't there, he would have also had that Borreload Savage Dragon as well.
I think that's what it stopped. We'll see. So Boral and Dragon. Be very careful about the protection effect on Boral and Dragon, though. This is something that could come up during the tournament. Can't. So he did get Borreload Savage Dragon. Is it the Rocket Coder?
Missed it, but he does have the full setup here through an Infinite Impermanence.
Oh, with Recharger.
Oh, because the Caliber is also a tuner. Okay. Because the Boral Inn was able to bring back the Recharger and then synchro into the save.
You can target your own thing to bring back the other monster.
All right, so definitely solid open. Now,
set 1, 2, 3.
Not revealing his strategy just quite yet. Could be a number of things with just some face down spell and trap cards.
And looks like that's it. Just set 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I was mentioning the protection effect on Boral and Dragon. Just note that it can be targeted by trap cards, which is relevant considering how many face-down cards are here right now.
Definitely. And it looks like he's going to use Seals here to return the card that was equipped to the Borreload Savage, and now he's going to be able to tribute to summon the Bestial Magnemite.
Yeah, so notably with Borreload Savage Dragon, it doesn't need that monster equipped to use its negation ability. Those counters are set in when the first effect resolves. It's just the attack boost that you need the equip card to stick around for. So if you're okay with just 3,000 attack points, you can do a move like this to return the triple burst dragon to your extra deck.
Pauly's going to add a copy of the Bestial Rebellion, one of my favorite cards.
And this is all happening in Jaho's end phase.
Indeed.
And now we're going to use Boral and Dragon, target the Magnemite, negate the Magnemite's effects, and then special summon back the Rocket Tracer. And Jaho has had quite enough of this, and wisely gets the concession in right now before any of the cards have been revealed. So we don't know what he's playing, and more importantly for Jaho, Pauly doesn't know what he's playing.
Yeah, as far as Pauly knows, maybe Jaho just drew bad with a number of decks that he could be playing. Doesn't have to necessarily put him on one of those spell and trap heavy strategies.
And there's a lot of different decks that play a lot of different cards that you might set for this tournament. So you're just guessing at this point if you're Pauly.
Yeah, I think if I'm Pauly, though, just seeing the 3 spell and traps, even though you kind of can hedge your bets, maybe not side as heavy as you would if you knew the matchup, but still put in like some really good cards that are good at going second. So things like there's plenty of options that you can have in your side deck that might be useful when you're going second.
I mean, you think just spell and trap removal, right?
Yeah, something like some spell and trap
anything
removal
that destroys a spell or trap.
Yeah, I mean, something to pave the way for your dragon monsters to be able to not only summon onto the board, but stay there once they're on there. But you saw like Pauly be able to make that amazing board through an Infinite Impermanence. I don't know if maybe it was the timing. It seemed like Jaho was waiting to use that Infinite Impermanence. I'm wondering if he maybe used it earlier, if there was a chance that he could have gotten into like a better position maybe. Yeah, like hitting like the Striker Dragon to stop the boot sector launch. That's pretty devastating because it means they may not have Rocket Tracer access, which is pretty huge for the Dragon Link deck.
It could be. It could be that. I don't know. I just feel like at that point, Pauly just could have played through anything really.
Yeah, that's the cool part about Dragon Link. There's a variety of different hands you can draw that can use still like toolbox and like access all your options from your extra deck, no matter like what point your opponent interacts with you.
Chaos space. I think it's the chaos space that made everything he had irrelevant.
And the Chaos Emperor Dragon was actually just huge.
That's something you don't really see, more than one copy of, and it's usually, I guess, you have to fetch that out of your deck most of the time.
Yep, usually. It looked like Pauly was able to just hard draw it there, and it was super beneficial. And because I was a little wondering like what his play line was, the way he was going about it, until I saw that Chaos Emperor, and I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Everything just kind of fell into place right there when that happened.
But I'm a big fan of the Dragon Link strategy and decks like that. Just where, like, it doesn't matter which monsters you draw, as long as they're dragons, you're able to really go into things. I mean, Striker Dragon, one of my favorite cards of all time. I mean, it essentially gets you to 2 monsters on the field just by normal summoning any dragon, let alone when you summon something like the Black Flare Metal.
Yeah,
where you're
the Black
able
Metal Dragon is huge as well. Like, if that's the specific card you draw, you get all those extra special summons off of it. You get the Darkness Metal Dragon, gets you something else. You saw it come back later on as well. Still a strong card, even if you can only special summon 1 from hand each turn and only use the revival ability once per turn as well.
Yeah, and the technical play there from Pauly was pretty impressive. Like, knowing to be able to go into the seals first, but he was able to look at his hand, understand that he could go into that seals first, and go along that line, so he's still going to be able to access the Boral in Dragon at the end of that combo. I mean, I can tell he's very well tested and well versed with this deck, and I mean, you want to be very well knowledgeable about the deck you're bringing to the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what the disruptive options that the World Championship competitors are bringing this weekend. So in the first match, for instance, we saw Ash Blossom, we saw a Droll and Lockbird appear off the top of the deck on one of the early reveals, which is something that's also pretty good against Dragon Link, so maybe that could be something that appears in the future. We saw DD Crow in the first match as well. So we know there's just like a huge variety of things, and we'll see if any of those appear now. All right, game number 2. Jaho's going first. Sets 4.
I'm starting to think he is
and
playing
a monster.
I think he is playing a heavy spell and trap strategy, if I had to guess, or he's just drawn bad both games. We'll have to see.
Yeah. That is. I mean, it's not quite the universal sign of surrender, but it's not great.
It's not great.
We'll have to see what these back row cards are. See if that changes the outlook. Set monster face down, though. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, not a lot of decks like to set monsters face down. That's an interesting one. Grapekeeper Spy, perhaps? I'm dated.
Oh, no!
Harpies! Feather Duster!
Every time it seeks out those hands that don't look so hot and finds them. And we see Welcome Labyrinth. All right, so Jaho's deck is revealed here. Chain link number 2 is Welcome Labyrinth. Let's see if Pauly has anything else here. Otherwise, the Labyrinth monster will be special summon. So wait, what's that then? Is that a furniture? Is that Stovey?
It must be.
Or Poop Clock or something?
It must be. I wonder why he would set it, though.
It has to be face up, right, to use the effect? Or in your hand?
Still have to wait to find out what that face down monster is, but this Welcome...
Oh, that's the only card he can chain too, so he's losing 3. He's getting something out of the Welcome Labyrinth. It's Lovely Labyrinth.
Silver Castle looking to reset one of these trap cards that is going to the graveyard.
Can't do it yet, though. That's an ignition effect.
Yeah, we'll have to be on his turn if it happens to survive that long.
And the other cards look like Big Welcome Labyrinth.
That's useful.
Okay, I see what's happening now. So you let the Big Welcome Labyrinth go so you can use its graveyard effect.
Yep, because since you control the level 8 Fiend.
And the others were Dogmatic Punishment and Skill Drain. Skill Drain limited in this tournament.
Could have been devastating if Pauly didn't have that Harpy's Feather Duster. Now let's see what he has to follow up.
Yeah, so seeing those cards, that hand looks way better than it did when it was set 4 on a monster.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got the Chaos Space. The starting with Chaos Space is just so good.
So he'll be able to
Dragon Link.
discard a light or a dark monster and then add a monster of the opposite attribute that cannot be normal summoned.
But he has to pitch Chaos Dragon Levy in here for it.
Can get it back with something like Starly Seyfert if he's packing it in his Dragon Link deck. So we might see that coming back later on in this turn.
He gets the Wyver Burster.
Discarded dark, gets to add the light. In true Chaos fashion.
This would be huge if Jaho can come back from that Duster and win this thing. The Big Welcome is going to be crucial, though.
Yeah, so he at least has 1 point of interaction here during Pauly's turn.
Because if you can hit like an extra deck monster with that and then hit something else with Lovely Labyrinth's effect,
you'll have a chance.
Goes for Wyver Burster.
Yeah, that's right. The Lovely will be able to at least send a card from the hand or field if a monster leaves the field, be it via trap effect.
Yes, so Jaho's thinking right here, is this where I want to use Big Welcome? If I send that back and Pauly doesn't have anything else, he can start snowballing all these trap cards back with Lovely Labyrinth next
True.
turn. But if he does have something else, doomed.
Yeah, I mean, now the Striker Dragon is going to come out and on summon that's going to let him add a Boot Sector launch from the deck to the hand.
I don't know, like this one just seems so tough, especially when you're behind a game. I kind of feel like I might have taken the risk there and bounced the Wyver Burster.
Yeah, possibly might have been something he needed to do. He also gets to add that Collapse Serpent.
Because like if you get the Boot Sector launch, that represents just a ton of extra summons.
And all the effects, like Tracer is a quick effect, so once the Rocket Tracer hits on the field, if you try and return it, you're going to be able to quick effect chain to summon another monster. You're going to banish the Wyver Burster to summon Collapse Serpent. In defense mode, it's going to prompt Juho to think.
So is this where he's going to use it? I don't know that you're going to use it. If you didn't use it on Wyver Burst, that you would use it on Collapse Serpent, right?
Yeah, I mean, he might just be thinking just to get the 2 monsters off the field, because he could return one and then send the other one at the Lovely. But it looks like he is going to shuffle. You're probably going to shuffle up before he uses this Chaos Space to put the Wyver Burster back on bottom. Chaos Space is so good in Dragon Link. The games where you have that versus the ones you don't are night and day different.
Alright, so now the Boot Sector launch is in hand. I don't think we know anything else. Now these two are going away.
Maybe here comes the Romulus.
Yep.
Dragoon Knight Romulus lets him add a Dragon Ravine on summon. The biggest thing is all these effects are on summon, so there's really no point to use that big welcome to stop the adding effects.
All right, so Romulus is here. And that's the, putting that token on top of the deck is the indication that it's not been randomized. And it will need to be before the next draw. I'm just trying to think, like, what is he looking for? Like, what's going to make him, is it safer?
He does have the safer. I mean, yeah, if you haven't used the big welcome yet, I imagine you have to use it on right now. Because the Starly's safer to let him access the Bestial Rebellion, getting him to like Bestial Magnuma, and just having more access to more dragons.
But the other thing is, like, we don't know if he just drew that safer off of the Chaos
True.
Space, for instance. It's a tough position here, and that Duster was just brutal.
Yeah, if that Skill Drain was on the field, we'd be singing a different tune right now. That is for sure. Jaho contemplating, thinking. He knows that this turn is important. This moment is important. He's already down a game. Paulie in a commanding position here in game number 2.
And it's a long time to think, too. Like, this is another situation where you're probably getting a slow play warning.
Potentially.
Like, no matter what the magnitude of the occasion is, you still have to play at a reasonable pace. And it looks like it's fine.
Yep.
And we're going Safer. All right, so the Safer's going through as well. What could he be waiting for? What is the magic place here where we use Big Welcome Labyrinth?
Oh, interesting. So he's going to use it to add Rocket Tracer, not relying on Dragon Ravine to add the Tracer. Oh, so he's probably trying to find a way to get to 2 rocket monsters. So he gets to add the Tracer now, and now he can use Ravine to send Abzorrouter to add another rocket monster, so he'll be able to summon 2 rocket monsters from his hand.
Should be
with
the
Boot
Coder,
Sector.
right? Get the Rocket Coder at this
Yep,
point?
or Caliber, yep.
Yes, Rocket Caliber, not the one that you can link in hand with.
Both good. Now he's thinking. I can't tell if he discarded from his hand or not.
Yeah, it looks like he's discarding from hand to send Abzorrouter Dragon. Once again, if you're watching at home, this is not how you should arrange your graveyard. It should be in a nice, neat stack.
Especially when you're on stream, it helps us out a lot. He's going to banish that Starly Safer from the graveyard to add the Bestial Rebellion. Okay, so he sent the Bestial Rebellion on a Dragon Ravine, so he's able to add it back to his hand. And now I can't tell what he discarded. Oh, he discarded the Bestial Rebellion. That was so fast I couldn't see it go. So he wanted to get the Tracer, not to have the extra rocket monster, but just to be able to have access Bestial Magnament.
Just confirming something with his opponent right now.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that he understands like what the Lovely will do with the Big Welcome Labyrinth. That's a double interaction there.
And whether or not he's allowed to use it. So some of these graveyard effect cards say things like accept the turn this card is sent to the graveyard. Regular Welcome Labyrinth, the resetting effect, you can't use it the same turn you send it to the graveyard. But the monster return hand effect, the Big Welcome Labyrinth, you can.
Yeah, you just can't use it the same turn you activated the Big Welcome Labyrinth.
You can only use one of the two effects, which is why leaving that one alone and just using regular Welcome Labyrinth was the play.
All right, going to reveal Bestial Magnament. Looks like he's going to target the Collapse Serpent to special summon.
Yahoo body language looks a little defeated, but maybe he's just hiding something.
Waiting for his moment.
Waiting to strike.
Bestial Magnament, incredible. If you get to special summon just by banishing light or dark, and on summon during the end phase, you'll be able to add a dragon monster from your deck to your hand besides itself.
And that's any dragon monster.
Yep, which is quite beneficial in Dragon Link.
It's good in a lot of different decks. So, for example, you need dark monsters in your hand to reveal and vanquish Soul, like we saw last time around.
Branded, you can have Fallen Albaz.
And the Caesar Valius is a dragon.
Oh, that's a good one. Going to tribute the Magnament from the field to summon the Bestial Lobelion, and before he can activate the effect to activate something like Branded Regain from the deck, it's going to prompt Jaho to use the Big Welcome Labyrinth to return the monster to the extra deck, and now he's going to use the Lovely to send a card from either Polly's hand or field to the graveyard. He's going to send the Bestial Lobelion from the field to the graveyard.
That's a destruction effect.
Oh, it destroys. Okay.
Destroys it. Yeah, destroy one card in your opponent's hand at random or from their field, in which case you choose. Does not target, though.
Yeah, that's where I got a little confused on it. And now...
All right, so now Polly, he's still got the Boot Sector launch in hand that he added a long time ago with Striker Dragon.
He still has that the Tracer as well, the Rocket Tracer.
Didn't get that second Rocket Monster, though, so let's see.
He has a Bestial Saronir as well.
Saronir, that's the one that you can play at 3 in this tournament, right? Every other Bestial's limited?
I think so. I think it is the one that remains. Or I think Saronir might be limited as well. I think Baldrake? No, Baldrake's limited, and Saronir's the one at 3, yep. Saronir I'm a big fan of in Branded. It also kind of works in this deck. You can have the option to play something like Branded Beast, and then you activate the Branded Regain to bring, or the other way around. You can play Regain and Beast, activate the Beast, and send Branded Regain to activate it.
Yep. So Saronir special summon, we're swapping big Boot Sector launch. Boot Sector launch summons Rocket Tracer, and now Polly's speeding up. He's seen the lines. He's going to use Rocket Tracer, destroy Boot Sector launch, get Rocket Caliber out of the deck.
Now he's locked into Dark Monster.
Pretty soon, Jaho's going to be on 0 cards.
Yeah, not looking good here for Jaho. Going to synchro for the Bestial Dispatter. He's going to need a dragon monster, and he does in fact have dragons. Bestial Dispatter can summon back a lighter dark monster that is banished. It also has the cool effect if your opponent activates the effect, or activates any effect, you can shuffle back a banished card, and based upon whose banished cards you shuffle back, it has 2 different effects. If you shuffle back your banished card, it'll destroy the card. If you shuffle back your opponent's banished card, it negates the effect. It works really well with Called by the Grave. It can feel pretty bad if you get Called by the Grave while they have Dispatter on the field, because they negate that effect, and they also have another negate that's coming. Now, Synchro Summon for Borreload, Savage Dragon, equipping the Striker Dragon, so he gets that 1 counter.
Yep, and Savage Dragon's going to be bigger than Lovely Labyrinth, even without the extra equip.
And Jaho's body language not indicating New Zealand much of a comeback here.
And we'll at least get to see what that face-down card is.
I am curious.
So going into the battle phase, Bestial Despotter attacks Lovely Labyrinth. It is more than enough to defeat her. And then Borreload Savage Dragon attacks the mystery monster, which is Kuklok.
Kuklok.
Kuklok. Not very useful with that hand.
Definitely not. Might as well set it down to the field, and that's going to be it for Polly now.
All right. So they're recording life points, and then Jaho's on 1 card, and his opponent can negate any 1 card, and then another one, which essentially means that he can't do anything on his turn. Sets 1 face down and passes back over to Polly.
Probably moments away from taking the game 2 and being 2-0. So he does have Branded Beast. He's going to be able to activate Branded Beast here. During the end phase, it'll activate the Branded Regain that he sent with Sorinir, I imagine. And the cool thing about Branded Regained is you can bring back Bestial Dispatcher with Branded Regained.
It is Bestial. It's a Bestial. Any Bestial monster in your graveyard, as long as you special summoned it correctly.
Yeah, this game is all but over. He's going to banish Starlight Seyfert from the graveyard to add back the Bestial Lubellion.
It's just a matter of getting enough damage to finish it right now.
Discards the Bestial Lubellion. That's going to add a Bestial monster, which will give him enough damage.
His Dispatcher's what, 35?
Yep.
So 35 and 3250 plus another Bestial should be enough. Just checking that graveyard one more time, make sure, you know, another big welcome didn't get stuck in there. Fortunately, his graveyard habits are spreading to the other side of the field now.
So he's going to banish the Lovely to summon Bestial Sorinir. Polly's his own worst enemy right now. The more time he takes is the only opportunity here for Jaho to win the game.
And that's the other thing, though. Like, you don't want to accumulate penalties.
Yep.
Like, getting one slow play one time is fine. Getting one slow play one time every round is going to get upgraded eventually.
Yeah, especially since you have 7 rounds of Swiss during the turn, and those penalties carry over into Top Cut.
He's going to activate Quick Launch here. Yeah, I'm not sure any of this is necessary. I think you just battle phase win, right?
Torrential Tribute. Nope. It is Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Big Welcome Labyrinth is a really good draw. I mean, one card isn't gonna do it for you, but if you're only drawing one card, Big Welcome is one of the best cards in the Labyrinth deck. It's really tremendous.
I'd be hard pressed to think he wouldn't negate this here.
Is there a reason not to?
Nope. No,
oh,
because you have Ash Blossom.
Oh my goodness! Wow. There's just
brutal.
nothing Jaho could do.
I mean, yeah, Harvey's Feather Duster just had all the answers here. Things just coming up all for Paulie here. He's going to be able to synchro on a Baron to floor.
Why not? There could be a secret effect coming from behind the chair to negate with it.
He gets to attack for game. Wow, Paulie just putting on a clinic here with Dragon Link, really showing he has learned to master. It's a deck I've never seen him play personally. I mean, we've seen him play Kashtira in the past. I think he won the Remote Duel YCS with like an Adventure Synchro deck of sorts, which was...
The Adventure Synchro deck is similar.
Yeah,
though,
very
right?
close.
It's
yeah.
another very fluid deck where you do a lot of different things, and the order in which you're doing them is different from game to game. And Dragon Link is one of those things. Like, I'm not very good at playing those types of decks. I like ones where instead of just trying to figure out what I'm doing, as the duel progresses, I'm trying to, read and react to what is happening rather than what might be happening 6 plays later. So I like decks like Labyrinth and Vanquish Soul and that sort of thing. But I know you like comboing.
I do. I like feeling to be able just to keep playing through your cards when your opponent has something like Ash Blossom and Infinite Permanence. You're just like, well, what's next? Where do I go from this point here? Because when you're playing by yourself, you're able to play through scenarios. Just imagine, like, well, what happens if I summon my Striker Dragon and they have Infinite Permanence? What can I do with the remainder 4 cards in my hand? And playing through the scenarios and play testing against other people, that is something that I do find fascinating. But there's something to be said about control strategies and being able to cut the opponent off from their options and everything that I can also, respect and enjoy.
This is why we work well together, is because I've got this end of it covered and you've got the other end of it covered. And between that, we've got like all of the top Yu-Gi-Oh decks handled.
There we go. There we go. It's magic. Definitely love me some Dragon Link. And it's one of the decks like going into this. I mean, this matchup is pretty much what we talked about going into this weekend that we thought we were going to see. It was going to be Labyrinth versus Dragon Link.
Yep.
And hopefully if these matches like play out this in the future, advantage Dragon Link.
I mean, you can't really call, well, I do Duster in my starting hand as something that's always going to go in the Dragon Link player's favor. But hey, the opponent drew Skill Drain as well, so it's not like he didn't have his own one of.
Could have gone either way. I mean, there's also chances, cards like Solemn Judgment as well to protect your field, and whether you draw those cards in combination when you're after side decking, there's a lot of key factors and variables that can play out in that matchup. It's not just because we saw Dragon Link win here, doesn't mean that's always going to be the case here in the future.
And it did help Paulie as well that he won the coin flip on that one as well.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, the coin flip was huge, able to open up with an incredible hand, using every card that he had in his opening hand to establish that first board.
So these things, like, everything can turn on a dime. It's one of the great things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that things can change just in a moment. Just one little difference can change the entire way your tournament plays out. And we'll see how the rest of this tournament plays out in the future. That is going to do it for round number 2 for us. Do make sure to keep both your tabs open just in case there's some action over on the Master Duel and Duel Links side. And we are going to take a quick break, but don't go away. There's much more to come.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We have completed the first 2 rounds of Swiss of the 7 that will be played here on day number 1, and it's been a bit of a back and forth. So we had a nice back and forth first match, and then the second one was a bit of a blowout. So a lot of different types of dueling we've seen so far today. I'm Jerome McHale, and I am here with Billy Brake to bring you all the action this weekend on the TCG side of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Yeah, incredibly excited to be here. And it was awesome, yeah, in our last matchup, we saw a TCG matchup. We saw EU up against North America, where Pauly was able to walk away with it with a Dragon Link strategy. After seeing that clinic that Pauly put on, I'm kind of starting to lean towards Dragon Link, maybe being the deck that's going to walk away with it all here this weekend.
I mean, I attribute a lot of that to Pauly, though, right? Because he's been having just such an incredible year after taking on the 250th YCS in Los Angeles and then making it to the World Championship through the World's qualifying points. He's just been steamrolling everybody in his path. And so far, it's been a lot of the same. here at the World Championship.
Yeah, it certainly was an exciting matchup. And, you know, to be able to see him play through, like use every card in his hand, play through something like infinite impermanence and stuff was really fantastic. Able to keep, you know, his nerves calm. And now that the 2 rounds are in the books, of all the players who have played a couple rounds, the nerves have probably had settled. You kind of understand where you were sitting at the tournament, whether you lost 1 round, maybe you won both and you're in good shape. Only maybe need to win 3 more to really have a good shot in making top 8, depending on how many draws there are. This is where the players are really going to settle into their zone. We're probably going to see some excellent plays from amazing players. I mean, these are the 28 best players in the world this year that are going to be competing for that World Championship title. And we're going to have all the way to the top 8 here on our day 1.
And we're going to go all the way to top 4. So we'll get to the top 8, and then we'll play 1 playoff round.
And play through the top 8. Yep.
Play through the top 8. So let's meet our players for...
In a minute.
Soon, yes, in a minute we're going to meet our players for round number 3. So... it's one of those things where you got 2 rounds of the books, but you don't want to get, if you're 2-0 right now, you don't want to get too high on yourself right now, right? Like, yeah, no, I'm 2-0,
You're
I'm
feeling good.
If you, as soon as you start feeling like you can drop a match, and you know it's not like every match is super important, that's when it's going to get you. That's when you're going to start making mistakes. You're not going to be as locked in as you need to be. So for those 2-0 duelists, I feel like this is the round that they really have to be careful about.
Yeah, you can't get too confident. You can feel good, but you have to stay humble, stay understanding that just because you won the first 2 doesn't mean you're going to win the rest. There's not only is it just 28 players, but the players are from all over the world. So they're going to be having different play styles, different strategies, different themes that they could even be bringing to the tournament, different matchups as well. I mean, we saw something like Dimension Shifter in the main deck from in round number 1. So those main deck Dimension Shifters can be huge against all the players playing Dragon Link strategies.
Yeah, that's interesting. The main deck Dimension Shifters, like Vanquish Soul in particular, is good at that because they need those dark monsters to reveal anyways. So even if you don't draw the turn 1 Dimension Shifter, you can still go ahead and get use out of it that way. Now, we've got some results here for the round number 2. So in addition to Polly from North America, Enzo, who qualified from the North American WCQ, is also on 6 points, 2-0.
I'm a big fan of Enzo's. Yeah, he did really well with Tri-Brigade originally, and now he's back at it again with some exciting decks here at the World Championship.
Gabriel Sochi also is 2-0, 6 points.
He's a pretty well-known player, and now he's here trying to represent his region.
And then we also have Jonas Koschel from Europe as well at 6 points. Jessica Robinson, the winner from the European Championship, also on 6 points.
Oh, 2-0 for her too.
Top
awesome.
6. Now we only have 6 players that are 2-0 right now. There are a lot more draws coming in next time around this. So players that drew include Carlos Mercado Ramirez, as well as Santanenta from the Asia region as well. And then we have some players that are only on 3 points here.
1-1, not a bad start.
1-1, not bad, not the best. Christian Tommen, for instance, Ji Lee, Po Jiang, after being so dominating, dominating, he had the nice back and forth match in the first round. We saw him win in round 1, and then he comes to round 2 and does not make it. Goes 1-1, and that's one of the tough things about features as well. Like if you win on feature you let all the stress release afterwards, you might not play as well. There might be an emotional letdown or an adrenaline letdown on the next match, which could cause you some problems. Jeremy Mitchell, the winner of the North American WCQ, started off on the wrong foot, but got back on the train here in round number 2 to make it to 1-1.
After you lose round 1, it can feel devastating, but if you're able to instantly get that next win in round number 2, that can kind of settle your nerves and get you right back into it.
Dinka Bui, also at 1-1.
He's a fan favorite to win this weekend, so already taking a loss this early, down but not out. We're going to have to see how he does the rest of the day.
Santiago Lopez at 1-1 as well. And then we have a pair of duelists who simply have 1 point from a draw, and that's Lars Bergquist and Akira Hasegawa. And Hasegawa he's a very strong competitor. We were talking about him yesterday, and all of his different accomplishments, not just this year, but in years past. I think he was best 3 at the World Championship either in 2017 or 2018. I believe it's one of the two.
Walked away with a prize card, though.
So he's been, a habitually strong competitor that you see quite a lot over on the OCG side of things. And then unvictorious duelists, I'm afraid, include Akira Hasegawa, Gerardo Valera, Roberto Lopez, Kunlun Lei, Kazuya Sakamoto, 0-2, and now it is time to start round number 3 at World Championship 2023. In the blue corner, it's Keijiro Yamashita. And in the red corner, it's Juan Mateo Augusto Rentera Pastor.
So we have a Latin America matchup versus Japan. Awesome. Cool to see these two duelists going at it.
The great thing about the World Championship is that, like in most circumstances, these two could never play against each other. And yet, here they are. Keijiro Yamashita is starting off with Nimble Beaver.
Ooh, cool. The card we have not seen. This can only lead me to believe it might be a deck that revolves around level 2 monsters.
So Nimble Beaver goes ahead and summons the Nimble Angler from the deck. And then we see Sprite cards as well. All right, Sprite Red is special summoned. Next up, 2 level 2s are stacked up. Nope, they're sent to the graveyard.
Might be Sprite Sprend. Yep, here comes Sprite Sprend. Sprite Sprend. This is one of the cards that really revolutionized Sprite in general, able to send Nimble Angler to the graveyard. Then that Nimble Angler is going to let you special summon 2 copies of Nimble Beaver. This is often why we see 2 copies of Nimble Angler, minimum 2, if not 3, being played in the decks. Because when you summon that first Nimble Beaver, you want to be able to get a Nimble Angler from your deck, so you're able to still special summon 2 copies of Nimble Beaver.
That's going to resolve. Now this is interesting. Bringing Sprite to this tournament could be a little risky because Starter is limited,
Blue.
Jet is limited, and Blue is limited.
Still finding a way to access 2 monsters onto the field. The red's going to protect him from monster effects from the hand here from Juan.
We'll just have to see what else is going with it. So we see the Nimble stuff. You've got Beasts, you've got Sprint.
Looks like he's considering overlaying the 2 Beavers here. So you can either use the Sprint as material for Gigantic Sprite, but sometimes you want to leave the Sprint up while you have your Xyz monsters, because it can also activate as a form of interruption. If your opponent summons a monster, or special summons a monster while it's on the field, you can detach a material from your Xyz monsters and return it to the hand. So it looks like he's going to overlay the Beavers, or if he's going to use the Sprint as a material.
A lot of back and forth on this decision.
Looks like he's going to link away the Beavers for... Ooh!
Oh, Tri-Brigade Farragut.
Oh, there's something up here. There's an Aruse, and it's Tri-Brigade Farragut, the Baron Blossom.
All right, so we've got Tri-Brigade Sprite.
And here we go. Going to summon Kit.
Activates the first effect of Farragut. Special summons a level 4 or lower Beast, Beast Warrior, or Wing Beast from your hand. Now, it can't use monsters as link material for the rest of the turn, except those 3 types.
He's going to banish, it looks like 2. He's going to be able to summon to the zone unlocked by that Farragut pointing to the left.
And this is a matchup between 1-1 duelists, for the record. So you really don't want to get that second loss early because you're on the razor's edge for the rest of the day.
Yeah, so definitely an important matchup even this early into the tournament. The previous World Championships, we'd already be halfway through the tournament, but we have 7 rounds this time as opposed to the 5. So you have to win a significantly more number of rounds to make that top 8 cutoff. It looks like he just called for a timeout, maybe.
There are no timeouts in Yu-Gi-Oh! There are slow play warnings, though.
It's taking some time. He's already banished the 2, but hasn't summoned anything from the extra deck just yet.
Yeah, this is with the effect of Tri-Brigade Kit.
I think he has to be thinking between something like Double Dragon Lords or Bear Brum, if I had to guess.
We just received word that he did in fact receive a slow play warning. This is kind of a textbook case. So Bearbrum is the call here.
And he's going to overlay for a gigantic sprite with Sprite Sprint.
Yes, so if you're keeping track at home, if you get a warning for slow play, there's also an automatic 3-minute time extension added on to the match. A lot of indecision on Yamashita's side.
Assessing the game state, analyzing the game board, has gigantic sprite. They might be waiting for the judge, but no. Not sure what they're expecting.
Right now we are under the effect of the Tri-Brigade effect, right? That restricts the materials you can use for link summons.
Yeah.
Link summons specifically.
I think that's what he's wanting to read, it looks like. Or maybe he's wondering if Bearbrum has, because Bearbrum also has a limitation. You can only special summon Tri-Brigade monsters, but that's if you use the effect when it's into the graveyard.
Correct. So we're not at that point yet.
I love seeing the OCG versions of the cards because they're all in different rarities than what I'm used to here over the TCG. And it's so cool to see like the rare Bearbrum.
I think I prefer the foil Bearbrum.
Oh, me too, me too. And he's going to use that gigantic sprite to special summon Tri-Brigade Karas from the deck.
All right, and there's plenty of material loaded up there to use Karas's effect as well. Get something else from the extra deck.
Yeah, the synergy between the Nimble package, being able to use the Unlock Sprite Sprint, and then being Beast and being able to use them for the Tri-Brigades is really fantastic. It kind of shows why these two strategies line up really well, along with, you know, Kit and Karas also being level 2 monsters themselves. But he won't be able to summon anything higher than a level 2, rank 2, or link 2 now that he's used the effect of Gigantic Sprite.
So we're not seeing any Apollosis or anything like that, but we are seeing Tri-Brigade Mercurier. So we're getting the text of that real fast as well. Tri-Brigade Mercurier, you often see that in Branded, not so much Tri-Brigade itself, let alone this particular hybrid. Though, in Master Duel, I played Tri-Brigade Sprite for a while. I switch a lot between Tri-Brigade Sprite and Live Twin Sprite.
Yeah, it's still useful in the Tri-Brigade, because if you pack the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon as well, you're able to banish it with a Tri-Brigade effect, and then add that Albion. You can send a Branded Sword to add the Mercurier back to your hand, so you kind of get a lot of pluses off of here. So he's going to banish the 2 to summon Ancient Warrior's Oath Double Dragon Lords. That is a cool one.
Yeah, that's really nice. Then we're going to get the effect of Mercurier to add Albion the Shrouded Dragon to hand.
Free cards are nice. And he's going to send that Branded Sword from the deck to the graveyard to put Albion the Shrouded Dragon on the bottom, and that's going to allow him to draw a fresh card, and then he can use that Branded Sword to banish it from the graveyard to add that Mercurier to the hand.
Nice little resource loop there. Sets face down, draws 1 card.
This is where you're looking for something like Infinite Permanence or some sort of just generic card that might be able to be useful during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, so this looks really intimidating, but realistically, if you look at what are the ways that we're interacting here, it's what? The Sprite Red and Double Dragon Lords?
Right now, yep, those are the only face-up interruptions.
And we're locked into level 2, rank 2, link 2. So you could see IP Masquerena here to get some follow-up play on Mateo's turn.
Yeah, he would just have to link away the Gigantic or the Bearbrum, and it looks like he is going to link away Bearbrum and Farragut.
And you can trigger both of those effects as well.
For another copy of Sprite Sprint.
Sprint, all right.
That'll give him a form of disruption to be able to detach from the Gigantic if the opponent special summons a monster.
Chainlink 1 is Farragut. Chainlink 2 is Bearbrum. If you take a look at Sprite Sprint right there, if another monster is special summoned while this card is on the field, except during the damage step, attach 1 material from an Xyz monster you control, then target any monster on the field and return it to the hand. So just keep that in mind. It could be any monster, not necessarily the one that was summoned.
Could be pretty useful.
And we're going to get an Ash Blossom here,
which is negated by the Sprite Red, sending the Karas, and now he's going to use the Branded Sword to add the Mercurier to hand.
Looks like he had Ash Blossom there. I feel like he used this way earlier.
Like on the gigantic, maybe? Yeah. Or no, the red was out immediately. So he was, or the carrot, sorry. No, that's when
The red was out
The
immediately.
red was out immediately, so he's probably waiting, or hoping not to use it, so holding it in his hand, but now eventually forced to use it here.
I don't know, does he have something else in the hand as well? There's no imperm. Yeah, everything just seems to be going off with a hitch, so I'm just trying to figure out,
I don't think he knows what Branded Sword does.
yeah, like why are we using Ash Blossom now if we just didn't use it before?
A lot of people have been sleeping on Branded Sword. That's a card that I pack in my Branded Despia deck always, because you're able to do the same kind of combo in Branded Despia, but you banish the Mercurier with something like a Bestial or something.
They're using the effect, banish it. Perhaps the question is if it works on the same turn it's sent.
It definitely
Which it
does.
That's the point.
Oh, and he has Sprite Starter as well, so he's going to activate the starter here to maybe be able to grab Sprite Carrot from the deck as well. So he's going to have the double Dragon Lords, the Sprite Sprint interaction, Sprite Red, and Sprite Carrot potentially. And you just get the Sprite Blue into the Carrot as well, but you probably want to save the blue since you only have one now.
Yeah, and you only have the one starter as well.
So this is the one starter, and he happened to draw it. Nice. Yeah, starter plus Nimble Beaver is always a strong hand for the deck. He chained it to the Branded
Sword.
Sword.
To the Branded Sword. And this is also another place where the graveyard doesn't go. It does not go in your spell and trap zones, and certainly not sideways across them.
So the Bear Brum is going to resolve since the Ash Blossom was negated to add Tri-Brigade Revolt. See, that's another thing. When I used to play Tri-Brigade, I was like, it is optimal to do Farraget first Chain Link 1 and Bear Brum Chain Link 2, so you don't have the chance of drawing that Revolt off the Farraget. But you could flip it around and do it the other way, and you don't have to worry about Ash Blossom on your Bear Brum. Even though he had the red to negate the Ash, you would have been able to not have to like force to use the red on the Ash potentially.
All right, now the graveyard is going into its proper spot.
He's going to take that 1,000 damage from that Sprite Starter. When you play with electricity, sometimes you're going to take a little bit of damage.
All right, so he's got Revolt, Red, Carrot, Double Dragon Lords. That's a lot.
And Sprite Sprint.
That is a lot, and Sprint.
The Revolt, he's going to have to clear up. He's going to have to use the red and the carrot first before he can really. He needs to at least get 2 open monster zones. So he'll probably be looking to use Sprite Sprint first, so he can detach the material from the Gigantic, and then he can use the red or the carrot to tribute Gigantic, and then that'll open his zones up enough to be able to make. That's the best card.
That is the card.
That is the best card against this deck
That
right
is
now.
the card.
Main deck, Dark Ruler, no more. That's going to negate all face-up monsters on his opponent's side of the field.
All right, now we've got a game.
Yeah, he's still,
Although we're down in Ash Blossom for, I don't know.
he's still going to have to like navigate the Tri-Brigade Revolt, because he'll still be able to activate the effects of red and carrot, pay the cost to tribute the monsters off the field to open up the space to where he'll be able to use the Revolt.
Oh.
Tinny Spirit Ashuna. So maybe hinting at, I'd imagine he's playing Sword Soul. Could be Tinny Pure, but we'll have to see. But since he controls no monsters, he can special summon Tinny Spirit Ashuna from the hand to the field.
All right, special summons that in attack mode.
This is going to prompt a second to think.
Interesting. Let's see the face down. Could it just be a disruptive trap?
Bottomless Trapple? Perhaps? Oh, Sprite
No,
Smashers.
it's Sprite Smashers.
That's a good one. It's going to be able to banish a Sprite card from the graveyard.
And one from the field.
And that's going to free up the field also for the Revolt.
Ooh, but he's banished the... Oh, we'll let him take it back. Generally speaking, you can't.
Oh, it looks like he might have a response, so that's what he was waiting on. He's going to hold on for a second. He pays the cost for Sprite Smashers, and now that gives Juan a chance to respond.
Right, so that's part of the effect.
Heavenly Dragon Circle.
That's a great response.
Heavenly Dragon Circle, quick play spell, lets him tribute a worm off his side of the field, and then he'll be able to add a Tinny from his deck to the hand. Or any worm monster, so you can even go after something like a Sword Soul monster if that is what he's playing. This is me just assuming he's playing pure Tinny up to this point.
Just any worm monster from deck to hand. That's such a good response, because Smashers is still going to have to resolve as much as possible.
They'll at least get to banish the Heavenly Dragon Circle off the field.
Yeah, to stop the graveyard effect.
But he's going to have to lose something on his side. But it's kind of beneficial to lose the monster on the field so he can open up the zones for that Tri-Brigade Revolt.
Now it's interesting, so if he does get rid of the Gigantic, that also removes the Sprite Sprint disruption as well, because there's no longer something with Xyz material.
Yeah, he's under Dark Ruler No More, so not worried too much about that right now. But the Dark Ruler No More, the downside of using it in a deck like this, you're not going to be able to finish off your opponent, and Tri-Brigade Sprite has a decent amount of follow-up. Well, the Tri-Brigade part probably more than the Sprite part here in this situation.
And I believe right now we're waiting for the text check on Heavenly Dragon Circle for Yamashita. Here it is. Just takes a look at it.
Neither player quite too familiar with the cards the other one is playing with.
Yeah, I don't think that Sword Soul's been the popular deck in Japan for quite some time.
It has been a while.
Like, multiple years at this point. Sword Soul's older than you think.
It does seem like it was just yesterday to me, but yeah, it's quite a while. Burst of Destiny was some time ago.
And go Ash Blossom.
That is a huge Ash Blossom.
Now, Dark Ruler No More is not going to stop that.
Just going to be a sprinted branch to the Heavenly Dragon Circle. Now, does Juan have another Tinyi to follow up? If he has something like Vishuda, he could special summon Vishuda, link it away into Monk of the Tinyi potentially. Use the Vishuda to return the Revolt to force it out right now. And then he'll have the Ashuna afterwards to be able to special summon from the deck. We'll have to see. He's already had to use a significant number of cards. We see 1, 2, 3, 4 being used. That means he should only have 2 cards left in hand.
Very deep in thought here. You don't want to waste your turn with Dark Ruler No More. Having to pass here would be devastating. And he goes into his extra deck, takes a look at his extra deck to see what he can make with those remaining cards. I have to imagine plans are being rewritten on the fly at great speed.
Yeah, Yamashita really definitely had a strong start. So this long one discarding Adhara.
Ooh. Long one discard Adhara. All right. That's a 6. We're going to get the Sword Soul token. That's a 4. And 4 is a non-effect monster.
Yeah, if Yamashita uses Revolt here, he's going to use the double Dragon Lords to open up the space. Its effect's going to be negated, but he can still send that carrot as a cost. And now he's going to be able to activate Tri-Brigade Revolt.
So he can revolt for up to 3.
He could get the Bear Brum and the Farragut and go into Sure Egg. Or did they? No, I don't think only one of them was summoned. Yeah, so
one of them was summoned properly. You could do one and then 2 other random monsters.
Yep, he's gonna get the kit that's banished. I mean, this is looking really good here for Yamashita.
And this is the advantage to having, you know, things
the
like
layers.
trap cards in your deck.
Yeah, have diversifying your interruptions.
Like even if you don't play the Tri-Brigade stuff, right? Even cards like Sprite Double Cross give you ways to interact even after you've been hit with Dark Ruler No More. Like you can't just play Sprite and not know what your play is when you get hit by Dark Ruler No More, even if it's in game number 1.
Yeah, having that Ash Blossom and Revolt is huge here and be able to come back from that Dark Ruler No More. He's going to send Tri-Brigade Nerval to the graveyard with that Tri-Brigade kit, and that's going to add another copy of Tri-Brigade kit to the hand.
And for those keeping track at home, Dark Ruler No More only negates the effects of everything that's on the field at the same, like when it resolves. So anything else that's summoned afterwards, such as by a trap, like Tri-Brigade Revolt, is going to be just fine. So we go into battle. Longwan takes out double Dragon Lords.
Doesn't get the boost thanks to Dark Ruler No More. Doesn't take any damage thanks to Dark Ruler No More. But just sitting on a 1200 attack monster, I don't think Juan has much he's going to be able to do here to stop Yamashita from winning this game.
Yep, and he's got the kit. He can just banish a bunch of extra cards to get another free Link monster.
It's Rugal.
And then Rugal and Kit are being combined to make Access Code Talker. Access Code Talker is going to get really huge. And the combination of 3,200 from Gigantic Sprite, because it's got a Link monster, and the 53 and the 3,000 is a very large number that is significantly more than 8,000.
Yeah, that was just quite an epic game there for Japan, and being able to win like that, it really shows you why the Tri-Brigade Sprite deck is actually pretty good. You mentioned Double Cross is solid, but being able to also have the Revolt, it not only gets you that interruption, it gets you the follow-up as well, to where one Tri-Brigade monster can lead you into something like Access Code Talker.
Like, Sprite Double Cross does one thing one time. Tri-Brigade SHUEISHA does one thing many times, and another thing if it gets destroyed as well.
Yeah, you get to add more follow-up as well. I'm a huge Tri-Brigade fan, so to see it doing well here on the world stage, fantastic. And yeah, it really shows that you need, that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Sometimes you could build these really impressive boards, but there's so many blowout cards like Evenly Matched, Dark Ruler, or more, even like the old school stuff like Dark Hole, Regeki, that you'd have to like worry about. But as long as you can diversify your options, like that's why I like Monadium. You can set stuff like Monadium Reframing, Sprite Double Cross for Sprite. If you go back to tier limits, just being able to have like a Suliak or a tier limits Crime, having multiple layers of disruption is really important in a long tournament, because you're going to be facing, people are going to be prepared for your deck. They're going to have these cards in their main deck or side deck ready to disrupt your board. So diversifying your portfolio when you're building that turn one board, very important in today's game.
And if you thought, Sword Soul seemed a little old, wait till you find out the Tri-Brigade was the year before that in the same time slot in Phantom Rage.
It was, yeah, Tri-Brigade, both these kind of old school decks, with all the decks with the combined list kind of not being as strong as they might be in each individual OCG or TCG format, kind of has an open window for these other decks that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Tri-Brigade coming out in the same set as Virtual World.
It's been a while. Zeus, that's probably an iconic card that's made its debut in Phantom Rage.
Whereas Sword Soul got to hang out with one particular Destiny hero.
I think his name was Destroyer, Phoenix
Destroyer,
Enforcer?
Phoenix Enforcer. Those came out in the same set. So both of those sets are very similar in a lot of ways, where they had like a type-based deck that's been a mainstay of tournaments ever since, and also an incredibly powerful extra deck monster that a ton of people play or played. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer had some extenuating circumstances behind why it became so generic, as opposed to Zeus just kind of having it built in.
I do like Destroyer in something like Vanquish Soul, though. That's another deck you can kind of like splash it into, because you can reveal the dark.
Fusion Destiny stuff.
Yep, and just have to draw it, and then when you draw it, you get that additional monster on the field, and I can see Destroyer making a comeback in the future, just kind of like Sword Soul as well. It's like the cards are very strong. Maybe not seeing play right now, but in the future, they'll come back. Also, one of my favorite parts about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the cards that you love, they don't just go away forever. They're always around. There will be, as the games change, new cards come out, you can find those old strategies and find success with them in the future.
I can tell you for sure, I can guarantee you that it has been 0 days since somebody has normal summoned Alistair the Invoker. I know it's happened.
No, somewhere someone is normal summoning Alistair.
The same goes for Ray. The same goes for all sorts of different things as well. So make sure you always hold on to your cards. You never know when it's all going to come back. Yep. But in terms of like the generic extra deck cards, right? Those Verte Anaconda powered things, even Dragoon's back.
Nope.
All right, round number 3, game number 2. Our players are shuffled up, and now everybody knows what we're dealing with here.
All right, shuffle, shuffle, cut, cut.
And Amante is going first. Got his 5 cards.
Let's see what Juan's gonna be able to do with his Sword Soul strategy going first. Let's see if we'll see something like Sword Soul of Moye. Juan is in his main phase 1, contemplating his options here. Is it going to be... Oh, Incredible Ecclesia.
All right, Incredible Ecclesia. Well, that gives away the ghost here. This is, in fact, Tenyi Sword Soul.
Nothing like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop it.
So Ecclesia's effect is special summon a Sword Soul monster. It's Sword Soul of Moye.
So allow Juan to reveal a worm in the hand. Reveals another copy of Moye. Interesting.
Oh, that's getting hit by infinite permanence.
Doesn't have the Heavenly Dragon Circle this time. This is like the ideal time to have Heavenly Dragon Circle.
Strong imperm here from Yamashita.
Oh no, just sets one and passes.
That's tough.
Hopefully it's something like Sword Soul Blackout or something like that.
Blackout would be excellent here. One of the ways you beat Sprite is to just keep the level 2s off the field.
Oh,
Anti-spell fragrance.
Not too shabby, but if he has something to change from the hand,
Yeah, like if you have the one starter again, like he did last game.
that would be brutal.
He does not, but he does have the Nimble Beaver, which is also going to start everything off.
And even with all the limitations of Sprite, I still kind of like it for this tournament because it's just one of those decks you just have to draw a copy of Nimble Beaver and you get to pretty much have your full combo just from that one card.
And it's going to resolve.
See if he goes to grab the Nimble Angler again like he did in game number 1.
All right, so we're going to special summon one level 3 or lower Nimble monster. Deck of Graveyard. It's going to be Nimble Angler.
So now he has an option here just to go into Sprend. Yep, and looks like he's going to link summon for Sprite Sprend. Trying to send another copy of Nimble Angler to Graveyard. Doesn't have the red like he did in the first one.
But he is going to send Kit.
Oh.
Kit's going to trigger as well.
Looks like he's going for a Tri-Brigade line. Maybe he's trying to access something like Tri-Brigade Karas since he's already used his normal summon.
We're going to have interaction here. Is Kit going to go through? It does go through. Nerval's activated, and that's going to draw out the Ash Blossom.
Doesn't want to let him get that Tri-Brigade Karas, knowing that it will continue on for more Tri-Brigade monsters.
So it's the Sprite side of things that are really limited. Like, there's not a lot of sprites that you can follow up with. So maybe he doesn't have any. If there's no extension here...
Yeah, he would need one of the dark sprites, too, and those are both limited.
Because it's the Link 2 monster.
Yep. A good tip if you're wondering how certain the sprite monsters cannot summon if you have a Link or an Xyz. The fire ones can summon when you have the Link, and the dark ones can summon off the fire ones, vice versa.
Does he have something else in hand to keep going? No. Yamashita has to set one card and pass, and play is back over to Juan Mateo.
And we know he has that Moye in hand. So
Brutal impermanence, but he's able to get through it, and that's probably a spell face down as well.
potentially, yep. So I'd imagine Juan doesn't have another worm in his hand, since that he needed to summon the Moye to reveal Moye. Because that's not something you'd want to reveal, ideally, but maybe he'll have even just a normal summon of Moye into... It's tough.
What if that's Revolt, though?
Oh, he's longing one, discarding the Moye. Interesting. Let's see, he could synchro with the Moye or the long one.
Now, you think he's going to go straight into Baron here, or is he going to get to Qishao first? Do you get the protection right away, or do you get this the more limited negation that also gets you the card?
It's tough, because, yeah, if you go for the Qishao route, you could be looking at winning the game this turn. The Baron might be a little more safe. But I feel like if he was going to try and win the game this turn, he would have started with the normal summon of Moye, revealing long one to go into the Qishao potentially. But that would have also gotten... He didn't want to lose to another copy of Infinite Impermanence, so going for the long one a little safer here. But he goes for Qishao. He has the option to banish Blackout off the Qishao here, so he'll be able to get Qishao and Baron.
All right, we're going Qishao. That is going to resolve. Moye draws one card.
Chainlink 1, Qishao. Chainlink 2, Moye. Oh, he's going to concede.
Yamashita concedes. He concedes here in game number 2. I actually think that's a pretty smart concession. You don't want to reveal whatever that face-down card was, and your chances of winning this one are little to none.
Yeah, definitely. Don't want to give up too much time is the big thing here. Because yeah, that game 1 was a little long because both players are kind of having to get some translations on the cards they might not have been as familiar with. But now, evening things out. I mean, sometimes when you just lose to having an infinite impermanence on the Moye, just having that one spell or trap, it's rough. But when it's anti-spell fragrance right out of the side deck, assuming, could be main decking anti-spell fragrance. Would be a little bold option there, but
yeah, not in a trap card format.
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, it doesn't do much against Labyrinth. But to see it out, to be able to play through, the field just needed that one interruption to be able to capitalize and draw into the worm. I mean, we have to assume that he drew the long one for turn, I'd imagine. Otherwise, he'd be able to start with a normal summon of Moye as well, as opposed to the Incredible Ecclesia. Because Incredible Ecclesia is a card you want to save for when your opponent has monsters, for when you can special summon it from your hand if you can. You don't really want to use it as your normal summon, because then you're also going to open yourself up to something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, or Infinite Permanence as well.
So Anti-Spell is an interesting one in Sword Soul in particular, because it can really hurt you too. Like, you need things like Emergence or Heavenly Dragon Circle to keep things rolling, especially in response to like a negation, for instance. So if there was a second Imperm for existence and he couldn't chain with a freshly drawn Heavenly Dragon Circle, it could backfire against you.
Yeah, and it cut off like the option to add a Sword Soul Emergence off the Chi-Chao even as well, same kind of thing.
But in general, though, putting Anti-Spell in against Sprite is pretty safe, because so many Sprite decks also run Runic cards. Runic cards do not like Anti-Spell fragrance very much, but we haven't seen any sign of that in this match. So you must feel like even with just the regular Sprite cards, Anti-Spell is still the way to go here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's interesting. Maybe he just didn't expect Tri-Brigade Sprite going into it, so maybe not having too many cards prepared in his side deck for that matchup. So you kind of look at your side deck and what is the best option I have going against this deck, and Anti-Spell probably reaches the top of that list, where it's not completely devastating to Sprite, but it can get you there, and it seemed like it did a pretty good job there. At least the big thing it can counter is the other side deck cards that they're putting in against you going second.
Yes, a lot of the removal spells, that sort of thing. It's one of those, you just, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like, that's the thing. A lot of players want just absolute control over their tournament experience, is why some of them enjoy, deck or formats like the Tyrellman format, where everybody's playing Tyrellman, or everybody's playing Zodiac.
Like, you're going to play what you expect.
And that gives them kind of maximum control over their deck list. So I get the appeal of that, but for a lot of people, part of the appeal of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that so many different things can happen all at once.
That's my favorite
I'm more
part.
on that. Yeah, I'm more on that as well.
I always, when I'm building my side deck, I'm trying to prepare for everything.
All right, we're ready for game number 3. We're getting the final cuts from the two duelists, and we will see who, if anyone, is going to be victorious in this round. You do want to avoid draws. I really don't like having draws on my record.
Because, I mean, it feels like a half loss. So you want the 3 points. You don't want just 1 point. You want your full 3 points from the round.
2/3 of a loss.
Ooh, so starting off with Albion the Shrouded Dragon, might be looking to draw into a card, may not have anything else, or he just might as well go for it right now before he thins his deck out at all. So Albion the Shrouded Dragon lets him send a Branded Spell or Trap to the graveyard, or Fauna Albaz, and then returns to the bottom to draw a fresh card. Depending on where you return the Albion from, it has a different effects. If you send from your hand, it'll special summon from the hand. If it's in your graveyard, it just goes to the bottom and sends, but you don't get the draw.
So we're pitching Kit to special summon Karis.
Classic combo.
And that's going to resolve. And now we've got Kit effect.
Thinking here, you have to Ash here if you have it, I think.
It's tough because you don't know what the Sprite side of things in the hand are. That's part of why this combination is so effective. And he does have the Ash. Do we see a counter to that?
He did Ash the Kit. Yep. So the one thing that you can do in Tri-Brigade now, there is a Link 1 Beast Warrior. So he'll be able to summon one of my favorite cards, and that's going to be Scareclaw Lightheart.
There it is. Now let's see where this goes. It doesn't go into a planet.
It goes into a sprint.
It does go into Sprite Sprint. You only need one level 2 monster for that.
No infinite impermanence.
So this is going to go, and he's going to be able to send the Angler and get more materials. And there it is. Now you've already used your Ash this turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the Tri-Brigade deck kind of puts you in a bad spot. If you don't Ash that Kit, you know that they're going to have the 2 to already banish for the Karas. But if you do, they still have plays here to go into the Sprite line. But the Sprite line can lead you to the Tri-Brigade line, because even though he used the Karas effect, he still has the Kit effect to be able to banish from the graveyard, which he'll eventually do with something like Gigantic Sprite to summon Kit from the deck, potentially. So the sprint sent the angler, summons the 2 nimble beavers. Now he can overlay with either the 2 beavers or the sprint and the beaver.
Yeah, so your next chance to interrupt them is going to be on the summon of Gigantic Sprite.
If he has something like infinite permanence, it would be huge. If he doesn't, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
And we summon how many times here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are in Nibiru territory.
Looks like he does decide to overlay the Sprite Sprint. Gets to put Gigantic Sprite in defense mode.
That's going to resolve. We are no longer in Nibiru territory because if you take a look at Gigantic Sprite over there, both players are locked into 2s after it resolves successfully.
Indeed, and it looks like here comes Sprite Blue. So he's going to go for the Sprite line. That's going to add him a Sprite monster. Could be Carrot, Red, or Jet, and it's going to be Sprite Jet.
He's got the level 2 on the field, so all the sprites are unlocked. And special summon Jet next.
Sprite Jet will let him add a Sprite Speller Trap. The electric current is connecting right now.
Let's see if he goes for a further extender with starter. He's going to get Smashers as removal.
Smasher's pretty good against Sword Soul. The big thing against Sword Soul is you just want to keep getting the token off the field. That level 4 water tuner token is definitely something they need to require to use all of their cards.
And he did pull it out of the deck. He wanted to put it back in and possibly reconsider. You can't do that.
He was like, wait, maybe I want starter.
Nope. Once you put it there, it's definitely there.
A card laid is a card played. Or so I hear.
And we're going for another XC summon here. Get rank 2.
Mannequin Cat.
Mannequin Cat.
Could be Mannequin Cat. Could be... We'll have to see. Don't know about all the options he has in his extra deck available to him.
A lot
I know
of times
Melfi
in
the
games
Forest.
2 and 3 it is. Oh, it's Gin Buster.
That's an old school one. At least it's going to be able to negate a monster. Oni has Tri-Brigade Fractal as well.
Fractal too. Wow. Yeah, so number 65 Gin Buster specifically needs 2 level 2 dark monsters, which that's why you don't see it quite as much in a lot of these combos because they have specific materials. But when you can get to it, you can negate any monster effect your opponent activates and deal 500 damage to your opponent.
So the Nerval is going to add Kit because he used the Ash Blossom on the Tri-Brigade Kit earlier, so he still has that Nerval effect to be activated. I mean, he was forced to use it on the Kit. Definitely not a mistake here from Juan at all.
We've got...
Oh no, he started with Karas, that's right.
Started with Karas, yes, pitching the Kit.
So banishes 2 from the graveyard to special summon a Link 2. I'm liking this Tri-Brigade Sprite deck.
He goes with Bear Brum. Now those 2 are being linked away. We get Ferrigit. Ferrigit and Bear Brum also going away, and they'll become another copy of Sprint.
Sprite Sprint, the gift that keeps on giving, going to be able to add the Revolt, also draw a card and put one on the bottom.
So Revolt, Gin Buster, Sprint seems pretty good.
Pretty solid. Plus, with the Ferrigit, he's able to sculpt his hand a little bit. Maybe get some more points of disruption, something like an Infinite Permanence or Ash Blossom that we saw him using in game number 1 and 2.
Swaps these out, and we know he's got the starter as well, or the smashers rather as well, as long as that's not the card that was restored. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 different things that he can stop.
We do know that Juan plays copies of Dark Ruler no more, but that Revolt is definitely a problem. He would need Harpy's Feather Duster, Dark Ruler no more, if that is a card he uses.
Not really anything to take out both traps at once. Like, there are a number of options you could have.
Lightning Storm, Twin Twisters even. Thinking, looking through the graveyard, trying to see maybe what his options are to bring back the Tri-Brigade Revolt. The fact
Gotta
that
remember to check the banish
yeah,
cards as well.
That's what I was about to say. The best part about Tri-Brigade Revolt, it's able to summon from the banish, which you're not only going to reuse stuff like Nerval that you banished, you're also putting those Beast Warriors, and Wing Beasts back into the graveyard.
Oh, we're going to the battle phase
Some
now.
of the scariest words in Yu-Gi-Oh! Enter battle phase when you have that open field.
Oh,
that would be a good board breaker here.
I mean, if you know what it is, go ahead and type it now. So
it could also be a bluff.
Phase. Yeah, you got to draw out the Revolt. That would be pretty good if before end of main phase we get Revolt. Revolt brings something out, and then you Dark Ruler no more.
He's going to do Farragut, Kit, and Nerval, so that's 3 monsters, but enough to make a Link 4. Or you could go for Rugal.
Will be an interesting choice here, but it is going to be Shrek.
So Kit and Nerval are going to activate. Kit will send, and always use all 3. Yep, and Farragut as well. This is also kind of cool with the Farragut and the Nerval. You can kind of just add a Tri-Brigade even if you don't really want it in your hand, and then draw with the Farragut and basically swap it out for your fresh draw. So you could maybe potentially draw into some sort of monster effect you might be able to use from your hand.
They're ordering chain links right there. It's Farragut 1, Nerval 2, Kit 3. Send the Mercurier.
I like that you always have that to send with the Kit when you don't need the Nerval. That's nice.
Add another Kit. And then we gotta randomize the deck.
I'm gonna have to dust off my Tri-Brigade cards. I'm gonna build this Tri-Brigade Sprite deck after the World Championship. I think it's pretty cool.
Then draw one and put one back on the bottom. And then we're going to eat an evenly matched.
Tough. See, yeah, I think if you had to. I think maybe it might have been better to just wait on the Revolt and keep Revolt when you get evenly matched. Because now he's just going to keep the Gin Buster. Is that the option? I guess maybe the downside, if you keep the Gin Buster, you get the follow-up from the Revolt. There's a lot of different options to consider here in this situation. But evenly matched is a huge card here for Juan.
Loses the Smashers.
Just gonna keep that Gin Buster. The Sprint also goes face down.
Oh, the Sprint was.
Oh, it was the materials.
Yeah, that was the materials.
Okay.
The other Sprint is face down.
He summoned 2 of them. Yep.
All right, now we're headed into main phase 2. We get Pot of Desires.
One of the best cards in the Sword Soul deck. Banishes the top 10. You play 3 of pretty much everything, so you're not really too worried about it, but he is going to get hit by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Better that than on a search effect, though. Dark Ruler no more. He had evenly matched Dark Ruler. That's pretty good.
Moye Reveal a Worm.
Moye Reveal a Worm. Was it 10E2? I think that was a Shana.
It was. And he's going to synchro for Chi-Chao. He's going to get Chi-Chao Chainlink 1, Moye Chainlink 2. Draws a card, gets to add a Sword Soul card from, add or banish a Sword Soul card from the deck to his hand.
He's checking to see, where's my blackout? What am I getting here?
He could still, yeah, I mean, he's going to get Long Yuan, I imagine, if he doesn't have it, because he'll be able to discard that Ashuna and special summon Long Yuan. He'll be able to use Ashuna from the graveyard if he so chooses, or he could just go into Baron de Fleur.
I'll tell you, here's another place the graveyard isn't, the main monster zone. I'm going to get on every single one of their cases when they do it, and just every one.
So he's going to use the Ashuna, so he's going to be locked into Worms now, so no Baron de Fleur going to be coming down, but we'll see what he decides to go for. Is he thinking about Psychic and Punisher? I saw him grabbing the Vishuda. No, can't do that.
Turn.
Can't do that.
I don't know.
You can't do that. You cannot link summon while that token is on the field.
Yep, you certainly cannot.
But, I mean, I guess it's kind of inconsequential if he just synchroed first. I guess he could link it away afterwards.
Yeah, like there is a way to do this. It's just do it in the opposite order.
He's calling a judge because he realizes, yeah, he can't do that. I don't think Juan understands.
I don't think Juan understands what he did wrong here. Well, what he did wrong is synchro summoning with the token on the field, or link summoning the token on the field.
It would still. it's just essentially the order. He's playing pretty quick, pretty excited about the position he's in, but yep.
Yeah, it's literally you just do it the other way and it works.
And doesn't burn with Long Yuan. He needs to, one, I think needs, maybe time is winding down. I mean, if time is winding down, then you want to burn with the Long Yuan, but he needs to take it, slow it down maybe a little bit, playing a little too quickly here.
Yeah, you can see he's got the mat sleeves there. He just dropped it a little bit because they're slick. Now, the Sinister Long Yuan there.
Very good.
Very, very good right now. Synchro summon it, and another worm monster while it's on the field. You draw a card, but if your opponent special summons a monster, you can banish one of them, deal damage. If your opponent activates a spell, trap card, or effect, you can banish it and deal damage. 1,200 each, you can do both in the single turn.
Missed the activation for that Long Yuan. And summon the kid. He does also has the Chi-Chow on the field, which will allow him to banish a card from the graveyard to negate a monster effect.
Checking here whether or not you want to use that right now. It's going to banish. Not. This effect's going to go through. Going to banish 1, 2, 3.
Now let's see if he does the Chi-Chow or not. He's going to be able to use the Mercurial. That's the best part about it.
That's not a cost, right?
It is a cost, yeah.
To banish?
I think so. The Tri Brigades is a cost, yep. So he'll be able to add the Albion the Shrouded Dragon. That's the thing about Albion the Shrouded Dragon. It's the gift that keeps on giving. You're able to add it to your hand every turn since you keep returning it to the deck.
Time is, in fact, running low in the round.
Which you'd think by playing fast, the one effect you wouldn't want to miss is the burn effect from that Long Yuan as time's running down. But I think that situation where he made the monk kind of threw him off of it a little bit.
Yep. So the optional effect, it's optional, right? The Long Yuan effect, so it appears he just didn't activate it.
He's asking him to play a little faster. Now it is back to Juan.
And you don't want this draw. You want to at least get into a battle phase here.
It looks like he is going to say battle phase, go to attack. I think he would already have game if he just...
Actually, you know what? He couldn't get the damage from Long Yuan.
Oh, Dark Roar no more. I forgot all about that.
It's also effect damage.
There you go. So no miss damage there.
I'd forgotten that he had played it. You just threw all that together so fast. And
because
then
he realized he got to that point in the turn and was playing so quickly. That makes a lot of sense. That's my bad.
Now that's a lot of damage too here. It might be the case that the Long Yuan can just finish the game off. So main phase 2, he's going to go ahead and summon Incredible Ecclesia. That's going to be tributed off.
Summon something like Sword Soul Ataya. I wonder why he just didn't do this before battle phase?
To make sure he gets into battle phase. Like, this is a case where the result of what he's doing here is probably going to run out the rest of the clock.
I guess. I would still like to win. Like, I'd like to attack for game. I don't know.
It would be game, wouldn't it?
It would have been.
It would have just been game.
I think, yeah, the time thing is kind of a lot of pressure going on here. Like, this is not the way I would want to. I'd rather win by attacking than running under the clock. Synchro, so Draco Berserker the Tenyu. Another good one.
And now he can send a Sword Soul card.
Or any worm. Here goes Ashuna to the graveyard.
They're checking it. The time has run out. And at the end of the phase, because Juan Mateo Augusto Rentier Pastor has more life points, he is the winner. Although we do believe he could have just won.
Yeah, I think that whole last 2 turns, yeah, when he was trying to speed up through time, kind of playing a little sloppy, just maybe nervous, like don't want, the game is in his hands. He doesn't want to throw it away because he just didn't enter his battle phase or something like that. Understandable. It was his game to win, and he did walk away with it there at the end. Really cool. I mean, personally, these are 2 of my decks that I played myself, Tri Brigade, and then I quit playing Tri Brigade to play Sword Soul because that was the next deck that came out.
And to see stopped that to play Sprite.
Yeah, but I stopped that to play Sprite. So all these former decks that I used to use all together here, playing against each other at the World Championship, it's fantastic to see.
And it's a lot of, it's a lot of stuff from like, the last. You could see the progression of everything all on one table, which I found really fascinating.
I mean, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh's great. Like the decks keep building on themselves and getting better as the new sets get released, and it's just going to continue to grow and be awesome as we go on throughout the future.
And the Sword Soul deck is, it's nice to see decks play all the Sword Soul synchros. Like a lot of times you won't see that Sinister long one.
Yeah,
But it's
Baron.
such a cool card. Yeah, it's always Baron. Okay, I guess. I know Baron's good. This long one's really cool, and it can do a lot of damage as well. And it can draw you cards. It's got that Hyper Librarian effect too, that a lot of times you don't really think about.
Yeah, I mean that's the cool place. So if you, we're going way back. So I think maybe last year's championship, where you have that option to go into a level 10 before you go into a level 8 synchro. So you can go into that Sinishilonga one and then into Chichao. So you get the Moye draw, the add, and another draw on top of that. But it opens you up to something like Nibiru, the Primal Being. But if you're bold enough, it is definitely worth it because it is definitely hard to beat once you resolve that kind of synchro summoning combination.
All right. So that is round 3 for us. Round 4 of the preliminaries is coming up next, and that'll start at 1:10 p.m. That's 13:10 hours. There's going to be a longer break between rounds this time around because we're going to have a lunch break for all of our duelists. And, you know, while you're waiting for TCG to come back, might I direct you over to our other channel where we're going to have a compilation of all of the action from Duel Links so far. It's going to be a bit of a marathon session. We're going to go through all of the first 3 rounds of Duel Links, get you all the highlights from that. So make sure you got that tab open and keep us open as well, because you won't want to miss it when action returns in round 4 of World Championship 2023. Don't go away.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. I hope everybody had their Duel Links tab open right there and caught that incredible reverse sweep before they switched back over to our side. A lot of excellent action going on in our digital titles this weekend as well, both Master Duel and Duel Links. So I hope everybody had a nice lunch if you're watching on Japan time, and have a look at what's been going on as well. But we're happy to have you back over here. We're in round 4 out of 7 in the qualifying rounds today, and we've seen some really fascinating stuff, like a bit of modern cards, some older cards as well. Really a lot of everything so far in this round. I'm Jerome McHale, and once again, I'm here with Billy Brake. And how have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
It's been pretty awesome. As you're saying, we've seen a wide variety of decks. That's something that's really cool about this specific World Championship is a lot of times a lot of the players play a lot of the same decks going into Worlds. Everyone kind of has a couple decks that they think are probably maybe a step above the other ones, but this one's a little more wide open. You can bring in old strategies like we just saw that Tri-Brigade Sprite deck against Sword Soul, 2 pretty old strategies, and now both looking like they can make their way on later on in the tournament, both showing that they're solid choices. And I mean, we have Bestial Dragon Link, we have Labyrinth, plus many other decks that we're going to discover along the way. I think Vanquish Soul. I think this might be one of the most diverse World Championships I've ever been a part of or got to see.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like, we've been seeing something really awesome every single round. So I'm hoping it's going to happen again this time around. So, as I mentioned before, we're in round number 4 out of 7 here. This is kind of the halfway point of the qualifying rounds. After this is over, we'll be in the back stretch of it and halfway through the entire tournament for day 1, because we are going to play 8 total rounds today. That's 7 qualifying rounds plus the quarterfinals. So 8 total rounds today. Don't go away after round 7. You'll miss it.
Yeah, you definitely want to stick around. Don't want to miss that top 8 matchup at the end of the day, because it's going to be played out. We're going to determine the top 4, the semifinalists today. We're going to know who's going to be coming back tomorrow and be competing for that finals to be able to be a world champion over at the Tokyo Big Site. Can't wait, and you definitely do not want to miss day 2 of the World Championship.
Now, we do have some standings updates for you as well after round 3. Unfortunately, we have 2 duelists that are on 0 points right now, and that's Gerardo Valera of North America and Roberto Lopez of Central America. A couple with 1 point as well, also from North America, Lars Bergquist, as well as Higuchi Mizuki from Japan. And then there's a big pile of players with 3 points as well in the second half of the thing. Now, we're going to head up to the top of the standings for our future match. Let's meet the players. In the blue corner, it's Jonhon. And facing off against him in the red corner is Santanantana.
So we got a matchup here from
two different parts of Asia.
Yep, taking on each other here. It's going to be exciting. I had a chance to meet one of these duelists earlier, and he's very excited just to be here and, you know, excited to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And both these players you mentioned are going to be at the top of the bracket. I believe they both have 6 points, so that means they have one.
So we have one undefeated duelist. Jonhon has 9 points right now, and Santanantana is 2 wins and 1 draw with 7 points. So these are 2 duelists towards the top of the standings. It appears that Santanantana has won the dice roll.
All right, let's go ahead and see what strategy he's doing. It looks like we finally have the red sleeves on the red side, blue sleeves on the blue side.
It's always nice when things match. And Santanantana is going to start things off, revealing it's called Dragon Link. Yep, Black Metal Dragon.
We saw this earlier. Poly won with a Dragon Link. We'll have to see if it works out the same here. He's going to link it away into Striker Dragon. That's going to be 2 chain links, so he's going to be able to add a Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon from the deck to hand, along with the Boot Sector launch. Striker Dragon, pretty good. Ooh, you see that variant artwork for Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Very beautiful. Now, it doesn't look like he used Striker Dragon to add the Boot Sector, unless I missed it. He might have already have it in hand.
So just chain link 1 here with the Black Metal Dragon. Not the best. I'd like to get that extra card out instead of opening with it. He's going to be able to banish the Striker Dragon for Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon.
This is the exact same way that Poly started his turn 1, but it's going to be a little different.
Special summon Starliege Seifert.
Yep, from the hand, and now he's going to be able to send that Starliege Seifert to add. Let's see what he decides to add. It's going to be a level 8 lighter dark monster. Or no, sorry, it's going to be a level 4 since he is itself, so it's going to be 4.
So we haven't seen a Chaos space here, so it could be one of the baby Chaos Dragons.
Yep, Starliege Seifert working similar to Chaos Space, just giving you access to one of those baby dragons.
And it's going to be Wyverburster. Black Metal Dragon is banished. Special summon the Wyvern Burster.
Now he has 2 dragons on the field.
And those 2 are combined once again. For Romulus, we got Romulus first this time. So Chainlink 1 is Wyvern Burster, Chainlink 2 is Romulus. We're going to get the Dragon Ravine first. There it is.
I'm going to grab that Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Big fan of Dragon Link. It's just, even though we call it Dragon Link, it's kind of been the same deck. Because, I mean, the Striker Dragon, a lot of the cards it uses are very similar. It always adds new dragons. As more new dragons come out, the deck adapts and changes throughout the years and gets even better.
Every time a new dragon you can special summon is released, all the Dragon Link players of the world rejoice.
They come out of hiding and they're like, it's time to play Dragon Link again. All right, now taking a moment to consider his options.
Taking a look at his graveyard here. Doing some quick math already. Well, it's not damage math. This got to be summon math.
Maybe counting to 5. That's one of your first
Counting
numbers.
to 5 is one of the most common pieces of summon math.
I think he is at 5 already here with the Romulus. 5 monsters in the graveyard / banished. I think that's right. And now he's going to activate. Oh, almost looked like he was going to activate Dragon Ravine. Nope, yeah, he indeed does.
You got to be careful because you already have the boot sector, right? Because you didn't search it out with Striker Dragon. You're going to go ahead and send Bestial Sereneer, send Absorrouter Dragon.
So he's going to be able to send that Branded Speller Trap to the graveyard and add a rocket monster from the deck to the hand. Gonna probably send something like Branded Regained, so maybe he'll be able to get Branded Beast from the deck later on to reactivate. Gonna add Rocket Caliber.
And send Bestial Lubellion.
Oh, because he does have the Safer in the graveyard, so he'll be able to add that Bestial Lubellion back from the graveyard to the hand.
Yeah. And there's a world here where there's something that replaces the Rocket Tracer that you often see with this play, but we'll have to wait and see. It appears that Johan has called a judge in. We're going to get a quick look at the text of Rocket Caliber.
The big thing is a level 4 tuner.
Yes. The other effects of it don't come up that much. Mainly because the card isn't on the field for particularly long.
Exactly. Gonna banish that Safer from the graveyard to add back that Bestial Lubellion, so now he'll be able to use that Lubellion to access any Bestial monster from the deck.
And there's Bestial Magnum. Goes through his graveyard once again. He's not summoned the Collapse Serpent quite yet.
Alright, going to see about what he wants to banish for a Bestial, I believe. Or yeah, or the Collapse Serpent as well. He's a number of monsters that banish from the graveyard to summon from the hand. And here comes the Bestial Magnet targeting Absorrouter.
Absorrouter banished, Magnet on the field. Magnet effect activates. There is no response, it appears, so during the end phase, International will be able to add a dragon to his hand.
Gonna tribute that Magnet to special summon back the Bestial Lubellion from the graveyard. Gonna be able to use the effect here to activate a continuous Branded Speller Trap from the deck. Place it straight up on the field. Goes for Branded Regained. Really strong card. Anytime a Lighter Dark's banished, you can put it to the bottom and draw a card. And then if your opponent summons a monster, normal or special, you can special summon back a Bestial monster from your graveyard.
Pretty good place to have the Magnemite then. You can just get it back, keep the dragons flowing.
Indeed, and now it looks like he's going to banish that Wyvern Burster.
And now we see the Collapse Serpent.
So he's going to use that Branded Regain to put the Wyvern Burster onto the bottom and draw a card.
Yep, so now we need a randomization here. We haven't had one quite yet. No drawing effects have been played, only searching. So now we randomize, put it on the bottom, draw one card for branded regained.
Calculating, thinking. Now he's going to link away for link 1. Probably Guard Dragon Pitsty.
Yeah, the Striker Dragon is not back into the extra deck yet. So it is Guard Dragon Pisty. And then at this point, you get
Did
the
he
second
use-
zone to point to.
Did he add the Wyvern Burster back? It didn't look like it.
Went to the bottom of the deck, right?
Yeah, and then he linked away the Collapse Serpent. I don't think he added it afterwards, but maybe not. I might have missed him adding it. Now he's going to link away those two for Triple Burst.
So that gives you the 2 zones pointed to by Guard Dragon Pisty.
Allowing you to special summon a Banished Dragon or one from your graveyard.
And I missed what got the Tracer onto the field there.
I think... Yeah, I missed it as well. And now he's going to Synchro Summon.
That's a level 10. So 2 zones pointed to, special summon back to Serenir, use it with the Rocket Tracer. Make the Bestial Dispouter.
So the Dispatcher's going to be able to special summon a Banished Lighter Dark monster. Let's see what he decides to bring back. Maybe that's Starleech Seyfert to have some follow-up, and does look like he is going for Starleech Seyfert to the field.
Now, you can special summon Rocket Coder to place a Dark Link monster points to. You can special summon from your hand to use only Dark Link monster points to. Kinda similar to Noctivision Dragon, but a little different since you control the timing a little better.
I love Noctivision Dragon, though. So he's going to link into Seals.
And then Synchro Summon for Borreload Savage Dragon. And although it looked a little bit different, we got to the exact same place as usual.
No Borland Dragon, though. But he does have the regained.
So you equip the monster onto it from your graveyard, the Link monster there, and then you get half of its attack points. And I believe the Triple Burst Dragon is 2,400?
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be a plus
12.
1,200 for 4,200 attack points total.
Pretty solid.
And then 3 Boral counters on it. You get counters equal to the Link rating of the Link monster that's equipped.
Next up, he is looking at his extra deck. Usually this is pretty much where they would end things, but...
Might be checking to see, in the end phase, what dragon he's going to get with Magma.
That could be the case here. Checking his extra deck again.
And this is one of those things you got to watch out for. The constant going back and forth is textbook slow play, and you will get penalized for it. In fact, we were in the meeting where the players were explained, things not to do because they're considered slow play, and that was on it.
And nothing happened. It was back and forth with no play at the end result there. Interesting, but sometimes it's deemed okay, but most of the time you want to avoid doing things like that because you could be in a winning position and then you receive a penalty for
it could just be that they were waiting for him to make the next play before applying the penalty.
True.
Because that's generally what happens is you don't stop them in the middle of the play, because then they'll restart the thinking process and then they'll do it again. You don't want them.
That makes a lot of sense.
You don't want it to be your impetus as a judge that caused them to commit the same infraction again.
Yeah, they're there to help, not hurt. Checking see how many cards he has. He has 3 cards in hand. We know one is a Bestial.
So 3
I
cards.
still don't know how that Tracer got onto the field.
Yeah, I didn't see Boot Sector anywhere.
Or a quick launch, right? I just looked at the graveyard. I've been trying to check the graveyard every time to see if there's a quick launch that I missed.
Was there like a regained effect?
I think your opponent has to summon.
Summon?
Yeah, I don't know. And it only summons back Bestials, yeah. I feel like he just used a Boot Sector but didn't play it. But I could be wrong. We might have missed something.
I'm going to read Romulus again. I don't... Did it come from Bestial Dispatter?
No, he brought back the Safer with the Dispatter, yeah.
Safer can't special summon.
Neither here nor there, though. We are on to blue player's turn, and now he looks like he has 6 cards in hand, considering his options. Can't wait to see what deck he is going to be using. So the things he has to worry about right now: Bestial in hand, Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Seers, Borreload Savage, and Dispatter can destroy, not negate right now. Oh, he's going to activate Primeval Planet Parallel Rhino.
Oh, here it is. It's Romulus.
Oh, Romulus has the effect to summon.
It's Romulus. For Dragon Monster summoned from the extra deck to his own the card points to. So Pisty being summoned triggered that effect to get the Tracer on the field.
Don't see that too
That
often.
one doesn't come up super often.
Okay. Makes sense. And now the planet is going to be able to add either a tier limit monster or my favorite thing to add with it, Visa Starfrost.
There's still a few things this could be. This could be Vanadium. If you're going to go ahead and get Visa Starfrost, it could be Tier Elements. You can get a Tier Element monster. Tier Elements is one of those decks that it is more restricted here than anywhere else in the world.
Especially with the combined list at the World Championship.
In fact, Pearl Reno is limited to 1. The tier monsters are all limited to 1, including Reinhardt. Kit Kalos is gone.
Does add the Sharon.
Earth Fairy monsters all at 1. And yet, Chaos Ruler is not legal. Like, one of the things that really helps this deck out in Japan is that Chaos Ruler is still legal, but it's not here.
Definitely has a lot going against it, but it's one of those decks like players have really gravitated towards and have been using for quite some time and finding ways to keep on using it despite all the limitations. So,
but, Johan is undefeated, so we will see how that happens.
And we're going to have Tier Limit Scream be activated.
Scream's going to make it through. We're going to special summon Sharon. And I'm thinking on response to Sharon. Multiple things you could do here.
I feel like you let this go because you wanted to be able to trigger your Branded Regained, maybe bring back the Magnamut.
Yeah, and you can always use your Bestial on something if it gets hit, like if they hit another tier name.
Very true, but milling or sending 6 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard is tough. That's a lot of cards being sent.
You could just take your chances, negate this, destroy it.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. So he's going to just destroy the Sharon. So so if he has the Bestial in hand, he destroys the Sharon, doesn't get to send the 3 for the Sharon, doesn't get to send the 3 for the Scream, and can banish the Sharon when he activates the effect. Not a bad choice here, using the Dispatter.
Yes, I like this. I like this a lot. So Bestial Dispatter, you can see right there. You shuffle the target back into the deck. If you shuffle into your deck, you destroy the monster. If you shuffle into your opponent's deck, you negate the activated effect. So he shuffled from his own banished cards into the deck to destroy Sharon, which will naturally stop the effect from happening because the monster that you're summoning from your hand doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and he doesn't have another anything to fuse with, so he doesn't even activate the effect of Sharon here.
Now, Foolish Burial could get you there, get you anything you want. Send any monster from your deck to the graveyard.
Satatana sitting in really good shape right now.
It's like a double limited card hand. That's pretty good. Foolish also limited. In fact, the tier limit deck in general is just it's mostly limited cards.
Just one-ups all through the entire deck for the most part.
You're going to send Kelbeck.
The Ancient Vanguard. Love it.
And he's going to spin for 5 if it goes through. I think you might want to negate this.
Yeah, this might bring out the Borload Savage Dragon effect. 5 is way too many. Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. We're going to remove a Boral counter to negate that activation. Next is Foolish Burial Goods,
which I believe might be semi-limited here.
So we got Foolish Burial Goods. It's going to send a spell or trap to your deck to the graveyard.
Soliac it is.
Soliac.
Soliac, when it's into the graveyard, lets you add any tier limit monster from your deck to your hand. Going to go for that copy of Tier Limit's Rhino Heart,
which is also limited. It's kind of amazing how you can just make all of these one-offs work together.
Indeed, it's really cool. I'd love it if he has a Visa Starfrost or something like that in his deck as well. I'm just a big fan of that card.
I remember some of the older versions of Tier Limits played it.
Mm-hmm.
It got phased out pretty quickly.
The other cards are quite strong, and with Vicious Astrolabe
off into a different deck.
With Vicious Astrolabe, you have a little more synergy to be able to banish the heart, but with only one Rhino Heart, don't really want to banish it for Vicious Astrolabe. You'd rather shuffle it back in so you could make Kaleido.
All right, so we got normal summon Rhino Heart, Chainlink 1 Rhino Heart, Chainlink 2 Scream, Chainlink 3 Branded Regained.
So he's going to be able to bring back that Bestial Magnemite.
Chainlink 4
Sears
to put, well, it doesn't target, but once we resolve the chain, we're going to put the Scream back into hand. So Chainlink 4 resolves first, we put Scream back in hand. Magnemite is special summoned. Scream's effect does not exist anymore because it's a continuous spell card. The fact that it is no longer on the field means its effect no longer applies. And then we finish off with Rhino Heart, because there's normally special summoning to send any Tier Limits monster from your deck to the graveyard, except another copy of it, which I would be concerned if there was another copy of it because you're not allowed to play it.
Dragon Link, a scary matchup for Tier Limits, actually, because of the large Bestial package they play. Pretty much every Bestial monster they play, they probably have thrown into the deck, and being able to counter just those 1, 2, 3 monsters that can fusion summon, really, really big.
So Havness is the second of the 3.
Looks like he wants a translation for Pellerino to know when the effect to destroy will activate, and that's going to activate when a Tier Limit monster is returned to the deck, if it ever happens. Maybe it's been a while since he's played against Pellerino.
We'll see if that Havness is going to happen at all. So when you send
it's
it
going to be a
graveyard,
have-not.
Yeah, it's going to have not. Yeah, to place Fusion Heroes from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck in any order.
Yep, here comes Bestial Baldrake, and that's going to also provide another form of interruption as it hits the field.
And you have to use the Havness itself. You see it says including this card over there, because the Havness is gone. The rest of it will not work. So Baldrake is special summoned. You gotta shuffle before putting anything on the bottom of the deck.
He gets to draw from the... Oh, he put it back with Branded Regained. Okay, I was like, he definitely banished with the Bestial. Put it back with Branded Regained so he gets that draw. Tier Limits Kashtira. So he's going to be able to banish a Tier Limits card from the graveyard, do special summon it, and then send 3 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. Scream cannot activate.
Scream already activated this turn. And you can only activate it once per turn. So despite the fact that its effect didn't happen, it was activated. So Tier Limits Kashtira hits the field by banishing a Tier Limits card.
Nothing.
And you can spend the top 3 cards to your graveyard. I see a King of a Swamp there. I don't know, maybe you've got like the Dark World fusion spell or something that could maybe make use of that.
Yeah, what I like in the TCG, and at least at the NAWCQ, what we saw with Tier Limits, they were using King of the Swamp to replace Blazing Cartasia to go into Granganol to send an App Cologne so you get access to Shadal Schism and Winda. But that was in the NAWCQ. Unsure if that is something he is packing in his deck.
So we're going to battle phase. Tier Limits Kashtira. It's boosted up by 500 points, because it is a Tier Limits monster, so 2,800.
Just going to be able to attack over Baldrake for 300 points of damage.
It's not looking super great, though. Not looking super great. It's just, you know, bringing Tearlament into a field where you anticipate a lot of Dragon Link,
Tough.
maybe seems difficult, because you know that deck is going to be main decking Bestials, as many as they can. It's still also 3-0, so we will see.
All right, it looks like he's going to end phase, so the Magma is going to add a copy of Bestial Saronir from the deck to the hand. Just double checking what he added there off the Magnum. It was in fact Bestial Saronir. Draws for a turn. Hand full of cards. Zhong sitting on just one card in hand. Really no forms of interaction. Like he has the Tearlament Scream on the field, which will be able to send the top 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard. Since as long as he controls the Tearlament monster, and he has 2 of them right now.
Yeah, now if they're all gone before any summons happen, then out of luck.
Very much so, and we already know that Satana has multiple Bestials in hand. I mean, at least one. So that'll, even if he happens to hit one of the Tearlament names, it'll be able to be met with a Bestial almost right away.
It's a little tougher though if they hit like an Agido though, and
that's
then
when
maybe they
things-
get multiples.
That's when things can get a little crazy.
I think the goal here is to just not trigger that stream if you can. Like if you can just win without triggering it, and I think it's possible, given what we know he has in hand from the searches
And the
and
disc
what's
spotter.
already on the field and the disc spotter. Like it seems like this one can be wrapped up fairly quickly. We use Branded Regained here. Put a monster back on the bottom and draw a card.
Yep, he banished the Safert to add back the Bestial Lebellion, and then he gets to put that Safert back onto the bottom.
There it is. If a lighter dark monster is banished, accepting damage step, target one of them, place it on the bottom of the deck. If you do draw a card.
Such cool artwork.
I'm just going to go ahead and special summon Wyvern Burster. Alright, so Wyvern Burster is summoned, and Tearlament Scream activates.
Just gonna get negated here by the Borreload Savage Dragon.
We use the Borreload Savage Dragon here. So it will be sent to the graveyard by card effect.
Chaos Angel.
Trap.
Chaos Angel, there are no two. No, he could be linking away. I'm not going to be too excited just yet, but it was a Light and Dark monster. It is a Synchro summon for level 10 Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel, a really cool synchro. You don't need a tuner monster. It can treat any Light or Dark monster as a tuner.
Now, to be clear, Borreload Savage Dragon just negates the activation, did not destroy
Right.
the card.
Which is beneficial here because you get to add a Tearlament's Trap otherwise.
Now the card is going away because Chaos Angel is banishing it.
Yep, and since he used a Light and Dark monster, all his synchro monsters will be unaffected by monster effects, and the monsters he controls cannot be destroyed by battle.
Still use your own monster effects on them. These monster effects activated by the opponent.
Which is really important to keep in mind. Contemplating how to finish this game off. He is in commanding position. He still has the Disc Patter effect to special summon from the Banished. Once again, this is one of those situations where you are your worst own enemy. If you take too long to come up with the most optimal play when you need to just end the game, it can backfire.
And he's already taken too long once in this match.
Yeah, this
You don't want to do it twice in the same game, let alone the same match.
it took this long just to activate Bestial Disc Patter. Gonna summon back that Rocket Caliber. Like, it's okay to play careful, but you need to play quickly. Normal summon Starly Safert. Looks like a Link summon, maybe. Which you
there's an
can't
Exceed
do.
summon
Oh,
at
it has.
first.
Well, dude, there's nowhere you can summon a Link monster too, right? Oh, it is a synchro.
Synchro for
Scarlet Red Dragon
Scarlet
Archfiend.
Red Dragon Archfiend. You're going to destroy everything that has everything is special summoned with fewer attack points.
Luckily, his Borreload, Savage, Disc Patter, and Chaos Angel are all stronger than the Scarlet. Scarlet, one of my favorite synchro
I
monsters.
love this monster.
It's so awesome. I hope some of you out there caught our live duel from the NAWCQ where we saw Jack Atlas taking on Gong Strong.
It's winning monster in there with the absolute power force spell.
It was pretty cool. I mean, if I'm Zhang in this position, I would be considered just conceding. I don't think there's much of a winning position here.
There's not.
So you're just running the clock down for almost no reason.
And it's not like these are fast decks to play. I feel like you'd want to save time here. However, it's also the case that there's not a lot of concessions over in Japan or the other Asian territories as well.
True.
In fact, it's just not allowed in some tournaments.
And not the case over for us in the TCG.
No.
We encourage it, in fact.
In this tournament, you are allowed to call a judge and be like, hey, I need to concede. Just look at the board and see why.
Like, is this shuffling necessary? Like, when you're already in this position, like, taking the time to adequately randomize your deck when you probably won't be drawing another card the remainder of this duel, but we'll see.
And now we go to battle.
He has so much damage on the field. I think like 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 5, 15, 5.
It's 5 digits. And you only start with 4.
But let's go and take the time to do the math and make sure we're okay here. Oh, is he telling the judge he wants to concede now?
Now
Okay.
he's going to concede, okay.
Well, that's game 1. Putting on a Dragon Link clinic, showing why Dragon Link is one of the decks to play here this weekend. Like, it has a lot of like variety of ways it can draw that are so strong, and we've seen it multiple times now. If it goes first and can establish that board, it's tough for a lot of decks to break through all those dragon monsters. Like, Bestial Dispatter has been a huge card for that deck that has really brought Dragon Link back into the fold.
One thing that's been interesting is that all the Dragon Link games, they've just been unopposed on turn 1. The opponent has drawn no interaction at all.
And barely any Ash Blossoms, Infinite Impermanence, anything like that. They've just been able to pretty much do whatever they wanted. I guess Paulie did face an Infinite Impermanence and played through that even. But that was with every single card in his hand.
The Impermanence came at the very end after everything happened.
Yeah, a little weird on that timing there. But
so there hasn't been a whole lot of opposition to the Dragon Link decks that we've seen so far.
Yeah, the Rock, Nibiru the Primal Being, we haven't seen it come down for anyone so far in this tournament. I wonder if maybe that's a card that's not been popular or included in a lot of these players' decks this weekend.
That's interesting. So if you think everyone is playing Labyrinth, maybe you don't play it. If you think everyone's playing Dragon Link, maybe you do. But if you think there's going to be both, like the people who want to play a slower deck are going to run Labyrinth, the people who want to play a heavy combo deck are going to play Dragon Link, do you main deck that or not?
Yeah, it's a tough call. Dragon Link, I always like to main deck because at least it's a light monster. You can discard it with like Chaos Space. There's a lot of like things that you can discard. If you get to Romulus, you can just discard the Nibiru with a Dragon Ravine or something to get the Absa Router. Like, I'm one of those guys who likes to have 3 Nibirus in my main deck going into any tournament, honestly, because it's just, I don't want to lose to those combo decks. Like the control decks, like if they go first, it's going to be much tougher to beat them. But if I'm going second against a combo deck and I don't have something like Nibiru, Infinite Permanence, Ash Blossom, there's almost no chance to come back in
now,
game
is there
1.
like a middle ground where you play something like Droll and Lockbird to get around,
so.
Both Dragon Link and Vanquish Soul, and I guess things like this tier limit deck as well. You could get around a lot of stuff with Droll and Lockbird too.
Yeah, I think Droll and Lockbird might be a safer call in this tournament. I'd be surprised if there wasn't anyone in the WCS main decking copies of Droll and Lockbird, but definitely one of those cards you always want to have around just because those combo decks can be so strong.
Yeah, we saw one in game 2 of the first round, but I don't think we've seen one since, so can't really tell right now whether it's popular or not. But, maybe as we continue going through the day, we will get an idea, especially if you go into these game 2s and 3s. You're more likely to see it there than in game 1.
True, yeah. I think a lot of players built their decks in game 1 to focus on go first, be well-rounded, and not so focused on those disruptions from the hand. I mean, notoriously, I like Nibiru and Dragon Link because back when you Chaos Ruler, it's one of those cards you can add off the Chaos Ruler while you're coming off and be like, oh, I'm going to make sure I'm going to ensure that I'm going to be able to win this game. Because even if you break my board, I still have this Nibiru you're going to have to deal with afterwards. But Chaos Ruler's not around here for the WCS, so not included. But
it's not, and you can see that Johan is really missing it right now. That's one of the key things that has kept tier limits so viable in the various OCG territories. The fact that if they can make a level 8 synchro, oftentimes with Revolution Synchron.
One of my favorite cards out of Duelist next is
Synchron into the Ancient Fairy Dragon, get a planet, bring it back, make Chaos Ruler with it,
and
just go to town. It's really, really incredibly powerful and not allowed anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, Duelist Next is not legal this weekend for the WCS, but one of my favorite sets in a while. It has a lot of awesome cards. Revolution Synchron, you mentioned, is one of my favorite.
Yeah, I like the 5D stuff.
Yeah, the Crimson Dragon, amazing. Definitely a lot of cool cards in Duelist Nexus. It just released a little too close to the WCS to where it would be fair for everyone to play at the same, because our players would only have a couple of weeks from North America to even practice with the cards. Meanwhile, it's been out for, you know, maybe the past 3 months in the OCG territories.
I'm also an Altergeist enjoyer, so things in there for me. Lots of good stuff in there.
Definitely.
Pearly, would love that X-Pearly Noir, but
it's so
not
good.
this weekend. Not this weekend.
Yep, the new Noir is really fantastic. It helps you make sure you always have access to that Pearly. But we're here at the WCS, and you know, seeing like all these awesome players. I mean, Dragon Link was one of the decks we were looking out for going into the tournament, and it's really proving itself to be why it was one of the contenders, one of the choices for a lot of our players, because it is just so strong.
All right, here we are heading into game number 2, Jonhun versus Santanantana.
Now we get to see what Tier Elements get to do when they go first. Ooh.
So Jonhun gets to go first.
All right, let's see what he decides to start with here. Look at him go. We're gonna go main phase.
I mean, any game where you open your one of Perlareno is got to be better than one where you don't.
Definitely. Look, it's kind of funny to see the rare Pellerino.
Santanantana is thinking about this. Not many Tier Element monsters allowed in the deck, and he uses the Ash Blossom here, betting on Jonhun not having any of them.
But unfortunately, he has Medora, discard Agido.
Limited Medora, discard limited Agido. That's incredible.
It's gonna be.
And oh my goodness! No way!
It's 2 names.
Double tier monster Herald. Oh, that triple tactics talent is interesting.
Yeah, if he had one, he'd be able to use it right now. I love triple tactics talent in decks that where you know your opponent's going to have cards from the hand to activate, that you'll be able to use it when you're going first.
My goodness.
Yeah, depending on what Xiong has in his hand, this could be pretty advantageous. He might just trigger Havness here. You want to save Merrily just in case you go into something like a Sprite Sprint later on to be able to send down Tier Elements Merrily to be able to fuse. So you might just go Havness here, but did you say no effects? Oh, no effects, I guess.
No effects, activate Foolish Burial Goods.
Interesting. I guess there is no Tier Elements Kictalis to go into with those 2 monsters, but
sending the last one. There's Sharon getting them all out of the deck.
so he looks like he may be just looking to go for a rank 4 play. Maybe Baguska Pass.
So Celiac adds Sharon. Sharon, special summon.
Discards Helshadal.
Hits Kelbeck Agido. Crime.
So he's going to have both of the shufflers online, Keldo and Medora. Hits both of the Millers, Kelbeck and Agido.
If your whole deck is one-ofs, I guess I can't be that surprised when you sit here hitting one-offs over and over and over again.
Ooh, Thrust in the deck. Interesting, he has Thrust in the deck going first in game 2. Well, I guess that means he probably included some sort of trap card he would want to set. That would be advantageous.
Step rotation.
Yeah, Steps rotation, lots of field spells in the deck. Pretty cool. And he's also going to hit the Beast.
Shadow Beast?
Yep, so he'll get a draw as well.
Is that Kashtira Unicorn? The one of Kashtira Unicorn?
He plays the Pressure Planet Wraithoth. Why not throw it in there? I think
that's got to be the other field spell then, right?
Mm-hmm. So that kind of alludes that he might play some Kashtira spell cards, like maybe Kashtira Birth.
I wanna see this deck now. This is wild.
So I think Meta Noise, when it's sent, lets you add back a Tier Element monster from your graveyard to your hand.
It certainly does.
Draws 1 from Shadal Beast, adds back the Tier Elements Merrily to the hand. He still has the normal summon, right?
He is not normal summon.
So he has
a special.
Okay. I think I might have saw what he drew, but we'll have to see if it is in fact.
You got a rank 4.
Not Baguska. It's going to be Time Thief
Redoer.
I know you're a big Time Thief fan.
I play Time Thieves in any Xyz festival I can in Master Duel. Time Thief Redoer, really interesting here because it's an effect to detach. So he's activating Time Thief Redoer's effect, detaches a monster at resolution, which you can then trigger the Sheeran.
Pretty cool, and it's going to come back too. And there's definitely trap cards in the Dragonlink deck that you might be able to hit with the Redoer off the top of the deck to make it a form of disruption as well.
And we're sending Reinhardt, Sharon, and Hapness. All of those go back, and that'll make Kaleidoheart. Kilowin's Kaleidoheart.
Kaleidoheart, a really strong card. On summon, or if an Aqua monster is sent to the graveyard, you can shuffle a card in your opponent's field back into the deck once per turn. And if it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon it back and then send any Aqua from your deck to the graveyard. So it provides disruption and can lead you to more synchro summons, or sorry, fusion summons.
So we saw all 4 of the Earth Fairies. They're all in the graveyard now.
It's okay if they're limited.
And both 5s.
Maybe this is why he's undefeated with tier limits. The limitations don't make a difference. He opened up a Parallel Rhino both the games as well.
And it looks like Santa Natina is just...
Is he calling it?
It looks like he's calling it. I mean, I might too after I watch that. That's a lot.
I think the shufflers are gonna give him a tough time there. Maybe his hand not too strong, and realizing, because you can get that point where your opponent's turn, you can look at your hand and be like, is there any card in my deck I can draw that's gonna help me get back into this game? And if the answer is no, you might as well go to the next one.
Yeah, that's just absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal.
I would say, I mean, it was a great. All the cards that were sent from the deck to the graveyard were pretty insane, but just to be that way,
it was like a bunch of safe cards, but nothing good to get back with them.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. It was just a Kaleidoheart, not too crazy. So it looks like they are shuffling up.
So under 10 minutes left in the round here.
Yeah, time winding down. The game one probably went a little longer than it needed to.
It did. I think that's one where you could have saved some time for this final game and maybe try to avoid a draw. The Santa Natina already has a draw on his record. He's at 7 points right now. 2 wins and a draw. 2 draws kind of hurts. That puts you in this weird nebulous zone where you really can't be losing a whole lot of games. Like, you can lose 1, but 2, maybe not.
Yeah, 2 draws and a loss might be okay, but yeah, 2, you'll guarantee to be out of the tournament with 2 losses for sure. Yeah, you definitely don't want to take another draw. And you're going to be behind anyone that's with only 2 losses when you're X1 and 2, I believe. Seeing 2 losses, maybe you might be 1 ahead of them, but no, you'll definitely be below them. You'll be right below the X2s, but above all the X3s. But it's definitely not where you want to be at. You want to make sure you limit your stuff to 1 draw, because 1 loss and 1 draw, you have a chance. 2 losses and 1 draw, I don't know if you're going to be able to make it in either, though.
I kind of doubt it, and especially because there's so few players and you're playing more rounds in this case. So it messes with the math a little bit. We normally don't have to think about this many rounds for this many people.
Yeah, normally with 28 people, it's going to be a 5-round tournament, but 7 rounds just to, it's going to be hard for the players to make top 8. You can't just win a couple rounds and walk your way into top 8. You have to beat a number of the best duelists in the entire world here, all competing in the same tournament. Not an easy feat by any means. But both these players, go into game 3. We kind of saw whoever went first in the first game and the second game walking away with the victories.
Just open Pellerino.
Yeah, if it goes the same way, if you open the Pellerino, you have all the cards, those Earth Fairies that are Magnificent Mavens, you're on your way to the victory. But it wasn't even like a strong board, really. It was just the Kaleidoheart. But really probably nothing in the hand there for him to really be able to jump back into the game.
I've lost a lot of good starters, too.
But we also got to see, since we got to see so many cards go to the graveyard for Zhang from his deck, we got to see cards that he'll probably have in here, like Triple Tactics Thrust, Triple Tactics Talent. Those cards are great at going second as well. I mean, Thrust, probably one of the best going second cards of all time.
Yeah, it's good information. He got an overwhelming victory there, but he did have to give away that information to his opponent.
Yep, it's one of the downsides, I would say small downsides of playing tier elements. As you're sending all those cards from the deck to the graveyard, you do give away that information, but sometimes the players don't pay attention, but you should always keep track.
All right, here we go. And Santa Natina will be going first here in duel number 3.
right, and he's taking a second to consider the options. Normal summon the Black Metal Dragon.
There we go.
Bet
That's a
one
good
of
one.
the best starts you can have.
Sends it to the graveyard immediately. To link summon the Striker Dragon. Go Chain Link 1 Black Metal Dragon, Chain Link 2 Striker Dragon. Do not draw the Boot Sector this time. He gets full value out of this.
I never noticed. Is that Striker Dragon's arm? Does he have? Are his arms really tiny? Is that? I can't tell. If he has arms. The little metal pipe is such a cool looking card.
So you get the Boot Sector and Red Eyes Darkest Metal Dragon.
Activates Branded.
Branded, regained in hand. Banishes special summon Red Eyes Darkest Metal Dragon from hand, and you can tell that they know that they're close to time and don't want to draw. They are speeding up their pace of play significantly from the way it was the rest of the match. Goes with Red Eyes Darkest Metal Dragon effect. Special summon Starleash Safer from hand.
I feel like I've seen this before. Now.
Got about 4 minutes left in the round. Activate Starleash Safer. Now, this is a dangerous situation to be in too. A lot of these Dragon Link combos take a long time. And if it takes the rest of the round and then they have Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend to inflict damage, Joho might not even get a turn.
It could be disastrous. Then it just really goes back to that game one, taking so long to concede that game one.
Time.
So he did put that Striker Dragon back. So he's going to be able to summon it, no effect for the Striker Dragon since he already used it. And the Wyvern Burst is going to add Collapse Serpent.
I'm doing a lot of randomization here too. I guess we need to for Branded Regain, right? If we're going to put something back and draw a card, we got to randomize now.
He offered it to shuffle a few times, yep. Banishes the Wyvern Burster, comes down the Collapse Serpent somewhere. Pick a zone in a zone. Oh, Noctovision! I love Noctovision Dragon.
Yeah, any zone except the one you need to special summon Noctovision Dragon to.
Noctovision's an awesome card. You special summon when you special summon the dragon, and you're going when you link summon the dragon, you're gonna be able to draw a card when it's used for a link summon.
And I'm gonna use it right now. Using the Noctovision Dragon effect. Just gonna draw one card.
Noctovision, one of my favorite cards in Dragon Link.
Yeah, I like Noctovision Dragon a lot. Sometimes I'd even play one of those in Dragon Maid. Since it's a high-level dragon, and you can also special summon it out when you use some of the link monsters as well.
Ah, cool. Yeah, anytime you get that Dark Dragon on the field, you'll be able to summon it. I do like Dragon Maid a lot. Chamber Dragon Maid, definitely a card that's made a few appearances in the Dragon Link strategy even.
Yeah, like there's a lot of cross-cultural stuff between those two particular decks.
Tidying is so strong, yeah. Running some options again, thinking about his plays, calculating with the finger. Down to 2 minutes.
He was playing really quickly before and seems to have slowed down significantly now. This could be either sort of math at this point.
Doing it a few times. I think he's pointed his finger at least 4 or 5 times. Checking his banish, checking the graveyard.
That's the thing though, like if he got that slow play penalty at the start and he gets one now, he could just lose because of that, get a game loss.
Activates Dragon Ravine, discards the Starleash Safer from the hand. Goes through the deck a couple times looking for the card that was on the front of his deck.
We got 1 minute left in the round. 1 minute. And the pace of play is not picked up at all.
Still looking through the deck.
He's doing the pointing again. We're on the pointing now. Get Rocket Tracer.
Shocker. So surprised that that's what you ended up grabbing with the
Rocket Tracer.
That's a router.
Well, he get Rocket Caliber in the other games.
That's
so
true.
It is kind of a shocker.
True.
It's a little different. But he needs a tuner this time.
Boot Sector launch is going to special summon Tracer. He's got to think before he summons the Scarlet. He might be going into something different. Hopefully it's not the Scarlet here. Looks through the entire extra deck.
No, it's a Scarlet.
Yeah, but there was also on the front of his extra deck as he checked through everything.
Yeah, it's the Scarlet. He's going to use it here and deal 1,000 damage to Johon. And it looks like they just called time as he summoned Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend.
Color him shocked at his time.
And it appears that Johon's complaining that his opponent took far too long and is repeatedly stopping to do the same math over and over again.
As he did, yes.
And the thing is, if you don't call the judge when it's happening, they can't make it stop. So at the end of this phase, that's the end of the main phase, the duel will end, and because Santanatana has higher life points, he'll be the winner of game number 3 and win the match with a 2-1 score.
Yep, and definitely still in it to win it. Yeah, he doesn't have a loss yet, right? Just a draw. So now moving on XO1, XO. Okay.
Santanatana, yes.
Yep.
So he's 3 wins, 1 draw. And his opponent's now 3 wins and 1 loss, which jumps him ahead in the standings. Santanatana has now jumped ahead of Johon, who was 2nd place going into this round. And, you know, if you're watching at home, if you think something is wrong, if you think anything is going on with your duel, you call a judge immediately. Not after it's happened, immediately. Otherwise, they can't fix it. And if you wait too long, you're just going to be out of luck. And the same thing happened in round number 1. For example, with the Azalea that was not summoned correctly, and it wasn't brought up until after the game was over, and you can't do anything about it at that point.
Yeah, anytime you think something's gone awry, immediately call a judge over. Even if you're not sure, just to ask their thoughts on the situation. Like, you could be curious about this and say, like, oh, this is what happened. What do you think is the result? You
might be wrong, but you're not going to get a penalty for saying, hey, this is what's happening. I don't think this is being done right. And ask whether or not it is or not.
Yeah, I mean, it also goes back to that game 1. He could have conceded that game 1 a lot sooner, but he also could have. The game could have ended much faster in game 1. Also, there's a lot of different factors, but
yes, I gotta play that one out a lot longer than is necessary. Too.
Yeah, because I mean, winning game 1 is huge when time is winding down. But you just always want to be wary and cautious and know that you can call a judge anytime that you need to.
All right. Well, round number 5 is going to be starting at 2:30 p.m. That's 14:30 hours. And don't forget to make sure you have that digital tab open to watch Master Duel as well. There's a lot of fantastic stuff happening on that stream as well. Don't go away.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We are past the halfway point of day number 1, heading into round 5 of the qualifiers. So we're past the halfway point of the qualifiers and the halfway point of the tournament in whole, since we will be playing 7 qualifying rounds, followed by the quarterfinals. So we're in the back half of the stretch now. Let's take a look at our top 8. So if we start at top 8 right now, it would be pretty stacked, and there are a lot of names from North America and Europe in here. With Gabriel Sochi in first place with 12 points. We got Enzo Gales-Velasco representing North America at 9. Polly Aronson right behind him, they're 3rd and 4th, with 9 points as well. Jessica Robinson of the UK, 9 points as well. In 6th place, Steven Santoli, who won the points playoff in the North American WCQ, also in there at 9 in that 8th spot. We also have Joan Hunt from last round in 5th, and Santiago Marin Lopez in 7th as well. A lot of very strong duelists at 9 points or greater, which is just 1 loss.
Yeah, I think Steven actually lost round 1 too and went on to win the next 3 now that he has 9 points. So we talked about how that round 1 can be your nerves and then you can bounce back from it. It can put you in that mindset like, wow, I can't lose anymore. I already lost round 1. Don't want to get down early. And then maybe that has propelled him back into this tournament where he's going to have that chance to make the quarterfinals. It's going to be an epic finish to quite an awesome tournament. And we've been talking about deck diversity, and it has continued to be a lot of different decks that we haven't seen. And I really do think this is one of the World Championships with maybe the broadest range of decks. Maybe going back to Jarrell Winston bringing Exodia, that might be a little...
Well, that was the Inzector format,
And
right?
then-
So there really wasn't a whole lot else.
Yeah, you're right. There's like, the top 8 was like 7 Inzectors plus 1 Exodia. But it's been quite an awesome tournament. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a great place right now. We're able to have a wide variety of strategies, and you find the one you like, the one that makes you feel the most comfortable, and to be able to do that at the World Championship level, fantastic.
Now, normally this would be the final round of Swiss. In World Championships past, they've only been 5 rounds of Swiss, which we're going into right now. Remember, this is a special extended World Championship, allowing these players to have more of a chance to show their stuff across more rounds, rather than, you know, maybe getting really unlucky early on and not having a chance to recover for it.
That's right. Running into maybe some bad matchups early, you're going to be able to be okay. Even if you run into those matchups, you're going to be able to recover from having a couple losses and still have that chance at making that top 8. And eventually, you're going to maybe go on to the semifinals, and the finals is really where you want to be. And why are we walking away as the world champion, and especially this WCS in particular, because we haven't had a WCS in 4 years. You'll be the first Yu-Gi-Oh! World champion in 4 years. That has to mean a lot to all of these players.
It really has to. And like right now, you know, the competition's fierce. Like right now, the cutoff for top 8 is 9 points. It's only going to go up from here. So you got to get these wins. You have to get these wins right now. This is not the time to falter.
Yeah, definitely. You have to stay strong. I mean, taking the losses early and then be able to keep on winning throughout the tournament. I mean, that's why I like Swiss so much. You have the Swiss rounds. You can lose a couple times and still be fine, but we're going to find out who our matchup is this round.
Round number 5. In the blue corner, it's Jonas Theodore Koschel. And in the red corner, it's Oliver Rafik David Newton Asmatali.
2 EU players going at it. They probably may have played each other at the EU WCQ, uncertain, but now they're here in the feature match. It's funny enough, yeah, Oliver, I've actually run into him a few times this weekend leading up to the tournament. Very nice guy. I'm not going to give away too much yet, but I'll tell you, he's been asking me for a specific kind of card to be brought into the game. Well, let's see if it's going to come up to the deck that he is bringing here this weekend, but it looks like Jonas might be on the play first.
He's going to start. Oh, it's Labyrinth. Pitching Stovey Torby, and is that a Keldo?
I think it is Keldo. It's cool to include those cards because you do have all the different in-theme furniture monsters for the Labyrinth strategy that require you to discard a card so you can get some extra value with those Earth Fairy monsters.
Yeah, and Keldo, the Shufflers pick for Keldo and Medora are really good in this format if you're expecting a lot of Dragon Link. You got to get those cards out of where your opponent can use them.
Yep, prevent Bestials from touching down on the field all sorts of times where they'll be advantageous to activate. I'm assuming he set Big Welcome Labyrinth or Welcome Labyrinth. I wasn't able to quite see it. He did it so quickly.
It was Big Welcome.
Big Welcome makes a lot of sense. And he's just going to set one other card face down, and that's going to be it.
It's a good conservative opening. You know what one of those cards is. You're not going to get blown out if your opponent has something like Harpy's Feather Duster. And you keep all those cards in your hand to keep your opponent guessing on what else you might have.
Ooh, set rotation. Maybe we're going to have an indicator of what he's playing, and it's Union Hanger ABC. That is the card every time who's like, we need a Link 1 ABC monster. He's been asking about all weekend, and it's because he is a dedicated ABC duelist. He's playing it here. He's going to give Jonas the Dragon Ravine and set the Union Hanger to his side of the field.
Now, I know that people want insanely powerful cards for their own deck, but he's got to know what a bad idea that would be to make. He's got to know.
Indeed, and now he's going to activate that Union Hanger. One of the, I wouldn't say one of the first most powerful field spells, but it was definitely an impactful field spell upon its release right away, because it really helps you get to that ABC Dragon Buster. And he's going to add B Buster Drake.
Now it's interesting that it's a Dragon Ravine that he sent over to the other field. Traditionally, that's something like Gateway to Chaos, so your opponent just can't activate it at all because they're not going to have the required thing to search.
Yeah, a little dangerous if he doesn't. I mean, you can tell he's playing his Labyrinth now, but maybe you run into something like Dragon Link. You don't want to be giving them a Dragon's Ravine. So he's going to summon the B Buster Drake. Union Hanger is going to equip Union Carrier.
Now, notably, these two players are both on 6 points. They are 2 and 2 right now. A loss here will eliminate a loser.
Playing on the bubble for the rest of the tournament. So he's going to use the Union Hanger effect. He's going to be able to banish it to replace it with a appropriate Union monster that can be equipped to B Buster Drake. Union Driver, a fantastic Union card.
Yeah, the Shufflers are particularly good against this, right? Because if they get all the pieces into the graveyard,
he might have to
have to banish from field.
Yep, he'd have to find a way to get to A, B, and C. That is for sure. On the field. I didn't even think about that. I mean, we're talking about old decks that are coming back and still being useful in a tournament like this. ABC is one of those older school kind of decks. I mean, it came out, what, 6 or 7 years ago? Now it is back in the action. I guess maybe even longer than that, maybe 8 years ago.
All right, so the one you equip with Union Hanger can't be special summoned, but by swapping the driver out for the C, he can then use the Union effect to special summon.
Oh, this is huge. He has Destrudo, Dragon Lost Vision, and he's going to be able to pay half his life points to special summon from the hand by targeting B Buster Drake, and it's going to be level 3. Destrudo really good at making Ancient Fairy Dragon. So it's going to go to the bottom as he synchro summons with the B Buster Drake. And there it is, the freshly unforbidden Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Yep. Note that Ancient Fairy's Dragon's effect has been changed.
Yeah, but it's only once per turn by name now, and the field spells, when you destroy, you have to add one of a different name, so you won't be able to cycle through the same field spells.
I'll also take out those field spells in the process. Now, you still do get that special summon of the level 4 lower monster from your hand.
I guess he won't be able to do it while the set rotation is active, I think, right? Oh, no, you can. Oh, because it destroys both at the same time.
Both.
That makes sense.
And it adds it to your hand, it doesn't set it.
Infinite Impermanence.
Infinite Impermanence on Ancient Fairy Dragon seems pretty good. All right, so we know that the other one is going to be the Big Welcome Labyrinth, and we want to avoid that middle column for spells and traps, as they will be negated for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, definitely want an infinite impermanence to this Ancient Fairy Dragon, because Therion Disc Coliseum is huge in the Dragon League deck. As they are all machines, you can get access to Therion King Regulus. Usually, I'm not certain if he's playing it in his deck, but that is probably somewhere you can go with that Ancient Fairy Dragon with a different named field spell.
So we saw Union Hanger, we saw Dragon Ravine. It would make logical sense that would be another one that you'd see.
Thinking about his options next. No, oh, that's the Infinite Impermanence zone, isn't it? Oh no, maybe it's the one over. It's the one over.
He was thinking about it, but he caught himself there. That is unauthorized reactivation.
That's gonna let him get the Union monster. Yep, he's gonna equip A. Assault Core.
All right, so at this point, we've got the A, B, and C. They all exist.
Let's see if that prompts anything here from Jonas.
So you equip an appropriate machine union monster. Union monster you equip can't be special summoned this turn. It's a quick play, too.
Looks like he isn't going to shuffle it back, so he's going to banish ABC to summon ABC Dragon Buster. Already has 5,100 points of damage on the field.
It's turn 1. Oh, no, it isn't turn 1.
Jip looks like he's going to the battle phase and just going to attack with Ancient Fairy Dragon and attack with ABC Dragon Buster.
Okay, yes, Ancient Fairy Dragon was negated. I was like, wait a minute, don't you skip your, or have to not conduct your battle phase, but it was negated.
Sets one card behind the ABC Dragon Buster. I'm still scared of Mech Knights. I don't like setting my spell and traps right behind my monsters, but I guess you can always use the ABC Dragon Buster effect on the opponent's turn to tag it out.
Nibiru!
We talked about we haven't seen it yet. Is it something that people have been including? And it looks like Jonas has included in his deck, and that's huge because you can only tag out the ABC Dragon Buster on your opponent's turn.
It's interesting that he let the damage go through first, but it does make sense if you've got Nibiru.
Yeah, I want to make sure there's nothing else that Oliver was going to be trying to put on the field. So he's going to summon Nibiru. That token is going to have 5,100 attack and at least 5,000 defense. I think I'm pretty sure ABC Dragon Buster has at least 2,000 defense.
So depending on what that face down is.
Wait, was it not 5 summons? Did he miscount the number of summons?
No, he's going back to I want to chain to Nibiru. Does he have Crossout Designator? That would be the card.
Oh, he's chaining the ABC
Dragon Buster.
So he's going to target the Speller Trap. His Big Welcome Labyrinth. He's going to chain it, and that's going to be met by Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here from Oliver. I don't know what's going on. It looks like they are talking to the judge here for a minute. Yeah, the Nibiru shouldn't be in the graveyard, right?
No, the Nibiru should resolve. I did not see anything in here that's going to negate it. Now, I thought we were already resolving the chain.
The monsters were off the field, right?
And now they're back.
Interesting. It looks like we're going back even further, maybe?
So it's chaining one Nibiru.
Oh, did he chain? It looks like he had another Stovey Torby in his hand that he chained to discard the Nibiru.
I see, because he's going to just tribute off the opponent's monsters. That's what he's trying to do.
Oh, I see. He doesn't need the Nibiru on his side of the field. He can chain it. It'll still tribute off the monsters. He'll get the token.
But it can't special summon both itself and a token. So his opponent will be left with nothing.
Nothing. Cool. That's pretty cool play here.
Yes, so they're going to take a look at the text on Nibiru. Now the question specifically here is, on Nibiru the Primal Being, if you cannot special summon it at resolution, so it was legal at activation, but what happens at resolution if the Nibiru can no longer be summoned? Now this is something that used to come up with Orcust a lot of the times, where you would activate Nibiru in your hand and then chain to it with an effect that makes it so you can't summon anything but dark monsters anymore. And the end result of this is that when you get to Nibiru, you'll resolve the effect as much as you can.
So tribute off the monsters, but not summon the Nibiru or the token.
Exactly.
I mean, Jonas seems to know that this is how it works.
Yes, that's 100% why he's making this play, is because he knows that this is how it works. So, if we take a look at Nibiru, you contribute as many face-up monsters on the field as possible. And if you do, special summon this card from your hand. Then, special summon one Primal Being token, Nibiru stats, to your opponent's field. This token's attack and defense become the combined original attack and defense of the tributed monsters. So, when you go to resolve Nibiru, okay, it's not in our hand anymore, we're going to start at the beginning of that. You contribute as many face-up monsters on the field as possible. Okay, we do that, everything's tributed. And if you do, which we did, special summon this card from your hand. Okay, well, we can't do that anymore, because it's not in our hand. Then, and this is key here that it says then, Special summon one Primal Being token to your opponent's field. So if you have a then in the resolution of the card, and you're resolving it, and you don't do the thing before then
you
do not do the thing after then.
Makes a lot of sense.
And the end result of this, and Jonas knows this, which is why he's doing what he's doing, is that all of Oliver's monsters will be attributed, and he will get nothing. And they're now appealing it to the head judge.
I think the judge is explaining the situation. Really heads up play here, because he also has the Nibiru, and he chained the big welcome after too, so he's going to get the Labyrinth monster on the field as well.
Yes, so the Labyrinth monster will be on the field and then go back to hand.
Yep.
Now, then it's been sent, or it's left the field by a trap effect, so Stovey Torby can come back.
Fantastic play here from Jonas.
So everything is gone. Big welcome Labyrinth needs to resolve first, and then it'll be vanished.
And Oliver only with 4,000 life points because of that Destrudo.
So it's probably going to get the Lady Labyrinth here, because then you can just special summon it right back. We're going to resolve Stovey Torby, and it looks like he set one of the Welcome Labyrinth cards. It's probably regular Welcome Labyrinth, because you can pull a monster out in attack mode and just finish the game. And then we're big welcoming. We're not big welcoming? Alright, we're not big welcoming. Now we're big welcoming.
This is probably going to get Ariana here. Or Lady.
I guess he didn't chain the other big welcome.
It is going to be Ariana, so it's going to bounce back to the hand. Now he'll be able to normal summon.
Now left, so we get Stovey Torby. Stovey Torby special summon back from the field. Going to go Ariana. Ariana activate, gets hit by infinite permanence.
Not going to be able to add that Welcome Labyrinth from the deck to the hand.
Well, it's any Labyrinth card, right?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that's what he would be grabbing.
So what you do here is you get, you've activated a Labyrinth card, so you get Lady, special summon, and make Chaos Angel.
That would be pretty, that would be game if he was able to do that. So infinite permanence might be able to save the game here. He's using the Stovey Torby effect.
Yep, I'm going to use the Stovey Torby effect to send it from the hand or field to the graveyard and discard one card.
That is an angry stove.
It's a little nonchalant. It's had a long day of work. Sets a regular Welcome Labyrinth. So on the opponent's turn, he can regular Welcome Labyrinth to get one of the level 8 monsters, and then that makes the big welcome in the graveyard live.
Yeah, but if he's able to get something like Lovely, that'll be many points of interaction there against Oliver on his turn.
The neat thing is, you can bounce one of your own monsters still.
Yep,
if you need to reuse Ariana, for instance.
And it still counts as a monster leaving the field by a trap effect. He has an Assault Core. Oh, I can't see his hand. See what he thinks. Taking a moment to consider his options. The game state is pretty simplified now. Both players on low life points. Going to normal summon Assault Core, and that is going to activate the effect of Union Hanger to equip a B or a C from the deck.
And Jonas has checked the graveyard right now. Is now the time? No, it's not yet.
You gotta be careful here because you can equip B, and then B can add another card potentially, but with only one other card in Oliver's hand, may not be too bad. And there's no ABC monsters in the graveyard since they're all banished from that Dragon Buster. Normally they get to, you cycle them back because you can tribute off the Dragon Buster during your opponent's turn, but that isn't happening thanks to that Nibiru play. So he's gonna equip Sea Wyvern.
Sea Crush Wyvern. Okay.
This is the one that makes it unaffected by traps, I believe. No, destroy by battle.
Yeah, unaffected by your opponent's trap effects.
Oh, this
destroyed by battle is part of just the general.
Oh, the union part, protection. Yeah, so C is the trap one, and now that is going to activate Welcome Labyrinth. Is he going to summon the Lovely? Yep.
Lovely is special summoned here.
He's just going to destroy the card in hand, I imagine.
He doesn't have the field spell up.
Oh, he doesn't. You're right. Or when you return the Ariana, then he can trigger the Lovely, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And you can also trigger Welcome Labyrinth, or
And
rather Stogie Torby.
Yep.
Not Welcome Labyrinth because it was just sent there this turn.
He does destroy the card in hand. Now he's just left with an A equipped with a C.
A equipped with C. Everything in defense, so he can't crash.
He might be seeing his way onto game number 2, and it looks like he is going to concede this game.
Yep, that is, once Lovely gets on the field, that's about it. The manner in which he just constantly picks apart your field while bringing back the trap cards over and over and over. You just hate to see her in your opening hand, but you forgive her every time you get her on the field.
Yeah, it definitely looked like maybe not the strongest start, but I think you kind of noticed that even though you don't have to have a lot of the spell or trap cards, just 2 is usually enough. You're not going to lose to those blowout cards, and having those main deck copies of Nibiru paying dividends here for him in this game number 1.
And really the critical thing here was that Jonas knows exactly how his cards work and exactly what the text in Nibiru says and what it means, and he was able to come up with a really smart play there that eliminated all of Oliver's cards and gave him nothing.
Yeah, it was definitely heads up. And I mean, that really shows you, like, you can get more value out of your cards than what you typically realize just by reading the card and using it in a normal way. There's also little key things in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can figure out to really take advantage and utilize the most out of your cards. And that's why Jonas is here competing at the World Championship, because he knows things like that.
Knowing the way the cards are written and what the words mean is such a crucial part to becoming a top duelist. So make sure that you study up on that if you want to end up here at the World Championship one day.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good match. I mean, we've seen a little bit of Labyrinth. We only saw one Labyrinth earlier, I believe, and didn't really get... Harvey's Feather does.
He didn't get to play a card, basically.
Yeah, but I like this version of the Labyrinth deck, where there's more of those monster effect from hands where you don't have to rely on as many trap cards. You just use the trap cards to get to your Lovely and Lady access, or Ariana, just to find a way to continue rolling. But then you can use those monster effect from hands just to play a regular game of Yu-Gi-Oh! You're not just reliant on having to draw cards like Skill Drain or... take your pick of mini trap cards.
Like, if I have to rely on a continuous trap card to stay on the field, you're just asking for trouble. Like, you're just leaving things up to fate on whether or not they're going to be able to get rid of it. I'd rather have things that I can use my own knowledge and ability as a duelist to understand when to best employ the card and try to just outplay the opponent that way.
Yeah, and I think another key part of that game, too, was that infinite impermanence alongside the big Welcome Labyrinth he had turn 1. He was able to use that infinite impermanence on the Ancient Fairy Dragon. If he didn't have that there, maybe the Ancient Fairy Dragon being able to access something that would have gotten Oliver back into that game, or able to put just maybe a little more damage on the board to finish him off in one turn.
Oliver might have won if infinite impermanence had not been there. That was a very good place to use it.
But now Oliver is going to have to go back into his Union Hanger, back to the drawing board to figure out how he's going to be able to change his strategy going into this game to be able maybe to walk away with the win. I mean, he did go second, but it kind of felt like he went first because there wasn't much of a turn 1 there. But we'll have to see how he's going to do being able to go first, maybe be uninterrupted, or if there'll be something like infinite permanence coming down to really slow him down again. I mean, Nibiru, the Primal Being, is the one he's going to be looking out for, I think, big time.
Of course, like, once you see it, you're paranoid about it for the rest of the match. What was interesting to me was the Dragner V. So I'm assuming that he puts the field spells in his deck that he can use if he draws them. So I'm guessing that's for Destrudo?
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That would be for Destrudo.
Yeah, so if you draw the Ravine, you send the Destrudo. Just any normal summon of a level 4 will let you go into the Ancient Fairy Dragon, which gets you to Union Hanger. You can activate your Union Hanger, and then you can summon a monster from your hand. Makes
All right, Oliver's going to go first in this one.
Draws 5 cards for the turn. Nope. Head shake here from Oliver, not happy with his hand potentially.
Yeah, this is not the time to have not useful hand. Oh, you were right, he does play Therian Disc Coliseum. Therian Disc Coliseum is activated. Jonas hits it with an Ash Blossom. We'll see if we've got Called By or no.
Yeah,
oh no, is he going to set and pass? Oh no!
That's a monster in the first monster zone. And one spell trap
and one pass.
Oh,
end
no.
phase Chandelier with Medora. Wow. So he's had a Furniture and an Earthberry in the starting hand in both games. But it's a different set. I guess Keldo goes with Stovey Torby because they're both like super orange.
Yeah.
And Chandraclear goes to the other one because they have 1500 attack.
There you go.
That's how it works.
That makes a lot of sense. Gonna set that. I can only assume either Welcome Labyrinth or Big Welcome Labyrinth here from the deck. I'd guess Big Welcome.
All right. Draws one card for turn. Tough start.
Now, you did mention at the beginning of this match, both these players are 2-2, so if either one of them loses, they're going to be pretty much out of the tournament, not be able to make that top 8, while the other one will need to win the next 2 rounds to have a shot at it.
Big Welcome activates.
Is there an Ash Blossom?
This is tough. Like, Oliver didn't look happy with his hand, but he does have the Ash Blossom here.
That could be
This
pretty
is basically
good.
an elimination game. If he loses this one, that's it.
Indeed. Pass?
Pass. All
Yes,
right.
Sometimes Ash Blossom just as strong against Labyrinth as against something like Branded.
All right. Oliver is in this. We got to see what that face down monster is. It's a
I'm gonna guess B-Buster Drake. Calling it.
B would be a good one.
C
Crush Wyvern. That only helps when you have other things to go with it.
Need a monster specimen from the hand. Gonna go to battle phase. Yeah, start getting there for the damage.
1,200 attack points is better than 0. And you got to win this game, so you got to start taking that damage now. Like, you don't want to regret later on not attacking and just being off of game by 1,200 and risking a comeback. Let's see if he has anything else to add to that back row. Losing the Disc Coliseum really hurt.
It really did. That was. At least he'd have a chance to do something here. I don't know if he has another monster that he's gonna be able to use. Gonna take a sec. Oh yeah, so Therion Disc Coliseum can protect any monster by battle by sending a Therion card from your deck to the graveyard, I believe. So I'm just probably double checking to make sure it can protect anything. But he's just gonna go into a Link 1 here. It won't be an ABC Link 1.
So we're in main phase 2. Could it be Clara and Rushka? It is Clara and Rushka, the Ventrilla duo. It's the only one I can think of that you make in main phase 2.
I have not seen that card in quite some time.
Yep, and it says, so this trips people up a lot. One normal summon set monster. A lot of people think you can use a face down monster for that. You can use a monster that was face down if it was normal set.
Okay.
Now, if you want a monster that you can use a face down monster for, there is one for that. It's a Ghost Trick monster.
Yep. And here comes the Regulus. He's going to be able to summon Regulus by equipping a machine from the graveyard. He's going to go for C Crush Wyvern. I wonder if he drew the Regulus for turn.
I didn't see him at it. Ooh, hang on. Hang on, we've got a Bestial.
Bestial Magnum. Bestials in Labyrinth.
Bestial Magnemite hits.
I guess it's just another way you can make Chaos Angel with the level 4 and a level 6.
Level 4 and a 6, yep. And that means that Regulus isn't going to have an equip on it. So, if your opponent activates a card effect, you can send a Therion monster from your hand or face the field to the graveyard. So Regulus is still active.
So he'll be able to send the Therion Disc Coliseum or himself. Magnum effect is going to activate to add a dragon.
Therion monster card.
Oh, it has to be a monster, so he can't send the Disc Coliseum. It has to send itself. Okay.
So in the end phase, we get the Druid's form.
I think that one's Soren here.
Is that Soren here?
Yeah, he's pretty dark though, so these European prints. Now, Jonas is going to draw for turn. Now that it's his turn, he'll be able to use the Big Welcome Labyrinth. He couldn't use it on the opponent's turn since he didn't have the Fiend on the field.
Yeah, it was a tough start for Oliver, but a really interesting game has broken out here thanks to Clara and Rushka, the Ventrilla duo.
Yeah, that is a really cool card to see. And I guess if we're going to see in the deck, it's going to be ABC, because yeah, Oliver probably knows that sometimes the deck struggles to get the machine monster into the graveyard unless you draw multiple copies of those machines.
See, that's why he keeps asking us for the Link 1.
This is his best option. Now I understand.
Look, we're not putting them out of a job. Tough economy out here for Link monsters.
It's tough. Tough to ask for a Link 1 in today's day and age.
All right, Jonas. Taking quite a while to think here.
Just double checking on that Therion Disc Coliseum. It does have that battle protection effect.
Yeah, maybe taking a little too long on this one. So there is the Disc Coliseum here. See, once per turn, if a monster is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can target a Therian monster from your graveyard, add it to your hand. Once per turn, if your monster would be destroyed by battle, you can send one Therian card or one Endless Engine or Gyro System from your deck to the graveyard instead. Now, is that the only Therian card in the deck?
Potentially. Could have more copies of Regulus, maybe Lily Borea. Uncertain, though.
That's an interesting thing you got to ask yourself. Can he actually protect anything?
Yeah, it is definitely something you have to consider. He does summon a copy of Druisworm and Sorinir, and he's going to link those two into Muckraker.
Oh, it's Muckraker. All right.
Muckraker, pretty good in Labyrinth. He does summon back Fiends from the graveyard, but he's going to get the Druisworm effect to be able to send a special summon monster on Oliver's side of the field to the graveyard. Probably going to go after that Regulus.
Did we decide it was Druisworm or Sorinir?
He had both.
He had both, okay.
It was the one he added was Sorinir, but he had the Druisworm in hand.
Yeah, so I like Muckraker a lot. Just make it with 2 effect monsters. There's a sneak peek card for that particular set as well, Darkwing Blast. Let's get Fiend monsters out of your graveyard.
I think he's actually using the Premier Event card itself. It looks like an ultra rare copy.
And more interestingly, it discards a card as part of the effect. Now I can think of a few Fiends that like being discarded by a card effect.
Somewhere down in the Dark World depths. But yeah, he does have that Fiend on the field now. So he is finally going to trigger the Druisworm to send Regulus. Doesn't really matter if you negate it, it's going to the graveyard either way.
Still has that face down card. I wonder what that is.
Could be something like...
Doesn't seem like an impermanence, because I think he might have used it on Muckraker. Maybe not. Maybe if it's impermanent, you hold it for Ariana.
Could be the case here. I'm going to set one card face down. So he does have a Fiend on the field now, so I think that means he can use the Big Welcome during Oliver's turn. You just need any Fiend, I believe.
You need a level 8.
Oh, it has to be a level 8 Fiend? Oof. Need the Lady or Lovely. Or Dark Necrophere.
Or Dark Necrophere. Replaces Endless Engine with Union. No, another Disc Coliseum.
I'm guessing he does play multiple Therion monsters if he's playing multiple copies of Disc Coliseum. Interesting.
That is an interesting deck list. Is it just 2 Regulus, I wonder, or is there a different Therion? Let's find out. Oh, it's another Regulus. All right. Looks like...
He's going to use the Medora before he has a chance to target the machine in the graveyard. Doesn't want the Regulus touching down if he can't avoid it.
So no machines in the graveyard means that Regulus can't drop. And it seems pretty clear that Oliver hasn't drawn any other ABC pieces other than that one C. It makes you wonder if his deck list might be a little light on them. Because I know that's one thing that ABC players did for a while, was just try to shave down to the absolute minimum number. I think they got to like 2-1-1 or something at one point.
Just find it, because you'll be able to recycle them with the ABC Dragon Buster, but we do see
now we're gonna get to a Union Hanger. Maybe. The Dragon Ravine should still be in the deck.
And we know
all you did inside it.
And Oliver only has 1 card in hand, and it has to, I'm pretty sure that is the Regulus he just added. But the Union Hanger will be... Does he want to... I don't know.
If it goes through, it's huge.
Looks like he's going to activate Union Hanger. Does he have an ABC to summon? He's going to grab B Buster Drake. I'm imagining. I predicted the future. Normal summon B Buster Drake, and that's going to activate Union Hanger's effect to equip an appropriate target, A or C.
And now all the hard work of keeping that Therian Regulus off the field is going to go to waste.
Neither player drawing very good in this game, it seems like. Well, I mean, Jonas had the 2 B-Steals, but... So he equips the Union Driver, so he'll be able to equip the letter that he wants to special summon. As you mentioned earlier, you do this so you can special summon them from being equipped, so you can get 2 level 4s on the field. We go back to the old school ABC, and you go into, what was it called? The light monster lets you draw cards up till you have 2 in your hand that, I believe, I can't remember the name of it right now. It escaped me in the last moment. Bujinte Tsukiyomi.
Oh, the one where you pitch your hand and drops you up 2?
Yeah, yeah, but I love that card. It's really good in ABC.
I think we're pretty old school here with Claire and Rushka. I don't know that we're
that old
Fujinte Tsukiyomi old school. I don't know that that's happening. So we're combining Claire and Rushka with the Buster Drake. Are they an effect monster?
This is good for Lynn, the Light Charmer. And then B Buster Drake, since it's sent to the graveyard, will be able to add a letter from the deck to the hand. Sorry, Lina.
They are.
I always combine Lina and Lynn.
Nope. Nope, not Lynn.
So B Buster Drake is going to grab a copy of B Buster Drake, one of the few cards that can add a copy of itself.
Ice Dragon's Prison is active. Oh, it's Solid Judgment!
Wow, Ice Dragon Prison, a crazy card against ABC.
And Solemn Judgment, a good card against most things.
He's going to pay 4,000. It's one of those cards you can pretty much side deck in, going first anytime and knowing you're going to get some value out of it.
Oh, that's a pretty good insurance policy on a weak hand. Wow, that would have been devastating, the Ice Dragon's Prison.
Those letters are just gone. But instead, Oliver prepared for it already.
Oh, the big nose strikes again, and Ice Dragon's Prison is negated.
Jonas has seen enough.
After negated the rest of the game.
Wow. After a weak start from Oliver, he looked disheveled. He looked like he was just so sad, had his head in his hand.
Done.
Yeah, he thought it was over. He set a monster turn 1. His turn 1 was activate Theron Disc Coliseum, get Ash Blossom, set a monster, set a Speller Trap, pass, and then found a way to navigate himself to victory. I mean, the big key there, I think, maybe he drew that set rotation, and that really got him back into the game.
Because he went like Disc Coliseum, nothing, but then getting that set rotation, it seemed like he was just light on ABC pieces. That was the issue, is that he just had the C and nothing.
Yeah, it would have been cool to see that Ice Dragon's Prison resolve. I mean, that's one of the cards, like, in Labyrinth, you can pick a lot of trap cards as you like and maybe just tech one, play one in your deck, and then you can access it with Lady, reset it with Lovely to use. We also see like cards like Terror's Overroot. That's something that a lot of players use traditionally. But Ice Dragon's Prison, a classic now, pretty solid, but kind of has fallen out of favor. But going into this tournament, I really like it. Yeah. Going against, I mean, you're probably not expecting ABC. I'm assuming he's keeping there for something like Dragon Link or something to get 2 dragons out of the graveyard.
It's even good against opposing Labyrinth decks, right?
Very true.
Their Stovey Torby and their Lady, even if she's protected from being targeted. It doesn't target anything on the field.
Yeah, that is actually really heads up, and it's a trap that'll make a monster leave the field via trap effect to enable all your furniture to come back to your hand or special summon to the field, or trigger a variety of your other cards as well. Pretty cool to see Ice Dragon's Prison making an appearance, but even cooler to see Solemn Judgment negating it.
Yep, that was a fun game.
That was.
And sometimes a lot of the best duels are when nothing's going right for anybody, and you just have to struggle for every life point and every inch of ground on the field.
Oh yeah, those are my favorite games. I mean, it's just so cool to see, and it feels good. I mean, you have to think Oliver's feeling pretty good right now. He probably went from a really low to a pretty high right now, where he's really back in it, because he thought it was over. You just set that C Crush Wyvern and a set of Solemn Judgment with a hope and a prayer, and prayers are sometimes answered.
Now, it's a tough way forward here. You're going into Game 3 of an elimination game for both of you, and the Labyrinth player gets to go first. That's a tall order. But we've seen how explosive ABC decks can be in the past. So maybe this is just going to be the game of Oliver's life, and he could take it.
Yeah, and I mean, from what I hear, Oliver is a dedicated ABC duelist. This isn't the first time. He didn't just pick it up to play this weekend because the deck that he qualified with or wanted to come here with isn't accessible. It's one of his favorite decks of all time.
And that's something that's happened quite a lot at this particular World Championship as well. Like the story of Jessica has been really amazing. Playing Rika or Sun Avalon or some combination of the two, depending on which cards are out. They're just dedicated to deck for three years now, up until the most recent version, and then winning the European Championship, and now she's here.
Yeah, and you get to see it pay off. It's pretty awesome. All right, game number 3. This is for all the marbles, folks. For all the dual chips. All right, pot of
Ooh,
extravagance.
all right, starting with extravs. So prosperity is limited in this tournament. So I'm not shocked if a lot of duelists are switching to the triple extrav instead and just going for more cards over card selection.
Yeah, playing pot of extravagant labyrinth makes you really need to get 3 copies of Chaos Angel for your
Yes.
extra deck, which
Yes.
can be a kind of problem. But he has the Ash Blossom, which is met by Call by the Grave.
Oh, that hurt. If you're Oliver, that has to be crushing seeing the limited Called by the Grave get you.
Maybe he can take solace that his Union Hanger, if he has one, next turn won't be met with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That's when I get Called by the Grave, I just have to try and tell myself, it's okay, they won't do that card to me on the following turn at least. But we see 1, 2, 3 cards in the spell and trap card zone.
But it also means that
They resolve their effect.
The welcome's going to go through. They're going to get their 2 cards.
Very true.
So having the extra 2 draws and 3 face down, Oliver does not look like a duelist who's drawn Harpy's Feather Duster. He has drawn Ethereal Disc Coliseum, and that is going to happen. It's going to get. Oh, we haven't seen the Lily. We'll see if it's Regulus once again.
Looks like it might just be Regulus in the deck.
If you can believe it, it's Regulus again.
Will he have set rotation for the 3rd game in a row?
Yeah, he's got pretty good fortune on that set rotation.
So I was a big fan of ABC Adventure when the Adventure engine came out because you could use Ethereal Disc Coliseum in set rotation, and then you give them your Union Hanger, and you return, or Ethereal Disc Coliseum, and you return it to your hand with Draco back. That's one of my favorite combos. Not what he's playing here, but definitely something to consider.
He's got the 1 prosperity. All right, well, no Ash Blossom here. We're going to banish how many for the cost? 1, 2. It's got to be at least 3. We can't stop at 2 unless proceeding to 3.
Pot of Prosperity. It's funny when they banish 3, I'm like, oh no, their hand's good. But if they banish 6, I'm like, oh no, they're going to get a good card. There's really no winning when it comes to however many they banish.
Oh, and it's going to be 3. We see Cosmic Cyclone.
That's pretty
All right,
huge.
Cosmic Cyclone. Okay.
I thought for sure it was going to be a 3rd.
If it was 3rd to Cosmic Cyclone or like Duster, everything's roof was going to come off this building. Cosmic Cyclone. It's a nice one.
Yeah, Cosmic pretty good. I like it when you're going first. It's kind of like hard. You don't want to set it. You can just keep it in your hand. And then if they try and use like Stovey Torby or something to set a trap, you can just Cosmic the trap that they set at the end phase.
So Sea Crush Wyvern is summoned and gets in there for 12.
Again, the MVP here for Oliver. Sea Crush Wyvern.
That's why the C is for crush.
He's crushing the life points. Welcome Labyrinth.
Ooh, welcome Labyrinth. All right. We're going to get a Labyrinth monster from the deck and special summon it. Don't want to toss another Ash here. You got to remember it's still negated this turn. Thinking if there's going to be another chain link here. Looks like no. Ariana is the call. She's got a hefty defense, 2100 defense, and a searching effect to add any Labyrinth card from your deck to your hand. And an effect that draws a card and lets you special summon fiends or set spells and traps.
Pretty good card.
Ariana Labyrinth Servant is an excellent card.
Gonna main phase 2. We're seeing it again.
There they are, the Ventrilla duo. Now, Sea Crush Wyvern lets you special summon from your hand.
Yep. If it's into the graveyard, you can special summon a different letter from your hand.
But I guess the important part here is getting it in the graveyard for the Therian.
Oh, but that's immediately going to be met by Bestial Druistorm. It looks like Jonas saw the same thing you did and wants to keep it out of the graveyard so Regulus won't be able to use the effect.
Ooh, Pankratops!
Not a bad card to have.
Now, because of the Bestial, that means that Jonas controls more monsters than Oliver does, which makes Pankratops, well, it was legal. Yes, so
Okay.
Pankratops has to stay. Pankratops is a tough one. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with the way his hand was, maybe I would have gone after 6 cards of that Pot of Prosperity.
Sets one face down. And
Lady.
then here we go in the end phase. Lady Labyrinth, the Silver Castle is going to hit because there is a set card face down. Pankratops can't target it. Now this is where things start to go very wrong for you. Once the level 8s get on the field, if you can't deal with them immediately before they start getting you cards, it can be tough. Now what we do have to think about though is that Pankratops is kind of nice. You have to chain directly to the normal trap with Lady Labyrinth to get a different one. So Pankratops could interrupt it in the middle and stop her from doing anything.
Yeah, someone had like the Paleozoic traps work to summon back from the graveyard. That's the way I always remember.
Exactly. So we got Abystial and Ariana. They're going to make Chaos Angel. We were ordering the chain links here.
So he's going to get a Banish and a Send.
And Pank now or forever hold your peace. He will. We're going to chain Dogmatic Punishment. Chain Lady.
Oliver knows it is not looking good for him.
So I guess that's not the Cosmic Cyclone face down. I think if it was, you'd want to chain it to target that last face down. I wonder what that is.
I think it is.
So you're going to set the Ice Dragon's Prison.
I think Oliver might just be a little frustrated with the situation, so maybe not thinking about chaining that Cosmic Cyclone to cut him off from setting the trap.
I mean, even if it seems hopeless, you still have to make the best decisions possible.
Yeah.
Because if you make the best decisions possible and your opponent does not, you might still steal one.
Very true. You gotta have that right mentality when you're playing at the World Championship, especially.
Yeah, so I think they are checking, can you activate this the same turn you used your extra deck? And you can, because it's for the rest of the turn of your, until the end of your next turn after this card resolves. You cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck.
It feels like forever.
You're going to send Entis. Entis, rather, Clara and Rushka are going to get hit by the punishment.
Now he's going to be able to use Lady.
And then Entis is going to activate as well. Yeah, so the Lady went ahead and set Ice Dragon's Prison. Now we're going to Entis. We've got 5 minutes left in the round here.
He summoned the Lady during Oliver's turn, right? So he can still put this Lady into attack mode?
Correct. And it is a Cosmic Cyclone. I'm going to use it on the freshly set one that can't be chained.
That's going to be that Ice Dragon's Prison.
I still don't get why you don't use it
To cut off
the original trap so that the card doesn't exist in the first place and you get that other one out. We got an extra card on the field here. Where did this other card come from?
And that's it. Yeah, with that
All
hand.
Right. I don't think it matters here because we're going to get 8,000 damage in any case.
Yeah, but that I would have dug for 6 with that Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, I think I would have as well.
But yeah, he kind of drew like the same kind of hand there in all games. There's a couple copies of Theron Disc Coliseum and not really seeing those ABC monsters.
You got to get those ABC monsters, and that's why it's tough. Like every time I see Duelists going down to like 2-1-1 for their, I think it's 1-2-1 rather, like 1A, 2B,
and 1C.
1C. I think that's usually what I saw, although it's been a while since I've seen an ABC deck in the first place, which is part of why it's so cool that we got to see it here. But that's the thing I worry about when I don't have enough of the key cards in my deck that I'm basing everything around, and I'm trying to fill with so many other things to try to make bigger and bigger plays possible instead of sticking to the core of my strategy and making sure that I can do it every single game. It bothers me a little bit. I can't really build my decks that way because this is what happens eventually.
And yeah, big shout outs to Jonas too. Like knowing to after he saw the Theron come down one time, he learned from his mistake. He knew to make sure to keep the machines out of the graveyard. Don't give him that opportunity to stick the Regulus on the field. So immediately, as soon as the machine hit the graveyard, a Beastie was ready to meet him.
Jonas played this match extremely well. I go back to game number 1 when we have the Nibiru interaction, where he pitches it with the second Stovey Torby so that it can't special summon itself, and ends up just clearing the field completely without giving Oliver anything. Very heads-up move. That's one that if you want to kind of up your game a little bit and you're a Labyrinth Duelist, keep that one in your head because I'm sure it'll come up.
Certainly.
All right. Well, that's going to be it for round number 5. Round number 6 is scheduled to start at 350. That's 1,550 hours. Do not go away and make sure to keep both tabs open so you don't miss any of the action from TCG, Master Duel, or Duel Links. Don't go away.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. So 5 Swiss rounds are in the books, and most years this would be where we cut off to the top 8, but not this year. We're playing 2 more rounds of Swiss to make sure we really get the best of the best going into the top 8 this time around. Hello, everybody, I'm Jerome Kale. I'm here with Billy Brake. We're having a great time here at the first World Championship back in 4 years.
Yeah, that's really the big talk of the weekend, is that it's been so long since we've had a world champion, and everyone wants to be that first world champion in so many years, and now they're getting even closer to it. The day is winding down. As you mentioned, normally 5 rounds, 7 today, so we have 2 more to play today, and then 2 more to play of Swiss, that is. We're going to have another round after that. Once that round 7 concludes, you don't want to leave. You're going to want to stick around, because we're also going to have that first round of top 8, have that feature match tonight before we come back tomorrow to play the semifinals.
Now, the competition has been incredibly fierce this weekend. Well, let's take a look at who's been tearing it up. And the person who is in first place, undefeated. 5-0, Gabriel Susi from Europe.
Yeah, the French player.
Excellent performance.
Yes.
Excellent performance. But the U.S. is right behind him. North America's right there. Enzo
right on his
is
tail.
in second place with 12 points. Right behind him, also with 12 points, it's Polly. Right behind him, also with 12 points, it's Steven Santoli.
And Steven losing round 1 and running it back, winning the next 4. Fantastic.
It might be looking like the North American sweep. Who knows? And then after that, we have Johan from who we saw before, Juan Renteri Pastor, Jessica Robson, and Yo Lin. And we're going to see Johan once again. And he's going to be taking on the winner of the North American World Championship qualifier, Jeremy Mitchell.
Also a YCS champion in his own right. Now he is definitely trying to play to win. Both these players, I think, believe they really want to win this game to keep in contention to make that top 8. But it's awesome to see our North American champion here at the feature match stage in round number 6.
So both of these players are on 9 points. Johan is effectively 5th place. Jeremy Mitchell is 10th. So a win here for Jeremy is huge. Oh, set rotation. So he starts with set rotation with the double planets.
Now, normally that pressure planet would help Jeremy Mitchell if he was playing his deck from the NAWCQ.
That's true.
We'll have to see what he is playing. But this is funny. We saw Jung earlier, and he also opened up with Primeval Planet Pellerino a couple times, and now he's doing it again here in game number 1. Set rotation, I think we've seen a lot more in a variety of decks here this weekend.
Yeah, we saw it quite a lot in ABC just last round.
Yep, he's going to get that Primeval Planet Pellerino. Going to be able to activate it to add a Vsauce Starfrost or a Tier Elements monster from the deck to the hand.
Starting off with Merly.
That's a good normal summon. If you have something with like Tier Element Scream to back it up, you'll be able to send the top 6 cards from your deck to the graveyard.
And set rotation Scream. Oh, all right.
Diviner the Herald, really cool in the Tier Element deck. You can send any Earth Fairy or any Fairy, so you can use Natis from the extra deck if you want, or you can send, there it is, a Guido.
And all of this is going on uncontested from Jeremy. Not a good time to not draw any ways to interact on turn 1.
Yeah, you definitely want an infinite and permanent, something like Diviner, because now being able to send the top 5 cards of both players' deck to the graveyard. Scream is already a good hit. Hellshadal is going to send some more cards, I believe.
And one of the tough things here is it reveals Jeremy's deck. He's playing Vanquish Soul. Stake Your Soul was the first card off the top there.
It looks like Jeremy wants to read Hellshadal.
Take a look at the Hellshadal center there. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can send the cards to the top of your deck to the graveyard up to the number of different original attributes among the monsters on the field. So that's 1, but we're also going to get 3 off of Scream.
Yeah, he sent the Scream, so he's going to be able to add the trap.
Yeah, adds the trap, that's right. That's right. I keep thinking of the other effective Scream that he just kept trying to use in that last match. You just never get it to go through.
Indeed, and looks like he's going to grab Tier Element's Crime with that Scream.
It is the counter trap.
Now Hellshadal is going to send 1 more card from the deck to the graveyard. Oop.
It is
Kashtira
Unicorn. Ah, so there is something to pick up with that Rates Off. You get the Unicorn. I wonder if there's a Birth in there too.
I'd imagine.
I guess we won't find out this round unless Unicorn makes it onto the field. Polymerization. The original.
The best way to fuse is going to be using Merly, King of the Swamp, and Diviner of the Herald for Guardian Chimera.
And that used cards from both the hand and the field, so that is good. He'll draw 2 and then destroy 1.
Oh, because he gave him the field spell from set rotation.
Yes.
He's going to be able to
use it.
Guardian Chimera turn 1. Yeah, normally you can't use that effect on turn 1 because you need to do both effects, but cool. I really like the Polymerization set rotation combo here.
Yeah, that's it's not going to come up often since set rotation is limited, but you know, when it does, it's just really good. And that's kind of the thing with this tier limit deck. What I saw from watching him in the earlier round and now here is that this is a really high roll deck. Like when it goes off, it goes off, but I have to imagine that its bad hands are unplayable.
I also think so as well. This is really cool. I just like seeing things I haven't seen before, and I've never seen all this interaction together.
Yep, so it's draw cards equal number of cards used as material from the hand, destroy cards your opponent controls equal to the number of cards used as material on the field.
And he's going to draw 2, destroy 1.
And the Ghost Ogre was used on, or the Ghost Bell was used on.
I think the
Merly.
Merly.
Just in the, yeah, it was the Merly.
Yeah, I think
so we can use the fusion summon.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to be ordered. No, they were both optional, so we got to choose. Foolish Burial Goods is up next. I think that's the 3rd different rarity of it I've seen in this deck.
I would always used to play with like mismatching rarities just to know if I wanted to change the quantities of some of the cards in my deck. I would know which one I want to take out and be like, oh, this is the one I'm going to take out when I side deck or something like that. So then he adds Tearlaman's Kashtira from the deck to the hand. Thanks to that Soliak that he sent with the Foolish Burial Goods.
Activates, so he sent 2 Screams and had the 3rd in hand.
I think he had to, there's no way he probably drew it off. Oh, maybe he had it or he drew it off that Guardian Chimera, but showing you how powerful Tearlaman's Scream is. And he's going to banish that Soliak from the graveyard to special summon Tearlaman's Kashtira.
He's checking the graveyard, and he's probably could be looking for the Screams. He's like, you sent 2, right? Yeah, there are 2 there. You saw he stopped on both of them. It's just like, how badly am I getting outdrawn here? But all that considered, this is not a super threatening board. There's no shufflers in the graveyard.
It looks like he's considering doing something from the hand in response to this Tearlaman Kashtira and Tearlaman Scream. Potential to send 6 cards from the deck to the graveyard.
He's got 3 here, King of the Swamp, King of the Swamp. There's Reinhardt. Oh, there's a shuffler. It's Keldo. 2 Ash Blossoms gone, though. That's good information.
So it looks like he does have a Tearlaman's card in his hand. Well, we know he has the Crime at least. Oh, he had a Soliak, but he already used Soliak this turn, so he's not going to get any value from it. But he will be able to try and use Reinhardt to send a Tearlaman monster from the deck to the graveyard.
And that... Is that going to go through?
Jeremy's thinking about it.
He's really pondering this one. Let me go ahead and look at his graveyard.
With those King of the Swamps in the graveyard, I think you do want to stop this if you're able to.
Yeah, you don't want them to fusion summon with King of the Swamp available. And there's a Shadow in the graveyard, too. Nothing good can come of this if you let it through. And so Infinite Impermanence is chained from the hand, since Jeremy controls no cards. And Reinhardt is negated. All right.
Now where does
this is a tough one. What's left in hand? Something to be set face down, which is the Crime, right?
And that you need a card in hand to be able to use, so not much here in terms of... Oh, so I guess he does have 1 point of interaction. He has the Shuffler in his graveyard with the Pellerino.
Yes.
So he can put back a Tearlaman monster to destroy a card.
Does he have any Tearlaman monsters in the graveyard?
The Merly, I think that got hit by Ghost Bell, I think.
All right, so we're going to get a quick check on card text here.
I wonder which one he's unfamiliar with.
Looks like Jeremy's asking for the text here.
Okay.
He's taking a look at something, deciding what he's going to do. And he starts with Pot of Desires.
Pretty good one here. Going to be able to banish. And I like Pot of Desires and Vanquish Soul because just having more cards and having more ways to access ways to get to Rosin, pretty powerful. Especially with Pot of Prosperity being limited to 1, you got to find other ways to get to the cards you need.
And you can play a lot of duplicates as well.
Yeah, you do really go 3 of on a lot of the Vanquish Soul monsters. It looks like he drew 2, or I couldn't tell what he drew. But did draw 2 cards.
Now you've got to watch out for the scream here. Johan has multiple Tearlet monsters on the field, so it's going to be a little difficult to get rid of them.
Gonna normal summon Rosin.
And you also got to watch out for that protection effect of the Guardian Chimera. It's easy to forget about that. Polymerization is in the graveyard.
Cannot be targeted. So Scream's gonna send the top 3.
Oh.
It wasn't so bad.
Until I saw that Kelbeck, I thought it was fine.
Yeah, so
that's
he's gonna be able to send
Ash.
7. Oh, he has. Oh, the 3rd Ash from him. I thought Jeremy
Ash.
played Ash. I was like, oh, that would be helpful, but
No, so all 3 Ash Blossoms in the graveyard. That's good information to keep in mind. The Kelbeck's going to go off here.
Yep, Kelbeck at Chainlink 1, Tearless Cashier, Chainlink 2, trying to send 7 cards from the deck to the graveyard.
Now the interesting thing is that Rosin effect is not target.
So here we go. Let's see what he sends. Shadal Beast. The Beast is actually huge here. Just being able to draw a card if he draws into a monster, it's going to turn his Tearleman's Crime back online. And he's also going to send a Grief, a Tearleman's Cashier, a Tearleman's Sharon.
So he has to get specifically a Tearlament card right off of the draw.
Just a monster. You can send any monster. The Crime, you just have a Tearlament monster on the field, and you can discard a monster, I think, from your hand. There could be any card, but I'm pretty sure it has to be a monster. So Grief is going to be able to add back a banished Tearlament's Trap. Meta Noise is going to be able to, I didn't even see the Meta Noise there at first. He's going to be able to add back a Tearlament monster from the grave, so he's already going to have that Crime online. And he's going to get the draw from the Beast, and maybe a fusion summon from the Sharon. And Jeremy is going to chain the Heavy Borger to return Rosin.
So if we go Chain Heavy Borger, he needs to reveal a Fire and a Dark, right, if he wants to use it. Oh, he does not use it there. We're going to special summon the Heavy Borger. All right, well this is, I mean, Heavy Borger on the field is where you want to be, even if it is reduced by Tearlament Scream.
Yeah, I don't know how long that Heavy Borger is going to stay on the field. He is going to be able to do that, have Primeval Planet Parallel Rhino. He can go into Kaleido Heart here. Really, the Scream hitting the Kelbeck turned things around for him. And an unimpressive field just all of a sudden turned into quite an overwhelming field. I was going to go into Rukalos first.
Yeah, it looks like Rukalos first, because there's a lot of these special summoning type effects, right? Cards or effects that include an effect with special summons. All of the Vanquish Soul monsters from hand that you're swapping out, like the Heavy Borger, do that. So getting the Borger on the field now is important. So we're going to reveal Dr. Madlove
to draw a card.
And then we're going to chain with Caesar Valius. Rukalos is going to chain to that. Caesar Valius going to the graveyard.
Going to send Rukalos for his own effect. When Rukalos is sent by card effect, he can special summon back to the field.
And Borger was eliminated by Pellerino?
Yep, Pellerino. I believe so. I think Jeremy's conceding, if I had to guess.
That's such a crazy first turn.
The Kelbeck, the Ancient Vanguard, really being impressive here for Xiong.
If that third card was not the Kelbeck, I don't know that he wins this game, even despite the strong start.
Yeah, that was incredible. Cards that sent from the deck to the graveyard. Yeah, we saw like at least 5 chain links there. And not only just hitting the Meta Noise to add back the monster, the Beast to draw a card, the Sharon to fusion summon, just pretty much anything he wanted there from those 7 cards that were sent. And really showing you why Tearlaments is a deck that is still around to this day. It's just the deck that won't go away no matter how hard we try.
And if you're thinking, yeah, wait a minute, doesn't Rukalos need Kitkalos as material? How does that work? Well, don't forget that there are all of the King of the Swamps you could ever want in that graveyard, and it can be used as a substitute for any named fusion material monster, a specifically named fusion material monster on a fusion monster. So, you know, it just gets into a trench coat and pretends to be Kitkalos at the door and gets to go back to the bottom of the deck to make Rukalos.
Yeah, really cool. And I think my favorite part about that game was definitely that first play, showing the power of set rotation and polymerization and combination. That is a wicked combo, because I don't think he had, I mean, if I had to assume, it's just me guessing, he didn't have like that Tearlament Scream in hand, which was key in that matchup, and maybe he drew into it with that Guardian
I think he got it
Chimera.
with the Guardian Chimera, because he knocked the first two off the deck with a bunch of fairy effects. The one sent off of Herald.
Yeah, and then being able to have that Scream to really have that point of interaction. Sometimes just one Scream is enough to get you there, because you're able to hit something like Kelbeck, 3 turns into 7, and all of a sudden you send 10 cards on the top of your deck to the graveyard, and then it's quite over. But it was definitely impressive there, Jeremy. You know, not really being able to get too much going. Vanquish Soul's a strong deck, a solid deck, but if you're facing down like a huge board, it's kind of hard to jump back into the game if you don't have any of those powerful like board clear cards, like something like Evenly Matched or Lightning Storm, anything like that. But having them in the main deck, probably not going to be here in the case here.
Now, if you watch that game and you're like, how in the world is this guy only on 9 points and on the verge of elimination? It's specifically because it doesn't do that every game. If it did do that every game, he'd be up at 15 with Gabriel.
Yeah, with everything limited into the deck now, that's what happens when you have a lot of limited cards. The consistency goes down a little bit in the deck. The power's still there. The cards still do the same things, but not as consistent. But it seems like he's found a way to make it pretty consistent here this weekend. I know he started off with a 2 or 3-0 record, and now he's just trying to hang back in it and stay with it. But sometimes those are the kind of decks that will fall apart.
Yeah, the set rotation, I think, was just being able to get to the planets is so crucial. All right, it looks like our players have made their siding decisions. They're cutting the decks. It's got about 30 minutes left in this round, plenty of time. If you've got 45 minutes around and each game takes 15 minutes, you can fit 3 games in 45 minutes easy. No problem.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But now Jeremy going to be able to play first, which is definitely where he wants to be with the Vanquish Soul deck.
I'm going to start off with Razvan.
It's a good one to start off with. Let's see if there's anything Jung will do to this. Does he have a response in hand? There's a variety of things he could have. Something that would negate the effect, something that would...
Yeah, you want specifically Ash Blossom here. You don't want Imperm because they can dodge it.
Very true.
Same with Effect Failure. Now, if it's Imperm Effect Failure, then you're in business.
It's Havness.
Havness, all right.
That is the one Havness.
The one Havness.
Let's see.
Oh, we're going to hit a Shuffler. We're going to hit an Ash Blossom and King of the Swamp. Middle of the road, I'd say. Middle of the road.
King of the Swamp might be useful on his following turn, but nothing that's going to cause any interactions directly right now. The Medora is pretty good.
And notably, it looked like he was thinking about putting it in the same column. I was like, oh, wait a minute. That's the one place I can't put it. We'll put it in the left. Gonna send that away for Rock of the Vanquisher.
Rock of the Vanquisher, solid link one. He can add back that Razvan if he wants. Looks like he is going to activate the effect, but might be special summoning from hand.
Special summons any Vanquish Soul monster from your hand. This one's going in defense. It's Dr. Madlove, and that's going to draw an Ash Blossom. Interesting. So using the Ash Blossom here instead of there. I'm going to change Heavy Borger. Pick it up. Drop Heavy Borger.
Dr. Madlove and Heavy Borger, a great combo of cards because you get to return that Dark Monster to reveal to draw a card.
Activates Borger. We're going to randomize the deck now that the draw effect has been played, and Jeremy looks like he's going to successfully draw 1 card here. That's interesting. Hitting the Dr. Madlove with the Ash instead of the Razvan.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to try and get the Havness out first.
Yeah.
So he just get to see where he could go from there. But I think it might have been maybe a little bit better to hit the Ash Blossom on the Razvan, and then if there's something else later, do the Havness later on. But 2 cards face down. And he's already going to start amassing advantage. The Rock of the Vanquisher can add back from the graveyard. The Borger can draw during the opponent's turn. So this is where the advantage starts snowballing for the Vanquish Soul deck.
I think you can just special summon as well. So you can put that Razvan into the column of whatever monster he needs to get rid of, and then reveal a Dark and a Fire. And
if he has like something like Continue or something like that? Yeah, I could see that. So it looks like draw phase. He's going to reveal Mad Love to draw a card.
Yep, do that on draw phase. You don't get drolled. So Heavy Borger is right there.
I'm a big fan of Heavy Borger. John, considering his options here.
Yeah, that Shuffler's in an interesting place here.
Oh yeah, being able to chain it to Rock of the Vanquisher might be useful, but if Jeremy has something like Vanquish Soul Continue, he could go Rock of the Vanquisher, target the Rosin. That would maybe prompt him to use the Medora, and then he could chain Vanquish Soul Continue to bring back the Rosin.
And go. He's really drawing all these Tearlaments.
Normal summons Tearlament Rhinoheart.
All right, Rhinoheart is good to go. Pat is going to send. This is the
Sharon.
second of third. Ooh. It's going to activate and get hit by a Ghost Bell.
Ghost Bell, great Earth monster to play in that Vanquish Soul deck.
Yep, you need him to be able to reveal, and this is a format full of graveyard effects. Not just Tearlaments, but Dragon Link has a bunch of things that add back. Stovey Torby can come back like that.
Branded in Red from Branded is a good target for Ghost Bell.
You can even just use it against Big Welcome Labyrinth because it can special summon from the graveyard.
Ooh, that's something to keep in mind.
So Sharon is sent and then negated.
So now he could maybe link into something like the Dark Charmer Gloomy, potentially. There's no dark in Jerry Mitchell's graveyard.
No.
Just trying to think about what options he might have here.
Yeah, attacking isn't really an option either because of Rock of the Vanquisher's effect forcing the battles between the strongest. It's kind of appropriate for the World Championship, right? It's a battle between the strongest.
Definitely. But you see the advantage that Vanquish Soul can start amassing with Jung only on 2 cards in hand, Jeremy sitting on a full hand, 2 cards in hand.
Shadow Fusion?
Oh,
You've
man.
got to be kidding me.
There is a monster from the extra deck on the field. That means he can use materials from his deck.
Now, can he get that monster off the field?
That's what Jeremy's thinking about right now. What can I do about this? Looks like
no. Shadow Fusion. This deck's crazy. I have to see this deck list. I have to.
Shadow Fusion, the original brand of Fusion, but it requires your opponent to have an extra deck monster, but then you can send the materials to summon a Shadal monster, but you're also going to get those effects of the Shadals as you send them.
So it's probably going to be Beast and Hell Shadal.
He even plays Shadal Squamata.
And he's going to go with an Earth monster.
Shekanaga?
For Shekanaga, which gives you, I think that's the monster effect negation if you have another Shadow in hand, but I don't think it's that likely, right? Though with Squamata, if maybe he plays Hedgehog too.
I think just getting the Agido in the graveyard is going to be enough for him here. Yeah, because he's going to go Agido 1, Squamata 2, so he's going to be able to get the Beast out of the deck and protect the Agido from getting hit by something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I really like Shadal Fusion for going second in the Tearlament deck. It's insane.
I wonder if it's main decked even.
You could.
Like, what if it's a side deck card? He sides into Shadow Fusion. That would be
going second.
Mad.
You could side into like Triple Tactics Thrust, Shadal Fusion. That's pretty good.
That sounds like something that's plausible.
And he gets to send the Hell Shadal. Now he's sending Hell Shadal instead of the Beast because now he has 3 different attributes, so that's going to send 3 additional cards. So here comes the 5 from Agido. And he hits a Tearlaments Kastira and a Tearlaments Soliek.
There goes the planet.
Now let's see on a new chain. So he's gonna he's gonna be able to send 5 more cards from the deck to the graveyard and add a Tearlament monster from his deck to the hand. And he's going to chain the Mudora to put back his Tearlament monsters because he only has a Tearlament Merly in the deck right now. Wants to put the Sharon back in the deck. Let's see if he's thinking about considering putting anything else back.
The Merly has to be in the deck. If it's in hand, you can't do it. Right? If all the Tearlament monsters are out, you can't attack. You can't activate an effect to search.
Yeah, so he's going to put the Sharon back so he can add it with the Soliek. I'm assuming the Merly's in the deck.
Yeah, presumably it is.
Oh, I guess you could have Tyrman's Kastira also.
I think he sent them all.
Yeah, that also could have been the case. But he does add the Sharon.
So there's the 4 limited ones and then 3 of the others. I could have sworn I saw all 3, but I might be mixing the games together in my head.
Let's see where he's going next. Here comes 2 more from Tyrman's Kastira.
Well, the planet and the card it searches.
Did he do the Helshadal? I guess not.
There's only 2 attributes in the field, right?
He's Dark, Water, and Earth.
Yep. Yeah, Dark, Water, Earth.
Now he's thinking about his options. This Shadal fusion really thrusted him back into this game. I like that. I'm stealing that.
And as usual, the graveyard is not in the rightmost monster zone.
So now there might be some dark. Oh, he's going to go into
Cross Sheep.
Cool. Cross Sheep is really cool in the Shadal deck. And with Tearlaments, if he special summon a fusion monster to the zone it points to, he can special summon back a monster from the graveyard.
Really badly for Jeremy. If you let Cross Sheep stuff go, you're in a heap of trouble. He's going to go continue.
He's going to try and bring back Vanquished Soul Rosin.
And I would imagine he wants to put that in the same column as the Cross Sheep to get rid of it.
Indeed he does.
There we go. Now is he gonna activate the effect of Rosin to add something to hand?
Looks like he does. He needs to get the attribute so he can add the appropriate Vanquished Soul monster to the attribute he's missing.
Yeah, so I assume probably missing a fire monster.
Is he gonna use the Shekanaga? He does have the Shadal monster in his hand.
I'm going to chain that, or chain to that rather.
I'm pretty sure you can only use each effect once per chain.
Once per turn, and cannot activate more than one in the same chain.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. We'll have to wait and see.
Negate the activation. Special summon monster activates deck while you have a shadow card in hand, so you must have one.
It's been a while since I've seen Shekanaga. Big fan.
And then he's got to send the shadow. We'll find out. Oh, it's the beast.
That's why he never sent the beast, because it was in his hand, so he's going to get to draw. Now he's going to reveal Tearlaments Sharon.
That's the one that was added back.
He's to send Tearlaments Merrily. And he's going to send the top 3 hits of Soliac that he already used, Tearlaments Kastira that he's already used, but the Merrily effect is still online.
It feels like things are just falling in his favor in this. It's like it just happens to be the right one in the deck and they're all in the right place. It's kind of magical to watch. Maybe not if you're Jeremy. But just from an outside perspective, just watching everything fall into place like this is almost hypnotic.
It is. So the Merrily's going to put back 3. He's going to put back Rhino Heart, Havnus, and Merrily. So he's going to be able to summon Tearlaments Kaleido Heart. And then the Cross Sheep will be able to also activate its effect. He's going to be able to shuffle back a card on Jeremy's side of the field, the Kaleido Heart. He's going to be able to draw a card from the Shadal Beast. I don't think he's done that yet.
Does Cross Sheep have to summon to the other zone it points to?
No,
it doesn't.
No,
right?
it checked both of the zones to see what are in the zones it points to, but it can summon anywhere. So if you have like a Synchro monster in the other zone, you can also boost up all your monsters' attack by 700 as well. That's my Monadium knowledge coming in handy.
So I think that sent the other face down, back to the deck.
That's probably what I'd go after here.
Yeah, because the border is just not big enough.
So the Cross Sheep's going to bring back Shadal Squamata from the graveyard, so he has 2 level 4s on the field, giving him some Xyz summoning access for a rank 4. He might use the overlay network.
I wonder if you just attack with everything first, if you get more damage in that way.
Or Link.
You're going to link everything away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, Apollosa.
Monadium. This is the Monadium combos. So it's going to have 8, 16, 2400 attacks.
3 arrows.
3 materials.
Not link arrows, actual like arrows.
Arrows,
It's the bow of the goddess.
Oh, actual arrows.
Yes, that's the way I think of it.
That is pretty cool. It's
And
3
it's
shots.
like a quiver full of.
Oh, I
you know,
like
3
that.
shots.
I like that. And
Oh,
triple tactic talent.
Are not serious.
Take the heavy border.
You are not serious.
Rock of the Vanquisher effect's gonna activate to special summon from hand, maybe.
Yeah, because he used the continue before. Hasn't used Rock of the Vanisher yet. I haven't heard what effect was used, but I imagine it's the theft effect.
So he's gonna summon Dr. Madlove. So that does have a little bit of a disruption, but the Appaloosa is just gonna lock him out of being able to do anything.
Well, if you can at least like force out one of the arrows, that reduces the damage.
True.
I think Jeremy's in survival mode right now. He's just trying to get another turn.
This is a rough. When Telemans, you know, when they start sending so many cards from the deck to the graveyard, it can really offset the advantage that the Vanquish Soul deck can amass because you're just getting so many free cards from the graveyard effects.
So that's the thing, right? Like, if he lives, if he gets through this turn, maybe he's got a shot.
Maybe.
Shekinah is out. Kaleido Heart, probably not doing a whole lot. We're not special summoning Aquas.
Yeah, nothing to really enable that. Just have to work around that Appaloosa, which isn't the hardest cards to deal with. A strong card, but not too bad.
The Appaloosa can be... There are ways to deal with the Appaloosa.
Yeah. Many ways.
Now, he's still going to have to draw something pretty pretty good off the top here, because he only got 1 card in hand, it looks like. But, like, if there is...
It looks like he took the Dr. Madlove.
A manner in which it's possible to win, then this would be it. Now, we can't activate the Madlove in this case, so it's, you know, tactics, chain to summon Madlove. If you take Madlove, you can't activate it.
Never really saw itself on the field. So he's going to move to the battle phase.
24 and what, 26?
Yeah. The Rock has to
Rock
be
has to go
destroyed
first,
first.
yes. So 5,000. That's it's more than a prayer. He's not going to get Dr. Madlove back, I don't think. I imagine you link that off with the Shekinah and get back a Shadow card.
I wonder if it would have been maybe been more advantageous to draw 2 or look at the hand with the triple tactics talent, because take here doesn't do too much.
Well, looks like Jeremy has 2 cards in hand, not 1.
I would have definitely wanted to take a peek and force a Century card back in the deck.
I think he might be right there. I think that might have been the play.
Because, I mean, he's either going to link away the Shekinah. I don't even know what he could go into. Oh, I guess he could go into a Dark.
Dark can take Heavy Borger?
He could. Nope, doesn't play Dark maybe and gives it right back.
Really?
Yeah, definitely a mistake there doing the take with the triple tactic talent. So this is where it was going to go.
This is shocking to me. I can't believe he didn't have anything to make with that.
Yeah, giving him back the Vanquish Soul monster is huge.
He's not locked into anything, right? He didn't miss a lock?
Nope. Because now the options for Jeremy are they're a lot wider.
Yeah, Jeremy's in this now. Because Johan is down to nothing except what he's got on the field.
Jeremy could start with a rock, or he could start with something from the hand. Looks like he is going to summon a Kaiju. He's going to Doggeran the Appaloosa, and now Jung has no interruptions.
Let's see where it goes from here. Tough position. I think Doggeran makes it a lot more tenable.
We're crossing the 15-minute mark for the round as well.
Because we've got that Madlib on the field, right? That can return the monster with the lowest defense.
Mm-hmm.
Doggeran's, I believe, is below hers.
It is, I think, yeah.
And he's got the materials.
So he's going to reveal both the cards in hand, which are the right attributes to return Doggeran to the hand. So he'll be able to use it again on the Kaleido. That's a little dangerous, though. Oh, no, because it's not sent by a card effect. It's just tributed.
It's tributed.
That's right.
The effect creates the legal game action.
Yes, that's awesome here from
So
Jeremy.
Dr. Madlove, very well played.
Wow, fighting back into it. Maybe after the slight misstep from Jung on the triple tactics talent, not to take a peek at the hand.
And that's the thing, right? If he takes that card away, can't possibly have 2 cards.
Yeah, he would have to draw like something like Pot of Desires or get really lucky. Oh man, this is huge. This is the opening Jeremy was waiting for.
And now Razin goes into the same column as the Doggeran. He's going to have the Fire and Dark monster required to blow up Doggeran.
And Jung has nothing. No cards in hand, nothing to activate in the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't think see any shufflers.
Wow.
Jeremy's going to have to hurry it up to stay in this. We're getting below 15 minutes.
Gonna add Heavy Borger with Rosin.
Yep. Heavy Borger's great because it can provide both more cards and more damage.
It's my favorite Vanquish Soul monster.
I love Heavy Borger.
I think you know better than anyone how much I also love Heavy Borger.
Yes,
I've spent many times telling you how much I am in love with this card.
I am aware. We're going to draw one off Heavy Borger. You still got to clear this stuff out, though. You have to be a little careful with the Shekinaga, though. You don't want to give them Shadow Fusion with anything left in the graveyard to make with it.
Yeah, do not let it be sent to the graveyard if you can avoid it.
You're going to special summon a Bestial. Special summon a Bestial. All right.
What is he going to take out of the graveyard? I imagine Kaleido Heart's a good one.
Kaleido Heart, Dark Monster. It's gone now. Jerusalem on the field. You're still not ahead of Shekinaga or Dokkaran, though. There's a lot of interesting stuff you could do. You just don't know what he's got.
This is going to be one of those rare games where the Vanquish Soul deck has to access the extra deck a little more than usual.
Yeah, I think it is. Now, luckily, Rock of the Vanquisher points downwards.
Security Dragon?
Oh, Security Dragon to bounce it back again.
Incredible. Attack directly with Security Dragon.
Once soul face up on the field if it's co-linked, and you can see the arrows right there pointing to each other. Target a monster your opponent controls. Return it to the hand.
Really advantageous here. That's a card you were going to want to include in your Vanquish Soul extra deck for sure, since it's so easy to do this.
I love that. That's a great inclusion. Now, one card left. What is it? It's checking the graveyard. That's never a good sign.
Diviner
Checking
there.
to see how many of the Earth Fairies are left.
There's definitely a Kelbeck in the deck.
This
is nerve-wracking. If I'm Jeremy, I'm so nervous right now.
Oh,
After coming back
goodness.
through all that, just to top deck a Diviner of the Herald, to send the Kelbeck, the Ancient Vanguard.
Like, he's just drawn so well in this match. Like, if you lose one, you kind of lose this one, you kind of feel like there's nothing you could have done.
He only has 2,000 life points left, so Jung just needs something. There is a lot of Teal monsters in his graveyard already. I think that's what Jeremy is checking. Like, what?
It's nearly all of them, if not all of them, except the ones that are put back on the bottom.
So it's
but he
still
gets
Rhino
to
Heart.
shuffle.
Yeah.
He gets to shuffle.
Well, here we go. Birth.
Oh, he does
Nope,
play
that's
Birth.
going to be at least 2 more.
He's Keldo.
Okay, so nothing off the first 5, but he has 2 more here from Tearlaments Kashtira. Nothing.
Herald. No!
Oh, the last card.
It's not real. It's not real.
The last card is the Merrily.
Chain Rock. Rock summons Razin.
Oh my gosh.
It's the last card again. That Kelbeck was the last card in the previous game. Now the Merrily is the last card. Now Razin's on the field here in the same column as the Herald. The Herald's going to be level 6.
Yeah, you want to get it off the field before they can synchro summon or do something crazy with it.
Let's see what Merrily does here. There are King of the Swamps, Rukalos.
Lots of options.
Is Rukalos gone? No, Rukalos that was a different game.
Yep, it looks like he is going to put back the Merrily and the King of the Swamp, so I can only imagine it will be Tearlaments Rukalos.
That's so demoralizing. That is so crushing.
It wasn't even the first 5, it was the next 2, the 7th card.
All right, well, Razin's going to get through here. You're going to get Caesar Valius.
Yeah, but the Rukalos will stop him from summoning it.
Well, it'll get the Rukalos off the field, though.
And it'll just come back.
It will come back, yep.
It's going to be a tough... Maybe there's a way he can somehow... I don't know. This is tough. Because if he just... Oh, he just has to get to that Rock of the Vanquisher. At least the Rock of the Vanquisher has the effect it can't be attackable as long as there's a stronger monster on the field.
The Security Dragon's a little small, though.
I think it's like 1,100 if I remember. All right, nothing. So it looks like Zhang's going to battle phase. If it's 1100, that would be 1900, so we'd still have 100 left.
Yeah, he can't attack the rock because there's a vanquished soul monster on the field. So he has to attack the monster with the highest
so he'd have to
points,
attack Rosin first.
which is Rosin, which won't result in any damage.
Okay, he might be able to hang on. Jeremy might be able to hang on despite the awesome mills here. Or sorry, cards sending deck to the graveyard.
This is such a tough one.
I mean, and also the worst part is like time is winding down, so if he does force it to a game 3, he's gonna have to play quickly. But
yeah, a draw is devastating too. Like, I don't think you're out with a draw here. One draw is fine as long as you win the last one.
Indeed. Stake your soul. Finally, we get to see this iconic spell card.
What is it? It's the Dimension Shifter. That's a few turns too late. But like we've mentioned a lot of times, these cards are useful to have because you can just reveal them for these effects. That does draw out the rule list, though you have to.
So now the rock will be able to add back from the graveyard. I see. What is he going to add back? He still has so much he can do.
Yes.
This is quite an epic round 6 here at the World Championship. Everything on the line here for both these players.
There you go, Rosin effect. And by the way, that's an incredible draw for Jeremy. He's finally seen a Stake Your Soul. We haven't seen it in any of the games played by Vanquish Soul this week. And this is the first one, and it's a crucial moment for that card to appear.
Yeah, being able to special summon Vanquish Soul monster from your deck is amazing. Even though he wasn't able to do it here, forcing out the recalls is helpful because it means he can get to that Caesar Varius. And if he has the 3 attributes in his hand,
it's finally appeared.
Earth, Fire, Dark.
The biggest one, Vanquish Soul, Caesar Valleys. He's got them all. Earth, Fire, and Dark. Destroy one other card on the field. Rokalos is down again, this time for good. Jeremy makes it into the battle phase.
I don't know, this might be my favorite match of the tournament so far.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you cannot count out Shonon. You can't.
He was down to 0 cards last turn and found a way. Draws. Oh man, that was actually a card if he's able to use it.
He's got a pass turn.
He draws and passes.
Draws. Summons Rosin, goes to battle, and takes it to a game 3.
Wow.
Oh, Jeremy Mitchell overcome such long odds in that one.
He was looking defeat in the face, elimination from the World Championship, but held on just long enough to push it to a game
My
3.
Goodness. This has been a fantastic, such a good match. Such a good match. And I just, remind me after this done, I have to get Johan's list. This is just crazy watching it.
One of the craziest tournament deck lists I've seen in a while, and just really working well for him. I mean, down to nothing essentially, and then finding a way to fight back into the game, get to that root callers. I mean, that game was his to win, potentially. That turn with the triple tactics talent to take, where he didn't really use anything with the monster.
Yeah, I do think he would have locked it in if he had used the Force of Century effect on that one.
Yeah, but unfortunately he didn't, and now that gave... So that's why you always have to play to the best. Even though it seems like you may be defeated, it seems like you're not going to come back, there's always a chance that your opponent makes a slight mistake, or maybe not a mistake, but just do something a little different than what you think they're going to do, and then you have that chance to jump right back into the game.
I'm really surprised that there wasn't anything available in the extra deck. I could have sworn, I must have missed some kind of summoning lock or something, because there's no way if you're playing Tournament you don't play Dark, right?
Yeah, I would think
Dark
so.
Travel?
Yeah, I would think so the same way, but maybe like with all the Shadal cards, you also have Shek and Naga and stuff. There's going to have to be some painful decisions you have to make.
That's true. I guess extra deck space is at a premium if you're doing all that. And I do wonder if maybe there's some more to work with the Kashtira cards in there that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah, probably if you're playing Kashtira Birth, Kashtira Unicorn, I imagine in Tilman's Kashtira, you have to have a rank 7 somewhere in your extra deck as well. Even if it's just like maybe a big, or just one copy of a Rise Heart, just to have 3 maybe to go into it. We haven't seen it, but it could be the case. But wow, what an epic match!
I really wonder. This is so cool.
I'm glad it's not over. I was sad when it looked like the writing was on the wall. I was like, I don't want this match to end, and I got my wish. We're going back for a game number 3.
Like 4 years ago, this match wouldn't have even happened.
Yeah, it would have ended a round ago.
All right, so I think that the new format is a hit.
Yeah,
I like these extra rounds.
Definitely a big fan of playing.
Now, we don't have a whole lot of time in this game. That one was a nail biter, but we only got 4 minutes or so left for this one. Johan is going first.
And both players playing very quickly. They're playing at a reasonable and acceptable pace for sure throughout the match.
And this one, I would say that if it goes to a timeout situation, Jeremy's in the driver's seat here because Heavy Borger can just inflict damage whenever, and lots.
Definitely.
Starts by pitching King of the Swamp. That adds polymerization from deck to hand.
That can be useful. It's a good way to trigger the effects of tier limit monsters if you have them in your hand, or we saw some of that Guardian Chimera turn 1 with set rotation in game 1.
Right, and I'm assuming that there's going to be a draw effect here. Yeah, tier limits is one where you do have to randomize all the time because you have to randomize the deck before you do anything that involves the order of the top cards. So you send your top 3 to the graveyard, for instance.
Very true.
So what's up next here?
He's going to use tier limit's Grief, so he's going to be able to special summon a tier limit monster from the deck, and he's going to have to immediately send it to the graveyard.
Yep, or Visa Starfrost.
Or Visa Starfrost.
Or Visa Starfrost.
It is another card that mentions Visa Starfrost.
Yes, so this is a card that you don't see every day. Tier Limit's Grief is a normal spell that special summons a Tier Limits monster or Visa Starfrost from your deck or graveyard. Then you send a monster, you go to the graveyard, but he's got Dimension Shifter.
Paid off for hanging around in game number 2. Dimension Shifter is an excellent card, probably the best card to have against Tier Limits. We saw he drew it in game 1 and 2, but after cards had already been sent to the graveyard, so he wasn't able to use it. This is huge.
This is brutal for Johan. That's exactly what he can't have happen here. Now he sends Tier Limits Cashier there because he doesn't care about that one getting banished as opposed to any of the ones that Fusion summoned. Sets a monster and passes, nothing else.
And I respect how quickly he played that finished out his turn there.
Absolutely. All right, Jeremy Mitchell's up. He's starting with
Rosin.
Vanquisol Rosin. That's as good as it gets.
That's
Dimension Shifter Rosin. Oh, but he's got Ash Blossom.
Okay.
And that's a discard, so you're allowed to do it.
That doesn't have to go to the graveyard as a cost. Okay to get banished.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Do you dare attack? What if you hit something with
Like
big
Merle,
defense like Merle?
Oh no, the decisions.
And you know how good he is at getting those limited cards. They've been all over the place. That's a horrifyingly difficult decision.
My blood pressure is through the roof right now.
Oh, I mean, you have to attack though, right?
You
don't
have
wanna...
to.
And, he could have used the effect. What if he has a Fire and Dark? What if he has a Fire and Dark? 2 cards in hand. If you have a Fire and Dark and you destroy that, it gets banished.
Yeah.
And then you get to attack directly. That'd be huge.
Looks like he has Small
World. Oh, here we go.
It's Small World
Small
after
World.
all.
Right, so you got a Fire level 3 zombie, 0 attack, 1800 defense. The next card up has to share exactly one and only one of those features with Ash Blossom.
And then you match another card that shares one thing with your bridge that you pick from the deck.
Now this card takes a while to resolve. This one is a little difficult, even if you know all the combinations.
Yeah, I would suggest if you're playing Small World in your deck, you know going into the tournament ahead of hand what your bridges are and how to resolve it as much as possible. So Fire is going to be the thing that they share.
And now it's the defense. 1500 defense is what it has in mind with Heavy Borger.
So Ash Blossom turns into a Heavy Borger thanks to Small World.
Now, Heavy Borger is going to be big enough no matter what. Now, if he puts that in hand...
He'll have a Fire. But more importantly, a big monster.
Big monster here, goes to battle, attacks quickly. That is probably the fastest...
oh!
Squamata! It's Squamata!
It's a flip effect. It's 2023, and a flip effect is taking place here to destroy the Heavy Borger in the damage step. That's huge. That is a disaster. You were right.
It's
Do you dare attack? Do you dare attack this face down monster? Do you dare attack a set monster?
I guarantee you that's not what he thought it was.
And it looks like time is called, so it's going to end in a draw.
Oh, that's a great hand. That's a great hand that Jeremy has. If Jeremy didn't run out of time.
If he just didn't have the infinite permanence, it was just a dark monster. He would have a Fire and a Dark, been able to inflict that 1500 and win the game. Instead, it's a draw. So neither of these players are quite yet eliminated. They're still going to have to win the last round in hope that their tiebreakers are going to be good enough to get them into the top 8. But man, what a match.
To be honest with you, that match feels like a draw to me.
Yeah.
It feels to me like those two gave it everything they had. and they're both just laying there exhausted on the floor after. That match feels like a very well-earned draw.
Yeah, they
between
both
the two.
gave it. They didn't leave anything to on the floor. They gave it everything they could. Wow, what an incredible match! Probably one of the best match I've seen so far
that
this
was
weekend.
really fantastic. Seeing Squamata there getting the man-eater bug type effect.
And to see them both play so quickly, neither of them slowing up at any point, just trying to play the game because they want to win it. They want to show that they deserve to be here.
You don't want to draw.
Yeah, you want to win. You want to be the reason. You want to know that you won on your own devices.
Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. Well, I'm really hoping that our last qualifying round, round 7, is going to be just as good, if not better than that. And it's going to start at 5:10 p.m. JST. That's 1710 hours. And I want all of you at home here with us to see it. So don't go away.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We just got out of a real good match there in round number 6, and we were so excited to see what's happening next here in round number 7. We're just going to do it. We're going to do it right now. We're not going to wait till 5:10. Our players are already getting set up. So let's just talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. I'm Joe McHale. I'm here with Billy Brake, and we're having a great time here at the World Championship.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend so far. We've seen some awesome matchups. I mean, we keep talking about the wide variety of decks, and it continues to be wide. Vanquish Soul, Tearlaments, Labyrinth, Dragon Link, Pearly, ABC. There's also other decks that the players are playing the off stream that we haven't got to see. The variety is huge, and it's really leading to some awesome games like that last round. And we talk about how normally the World Championship is 5 rounds, and then we added on these 2 additional rounds just to really get the most out of our players and really make them earn that spot into the quarterfinals. And I think these 2 rounds are going to pay dividends in terms of entertainment for us to really see what the players have to offer.
I think we've already made our time investment back with that last round, but I'm really hoping that we can finish off the preliminary rounds on a strong note as well. And it's been a very strong weekend, especially for the North American players, not just in TCG, but in Master Duel as well. Same with Europe as well. It's been a fantastic weekend for both of them. We just received word that we've got a North American team and a European team in the finals for Master Duel. And as we saw last round in the standings, the top 4 was 3 players from the NAWCQ and 1 from the European Championship.
Wow.
As well. So we'll have to take a look at the standings a little later on as they are updated to see if that's still the case. Yeah. But, you know, we've got at least 4 players from North America that are still in it as well.
Which is cool because, yeah, normally at the World Championship, I mean, being from North America myself, normally we don't have that great of a showing. Sometimes we get some players, maybe 1 or 2 into the top 8, but to have multiple maybe, which we could be having this weekend, is going to be incredible. And I can't wait to see who's going to make it to that quarterfinal.
And one of those players who's been performing well this weekend is in the red corner. It's Enzo Fialos Velasco from North America. He's currently in 2nd place, and he's taking on Santiago Marin Lopez from Colombia. Enzo has 15 points. Santiago only has 12 points. This is a massively important match for Santiago. Enzo can still make it if he loses this one. I cannot say the same for Santiago, who starts with Dragon Ravine, pitching Nibiru. That's hit by Ash Blossom.
And follows up with Bestial Sornier, banishing the Nibiru, which is going to let him summon Noctovision Dragon from the hand since he special summoned that Dark Dragon. So 2 dragons on the field.
Wow, only 1 card left in hand already for Santiago. He's going to use those 2.
Maybe just go directly into a Dragoon Knight Romulus, and he'll get that draw from the Noctovision Dragon. Also, can, you know, always going to go straight into Seals. So Seals passes also on the menu always.
I don't think you need Romulus here unless you've got a play that's going to use its other effects.
He started with Dragon Ravine, you're right.
So we're going Serenir and Noctovision. Serenir, if the card's sent to the graveyard, you can send a Bestial Monster or a branded spell or trap. Probably going to use the draw here to protect the send.
Yeah, a lot of times with Sornier, you want to send something like Branded Regain to the graveyard or Bestial Lubellion.
It's doing it the other way around, so it doesn't draw the Bestial Lubellion. So that's going to get cut here, and we're going to draw 1. 2 cards in hand.
Does he have another Bestial Monster to summon and then bring back that Lubellion? Let's see.
He might have just been hoping to pick one up.
Starly's
Safer.
That's the best one he can have.
Yep, and the Ash Blossom's already gone, so you don't know. You know it's going to go through.
So he's going to be able to send the Starly Safer to add a level 4. It's going to be Wyvern Burster. And now that it's in the graveyard, he'll be able to banish to add back that Bestial Lubellion.
Banishes that, picks up the Bestial Lubellion. And then immediately tosses it back in the graveyard to get Magnamut.
Getting all the Bestials online early.
Takes a quick look through the extra deck there. We're just figure out where to go from here. This seems like kind of an out of order opening. We're gonna go ahead and activate Bestial Magnamut, targeting and banishing the Seronir. Magnamut's effect activates. He'll add a dragon to his hand in the end phase.
Just attribute that off to summon back the Bestial Lubellion. Quarter Century Secret Rare.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are real nice.
Big fan.
Those are real nice.
So now, looks like Enzo's taking a moment to consider his options.
All right, so Bestial Rebellion's going to get to activate here and place a branded spell or trap, continuous, face up in the spell and trap zone. And it will be branded regained, as per usual. And we haven't used the Wyver Burster yet. I'm going to go ahead and banish Noctovision Dragon to special summon the Wyver Burster. Now that a Dark Monster has been banished, we're going to shuffle the deck because we need to put Noctovision Dragon on the bottom and draw a card.
We've seen a lot of Dragon Link today. Can't wait to see what deck Enzo has brought to the tournament. I mean, being in second place, it has to be something pretty good.
Wyver Burster is then linked off. Finally here, Striker Dragon. This is the first time I think we've seen Dragon Link not open Black Metal Dragon into Striker Dragon. I think it's been every other game we've seen it that way.
It really has felt like that. And now Boot Sector Launch being added to the hand and the Collapse Serpent thanks to the Striker Dragon and Wyver Burster. So he had to use the Dragon Ravine to get to the access to the Bestial Rebellion, so he's not going to be able to have the Ravine to send Absa Router to access Rocket Tracer, but there is a chance he already has a Rocket Monster in his hand to use the Boot Sector.
Or it could just be Quick Launch.
Or he could just have Quick Launch. Quick Launch would be even better, not having to use that Boot Sector, just hold it off for a little longer. He's going to add Bestial Baldrake here. Oh, it looks like it must be end phase,
yeah,
right?
that must be the end phase.
I was like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Yep.
Interesting.
So Seals with Bestial Baldrake in hand.
I mean, it's not quite Seals pass, but there is a Seals, and he did pass.
All right, now we get to finally see what deck Enzo is on, what he brought to the World Championship. Will this deck be enough to make sure he gets that third place finish that he is notoriously known for?
Well, he's in second now, so he'd have to lose.
Oh, I'm talking about at the end of the
end of the okay.
he loves to make that third place, and it looks like...
And it's apparently we're not going to see, and he's going to concede here.
Just decides to conceal his strategy, not only from his opponent, but from us as well.
I actually think that's a smart concession. Like, if his hand wasn't absolutely busted and, like, guaranteed to just win the game on the spot, hiding it could give him an advantage here.
Yeah, super advantageous when you're having to make your opponent just side deck in some sort of generic fashion, maybe find some cards that can be good against, useful against a variety of things. I mean, you know there's an Ash Blossom in the deck, so you can kind of...
okay, yeah.
Okay.
Good information, Billy. He's playing Ash Blossom. Okay.
So that means he's going to have a strategy that at least will use some of those monster effects from hand. I mean, so you can probably write off, I guess, really nothing.
No, there's nothing. Now, what we don't know is if he might have peeked around some of the other tables nearby to see what the other top competitors are playing.
Yeah, and it's been a long day. We're at round number 7. There's when the players are done with their match, I believe they have like a break room where they can all kind of hang out and mingle.
Yeah, I believe they cannot stay
in the tournament area,
room, specifically for
that reason.
Spying reasons. But if you get up and you're on the way out and you just happen to see something, then you just happen to see something.
Yeah, and definitely, maybe I was friendly. There was like a certain point in my World Championship where everyone was like, actually, I'll tell you a funny story. Those Joshua Schmidt, maybe what I hear might be one of the finalists in the Master Duel tournament. But I've heard after round 1, we were going up the stairs to our break room, and he's like, "Can we stop pretending like we're not going to tell each other what we're playing anymore?" And we just kind of all started talking about like the decks we brought to the tournament that weekend. So there is a chance he might know what Enzo is on here this weekend, but. Definitely excited to see what deck he's playing going into game number 2, and he gets a chance to go first.
I think if Enzo thought that, he might have just tried to play it out.
That's true. That would make a lot of sense.
There's no point in concealing the information and not at least trying to win.
At least showing the viewers at home what you got going on. But we'll have to see what he is playing on. I can't wait to see. I mean, I expect in the past he's played a variety of deck. I know when I first saw him or noticed who he was at the Remote Duel. I think one of our first Remote Duel invitationals. That you could qualify for by playing in some other Remote Duel events or Remote Duel extravaganzas, and he used to play Tri Brigade, and I was also playing Tri Brigade at the time, and he was in the top 4, I believe, and I was a big fan of his because he played it so well and meticulously. I was like, okay, this guy's going places in the future, and well, we're here at the World Championship, and here he is, 1 round win away from guaranteeing that spot in the quarterfinals.
So Enzo qualified by being one of the top 4 players from the North American WCQ. We saw another of them last round, the champion, Jeremy Mitchell.
Also in contention. Yeah, so is this, we'll have to wait and see who it's going to be.
All right, so Enzo gets the choice to go first. And just for the record, the so he's choosing to go second. Okay, so that's important information as well. If your opponent is choosing to go second, they are trying to take you out in one shot.
Yeah, definitely. That could be an indicator of what strategy he has.
I guess, or they're playing Sky Striker, but that they might also take you out in one shot.
Sky Striker, you just need that extra card quite desperately.
For the record, the
hey, Ash Blossom, that's in Sky Striker.
Yep. Oh, Chaos Space. Starting off with Chaos Space, pitching Bestial Serenir. Always taking a look for his cards. I can tell you that in first place, still 6-0, is Gabriel Susi. Enzo's in second, followed by Pauly, followed by Steven Santoli. So the top 4 are unchanged from last time around. The big winner last time between round and 6 is Jessica Robinson, the champion from Europe, who's moved up in the world from 8th place to 5th. Santiago here is in 6th. Keijiro Yamashita of Japan is in 7th. And then Jong Hon-soo, after that draw in the last round, is in 8th place, followed closely behind by Jeremy Mitchell in 9th place.
So if they both win, they have a good shot of making it in. I would love to see both those players make it to the quarterfinals after that match.
The basic Dragon Link combo is in progress here. We've made it to the Striker Dragon for Boot Sector launch. There's that Noctivision Dragon.
Yeah, Striker
again.
Dragon into Noctivision, one of my favorite plays in this deck, because you just get to amass so many cards. It feels so good.
I love me some Noctivision Dragon. It's one of those revolver cards. It goes with the rockets.
It does.
Not a rocket, but an honorary rocket.
Same thing with like Striker Dragon, same
Yep.
in the same capacity. And yeah, I always like to include 3 copies of Noctivision Dragon when I play Dragon Link, because it just works so well. And he also has the Beast of Libellion as well. And that's going to add Bestial Magnamut. Now Link Summon's coming down. It's for, let's see if it's going to be Romulus this time, since he doesn't have the Ravine like he started with in Game 1.
The Romulus is going to hit with Effect Veiler.
This is a good part.
That's a good one to hit. That's a good one to hit.
Yeah, cutting off the Ravine access means you're also potentially cutting off Tracer access.
So vulnerable position right now. See how Santiago can bolster this.
Still has the Collapse Serpent in hand with the Chaos Space Engrave, I believe.
I'm going to banish Wyvern Burst for Collapse Serpent and put it straight back with Chaos Space to draw a card.
I wonder if Enzo's trying to, you know, sometimes when you have your opponents, they're side decking and they don't know what you're playing, they are going to put in those general board breaker kind of cards, expecting to go second, and then maybe Enzo trying to catch him off guard by letting him go first here in the last round.
Got Branded Regained. Had that in hand. Or maybe that was the card that was drawn just now. I'm going to go with Bestial Magnamut, banishing Striker Dragon, summons Magnamut, activates its effects, Chainlink 1, Regained is Chainlink 2.
Yeah, Regain, putting back Striker Dragon is huge since Striker Dragon is limited.
Gotta put that on the bottom of your extra deck, buddy. Well, it doesn't really matter for the extra deck. Next up, we have Guard Dragon Pisty, up Wyvern Burster into the hand. Still only one zone pointed to by each, so we're going to need something else here. A Link 2 and another monster can make a Link 3. And it's got to be a dragon, so that is going to be Triple Burst Dragon.
Yep, so there's 2 zones pointing to, or 2 arrows pointing to a zone that is unlocked, so we'll be able to summon back with Pisty, or summon from the Banished. Summoning Bestial Sorinir back from the Banished zone. Considering his options, he does still have that Bestial Rebellion in the graveyard. If he does play something like Branded Beast, he could use that effect. Oh, so he already had the Rocket Tracer
Rocket Tracer is the normal summon.
Okay, so he's going
really
to link
normal summon there?
all of those away. That's going to be a Boral End Dragon. So he's going to use Boral End Dragon to negate Pisty, to special summon back a Rocket.
What was the first monster that kicked all of this off?
I think it was one of the baby dragons, Wyvern Burster.
I see. Oh, from Chaos Space.
Mhm.
That's right.
And now he's going to link into Heradic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
Yeah, Seal's Borland is significantly stronger than
the last board
what we had last time around.
That caused an instant concession there from Enzo. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to navigate through this.
Yeah, this seems a lot tougher to get through than what he was facing down last time.
Yep, in phase is going to add the Druis Worm to the hand with the Magnum effect.
Though if he loses this one, he could end up in 3rd place after Swiss.
Imagine he's going to try no matter what, because if he loses this game, it's over. So we'll hopefully get to see what deck Enzo is playing. Looks like he's running numbers.
Going to main phase.
Doing some math. No, and looks like he has nothing.
He just passes and concedes.
Can we see the hand? It doesn't look like he had anything. I mean, I think I caught a glimpse of maybe another copy of Effect Veiler, maybe, but that's just it. Not able to do anything here for Enzo after having such an incredible start in the tournament. But this is huge for Santiago. He needed this win to guarantee, well, not guarantee, but give him a shot at making the quarterfinals.
Now, he's already in the top 8, right? He's sitting here at 6th. Going up to 15 points, huge.
Yeah, that is huge. He'll definitely have a good shot at making it.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on 12 points right now.
Okay, so half that.
Yeah,
1.5.
At most 3 of them are moving up, I believe.
Yep.
So they should have maybe one of the 10-point players is playing a 12-point player as well.
And so if they win, that would get them at 13. So you have all
13 over the 12s.
It's going to be close.
That's tough. We just won't know. We won't know until the machine spits out the final standings.
Yeah, that's what it kind of comes down to in some of these tournaments. But yeah, unfortunate draws there from Enzo in this last game. Not really able to start anything really, or stop anything from his opponents in the same manner.
And perhaps, he really does just want to keep that hidden. What if nobody knows? I mean, we won't know because we didn't see any cards other than Ash Blossom and Effect Veiler.
Yeah, that's very true. It could be the case here. I mean, that could be advantageous for him just to keep his secrets.
As long as he can.
As long as he can, even because this was round number 7. It's not over for the day. This is our last round of Swiss, but we are going straight into top 8 after this round. That means we're going to have our 8 players that are going to be remaining, the quarterfinals, and then we're going to have our feature match, and then we're going to find out who the 4 last players of the World Championship who are going to be coming back for Sunday, which is going to be incredible.
Do you think that the other 6 people that Enzo played are not going to talk? One of them's going to crack.
One of them's going to crack. Someone's going to know who he played. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, he beat me with.
Yeah, we're going to have to find them and interrogate them if we want to find out what he's playing.
Definitely have to wait and find out.
All right, so our match did end pretty quickly. There are still plenty of matches going around in round 7, and that means we do not currently have an estimated time on when the top 8 is going to begin. But we need you to hold on. Just hold on and keep watching because it could happen at any time. So don't go away. Coming up next is the top 8.
The most important match of the day.
We'll see you then.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. I'm Jerome McHale, I'm here with Billy Break, and this has been an unbelievable weekend so far. We have completed the 7 preliminary rounds, and we are about to reveal the top 8. But before we do that, Billy, your thoughts on the weekend so far?
It's been intense, it's been exciting, it's been incredible. Emotions have been all over the place for all of our players, and then we have some exciting, so much. I'm excited. I already know what's coming in the top 8. I can't wait for you guys to find out who made the top 8 here at the World Championship this year. It's been probably one of my favorite World Championships in my memory. I mean, we haven't been here in so long. It's been 4 years since our last World Championship and 5 years since the last time it was here in Japan, and man, I would say it was worth the wait.
Well, let's not make anybody wait any longer and introduce our top 8 players for the TCG category. In first place, from France, Gabriel Sosi. In second place, from Great Britain, Jessica Robinson. In third place, from Canada, Steven Santoli. In fourth place, from the United States, Enzo Fielos Velasco. In fifth place, from Colombia, Santiago Marin Lopez. In seventh place, from sixth place, from the USA, Jeremy Mitchell. In seventh place, from the United States, Paulie Aronson. And in eighth place, from Peru, Juan Mateo Augusto Renteria Pastor. Congratulations to all of our top 8 duelists here. It is something that has never happened before. It is a TCG region sweep. The number of players from Japan and Asia in the tournament has been reduced to 0 after the 2 tier element players who were left, both on 10 points, drew in their last round, going only to 11 points and allowing players like Paulie, who were stuck on 12 at 4 and 3, to jump over them and into the top 8. And as a result, we have 4 players from North America, 2 from Europe, and 2 from Latin America.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. If you asked me at the beginning of the weekend what I would have thought the breakdown would be, I would say maybe a couple from North America, maybe a couple from EU, but then the other 4 I would guess would be from the Asia regions. But it just turned out to be completely different. Maybe it was the extra rounds that we had this year, but it's really incredible. All these players have been, decorated duelists. We've seen them on our live streams at previous YCSs. Obviously, the North American World Championship qualifier, which is how some of them got here. But incredible. Having 4 players from our region, the North America region, is fantastic. That's half of the top 8 from North America.
That's just never happened before,
I think
3 has been the most that's happened before.
At least from best of my memory, I think so. And just absolutely incredible. And I do believe there was one branded Despia player that was also having the same record as Paulie and Juan that I was like kind of pulling for a little bit because I'm a big fan of branded, but his tiebreakers weren't quite good enough there to make it all the way. But what incredible top 8, and I really can't wait to see how it's going to play out. You're not going to have to wait for the top 8 tomorrow. We're going to have the top 8 match right now once the players are ready.
Now, North America may have won on quantity here, filling up half the top 8, but we shouldn't let it go unnoticed that both of the top 2 players, both Gabriel and Jessica, were both from Europe.
Yep,
and they're both playing the same strategy. They played each other in the last round, and they both made it.
Which is just incredible. I mean, yeah, the fact that they played each other in the last round means they were probably 2 of the highest ranking duelists in the tournament going into that last round, which is why even no matter who won that match, they still finished first and second, which is
Gabriel was
incredible.
undefeated
Up until that last round.
Up until that point. And they finished number 1 and number 2, followed by 2 players from North America, Santiago from Colombia, 2 more players from the United States, and then 1 holding up at number 8. I don't know what's going to happen at this point. If you asked me what was going to happen at the beginning of the weekend, I would have thought, okay, it's going to be a lot of Labyrinth, it's going to be a lot of Dragon Link, and maybe I play Vanquish Soul because I want to get, there can be only 1 in there, along with the, the draw power and the damage dealing from Heavy Borger as well. Those are the 2 decks I brought with me, were Labyrinth and Vanquish Soul, and I figured, I'll bring both. I'll decide what to play before the event, if I was going to play in the event. And it's interesting. We saw Jeremy in that fantastic match against Tierland with his Vanquish Soul deck. That's in the top 8 here. We've seen most of these players as well.
Yep, Paulie was playing Dragon Link. We saw him in the feature match earlier. I believe it was like round 1 or 2. definitely excited that he made it all the way here. I know he lost this last round to end up with that 4-3 record, so he was probably feeling pretty low. I was actually there for the moment when he lost, but instead of being sad, he had a smile on his face. He was still happy to be here at the World Championship. He wasn't letting it get him down. He was talking to another person that he played previous in the tournament that also lost that last round, and he was like, me too, but it's okay. Like, we're still here at the World Championship. Little did he know that he wasn't quite yet eliminated, that he was still going to have that opportunity. As you mentioned, that draw in the last round from the 2 tier limit decks. We were all we were over in the other room kind of watching and talking about maybe tier limits is just going to make it guaranteed because they're 2 facing each other in the last round, but they used the tiers to destroy the tiers.
That's the only way that was going to happen. Both players were at 10. They would have jumped to 13 with a win there. Instead, they go to 11, and the cutoff was 12. In fact, there are multiple players down here with 12 points who did not make it. Right at number 9 was Yojun Lin. Then at 10th, it was Keijiro Yamashita, who we saw earlier with the Tri-Brigade Sprite deck. That was a really neat one. Kira Hasegawa at 11th was the final player with 12 points. Those 3 did not make it on their tiebreakers.
They were so close, though.
Yeah, and then below them are the 2 11-point players who drew in the last round. So at least one of them would have made it with 13. Up with, I believe Jeremy was the player with 13 from that draw with the same tier limit player who drew again.
Yeah, he was on life support during that match. If he lost that match, his tournament was over. He needed to have a win or a draw just to remain in contention, and then still had to win the remaining round after that. And mission accomplished. He did both those things. He managed to get that draw after one of the best matches we've seen and won that last round, so now he's here ready to compete in the top 8.
And we have a Vanquish Soul deck in top 8.
That is surprising. I mean, we've talked
really
about
cool.
It was one of the decks that you were really adamant that you thought not only the players would bring it, but it would be a good choice for the weekend. We talked about a lot leading up to this tournament, and it looks like you were right, because it is definitely, it's just one of those well-rounded decks that's going to have a good matchup against a lot of variety of decks. It doesn't really get blown out by too many cards, and you can have like cards like we saw Jeremy Mitchell using something like Dimension Shifter, since it is a dark monster, it can fuel the attributes you need to reveal, and can also be just devastating against a wide variety of the field.
It was a tough weekend for Labyrinth, though. When you really heavily expect that deck, and I think everybody did, it just gets stomped. It's a bad time to be a Labyrinth player in a room full of people who know that Labyrinth is a really good deck in the format, and they're going to either main deck heavily or side deck heavily against you.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think cards like Evenly Matched might have been playing a key factor in holding that deck at bay. But I think maybe just being prepared for that matchup, just not just with your deck, but mentally, knowing what they're going to be throwing at you, knowing they're going to be using the furniture, those in-theme monsters to access Chaos Angel, get access to Big Welcome and Welcome Labyrinth. And this being prepared for those matchups. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments never really play out always exactly how you expect. Sometimes the people who are ready to catch you off guard are the ones that will have success, which we see.
I think that tier element was one of those things as well. Like, it's very, very rare outside of the OCG regions. And in the OCG regions, the card pool with Chaos Ruler, for example, makes that deck very different. But Johan, I
Max
thought,
C.
Yeah, Max C as well. But one player, Johan, that deck that he built is so cool.
Yes.
Like, if tier element was going to do something in this event, it's you got to do something like that just nobody else is going to think of. That's really unique, and to catch everybody off guard, and has those cards in it that, you know, if fortune falls your way, you're just going to win.
Oh yeah, I just realized he actually he ended up drawing the last 2 rounds because he drew those
2 in a
round
row.
6 and round 7 to just barely miss that top 8.
It was really, really tough for Johan.
It's unfortunate. There's a lot of heartbreak along with a lot of happiness for the players who did make it, though. And it's just incredible. I really don't. I mean, not only is North America, we've seen a North America player win before, a player from Canada in the past, but I'm wondering if we're going to see a player that's representing the United States of America finally have a chance at winning the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. It hasn't happened yet.
It could very well here. So we've had Ryan Yu, right, in the Dragon Duel division. That was the same Worlds you were at.
Yep, Dragon Duel. I guess Charlie Fudge won the Dragon Duel World
Charlie
Championship.
did as well. Yep, that's true.
From the USA.
So we had a Dragon Duel one. There is no Dragon Duel World Championship this year, though the winners from the Dragon Duel Championship that was played at the NAWCQ, the winners headed to Jump Festa.
That sounds like so much fun.
It is. I have been there before. I can tell you that they're going to have a fantastic time. over those couple days.
Yeah, and certainly. And this isn't the only World Championship we have going on this weekend. We also have Master Duel finals that are going to be tomorrow. Our quarterfinals will be in the morning, followed by our finals. The Duelists, I think the Dueling semifinals are going on right now, I believe. So you want to be dual wielding our streams, making sure you're catching all the awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action. But the thing I'm excited about is the Master Duel finals. Since we know the teams, it's going to be a North America team versus the EU team. Not just idiots. Ryan Yu, Raymond Dye, and Jesse Cotton going to be taking on Joshua Schmidt. I forget the rest of the teammates' names, but they're also it's Joshua Schmidt.
It's Joshua
He's
Schmidt.
the leader
you
of the team.
Probably know one of their players is Quantal.
Oh, Quantal, that's right. Quantal Think. Yep, that's definitely one of the players. He was actually came in third, I believe, in the playoff for it. Just one game behind Josh to get that second place spot.
So if you're building a team, just grab whoever came in third. It's got to be good, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's really awesome to see these teams taking each other on in the finals. I really can't wait to watch that. I hope you're going to watch it as well. But we're here for the TCG. Well, the physical game. I guess now it is just the TCG.
Yeah, the Ghosties become the no CG in this case.
They're definitely still excellent players, but some unfortunately just not able to have the good enough tiebreakers because they're really all on the outside looking in. They're taking the 9th, the 10th spot, just really, really close to making it.
Some really good players there too. Like Akira Hasegawa was third place at a previous World Championship. He's really, really good. We were talking with some of our compatriots over on the, the Japanese side of the. I'm trying to come up with a word there. I'm running out of words here, Billy. It's been 7 rounds straight.
It has.
And I've got many words left to say. I just got to get them out of my brain.
Yeah, it's definitely a long day so far, but an exciting day with every matchup. And I'm really excited to see who's going to walk away with it.
It's going to be a good one. And the other thing is, though, like, it's great for all the North American players and the such that they made it. But, man, it's devastating having to eliminate your friends in the top 8 of a tournament.
It can be tough. And I mean, you also look at, I think Steven Santoli, he lost the first round, so I was like, oh no, is he going to be out? Nope, he didn't look back. I talked about losing round 1 maybe be a motivating factor to move you through the rest of the tournament, and it did motivate him to make it all the way to the top 8. He was able to keep winning throughout the day, not getting his head down and out, and made it all the way to being able to have a chance to become a world champion. Big question on my mind, is Enzo going to come in 3rd place? It's not a bad place to come into the World Championship. 3rd place means you get a prize card.
You do.
But I will have to see if he is guaranteed that 3rd place. As many previous tournaments he's done well at, he tends to end up in that 3rd place slot.
I'm hoping for him that we can at least bump that up to 2nd this time. You don't want to be eternally in 3rd place, right?
You eventually want to move up to 2nd.
You got to get up to 2nd
first.
to get to 1st.
Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, at least for me, it was the same case. Once you hit 1st, it's kind of the floodgates open. You get that first win under your belt. You can start snowballing. You can get more wins along the way. Enzo might be one of those players to watch out for, and he could be doing big things for the future in the many years up to come with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
And he's going to face off against Santiago, who we had in the final round just now, who didn't face a whole lot of opposition in round 7.
It was Enzo.
It was Enzo.
It's a rematch of the last round. It's going to be tough to order to say that Enzo's going to draw that bad both games going into the top 8.
I don't think that's going to be possible.
Yeah.
We saw a little flash of what it was, but I don't think the same thing is going to happen twice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really shout out to Latin America too. Having 2 representatives make it, really fantastic that they're here in the top 8.
Yep, it's just wonderful to see them. And we've got Steven Santoli versus Jeremy Mitchell. That's the 3-6 matchup. It's a points playoff winner from the NAWCQ versus the winner of the NAWCQ.
Which is huge.
Now, at the NAWCQ, Jeremy played Kashtira, which not really a viable choice here, though we did see in that tier element deck that you could just play Planet Birth Unicorn. That's probably fine as long as you've got another planet and a set rotation and all these other things going on.
Yeah, I wish we got to see him twice on the feature match stage with that tier element deck, but I wish we got to see what would happen if he did access the Unicorn. If he opens up with that pressure planet, what is the idea there to go with the Unicorn? What is he using that to get through? We saw he had Kashtira Birth in his hand as well. I'm guessing maybe it's just a normal summon, maybe a tier elements Kictalos, or tier elements Kashtira.
Yeah, that's true. We could just do that.
Tier elements Kictalos is forbidden. Thank goodness.
That one's gone.
Except in Master Duel. I'm sure it's been in some of those few decks in Master Duel over there.
Seen it a couple times, 1 or 2 times. We'll just have to watch the VODs ourselves next time. So
that's what I'm doing tonight.
That's the one thing that's tough about being up here. Like, we get to see all these great games on our side, but then we miss all the ones that are going over there. So I hope that all of you at home have both of those tabs open so that you can watch both at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely something you want to keep your eye on. I mean, this is a fantastic World Championship. You have so much Yu-Gi-Oh! To take in. You get to, if you want the physical, you can come over here and watch, and at the same time be able to dual wield and watch Master Duel and Duel Links. It's really, really awesome. I mean, at the end of this weekend, we're going to have not one, not two, but I guess you could say five World Champions.
Five
World Champions, because the Master Duel has that team of 3. It's going to be fascinating to see who's going to walk away with it all. And day 2 is going to be over at the Tokyo Big Site for the finals for all 3 of the different games, which will be exciting. I can't wait to see what that's going to be like. You're going to definitely not want to miss out on the Tokyo Big Site and see the finals of all of these matchups. We'll at least get to watch the finals of Master Duel. We're not going to be doing them at the same time like today. It's going to be throughout the day, so you're going to be able to not have to dual wield 2 streams. You're going to be able to watch each final of each game at a different time.
And it's going to be a great time. Like, I'm sure, but I can't wait. I can't wait. But we do still have a couple matches to go. So we've got our quarterfinal starting very soon. And then tomorrow, we're going to have the semifinals first. Then we're going to have a break while we get everybody over for the big show. And then we will start with the finals. So, here we go. All right, in the blue corner, it is Jeremy Mitchell of the United States. And in the red corner, it's Steven Santoli of Canada.
We haven't seen Steven all day, but he has been out there doing his best. But looks like Jeremy Mitchell's going to go first. Start with Stake Your Soul, revealing Ash Blossom. That's a fire monster. So he'll be able to special summon a fire Vanquish Soul monster, and that's going to be Rosin.
Excellent start so far for Jeremy. Now, Rosin's effect is going to activate, add a Vanquish Soul card monster from the hand, or to the hand. And it's going to be Heavy Borger.
That's a good one. This is definitely a solid start here for Jeremy Mitchell. This is going to be 2 of the North American players having to eliminate one of the others, but it just does mean a North American player will be in top 4.
That's really good. Stake Your Soul with a fire into Dr. Madlove with the Borger in hand. That's strong. Vanquish Soul Continue is the ad off of Dr. Madlove. Heavy Borger targets Dr. Madlove. Heavy Borger is special summoned. And we know now that there is a dark monster in hand, which he quickly reveals. He's going to draw a card off that Heavy Borger. And the cards are just going to start flowing.
This is the best start we've seen for Vanquish Soul so far in any of our feature matches that we've had it. So he's going to draw. He's going to Pot of Desire. So
even more cards coming.
This is an ideal start here. Jeremy Mitchell was able to get the specific cards he needed out of his deck, thin it out a little bit, so maybe he'll be able to draw into some monster effects from his hand he'll be able to use during Steven's turn.
Now, Steven knows that there's an Ash Blossom waiting for him. Doesn't look all too pleased about it. And now 2 more cards that could be, other ways to disrupt him are also being added to the hand. Now with Vanquish Soul, I mean, well, we know it's not going to be Dimension Shifter this time because there are cards in the graveyard now. But we also saw things from his deck last time, like Ghost Bell, for instance, on the Earth monsters. We know there's at least a Dogoron.
Definitely a variety of cards that could be drawing into here off the Desires and the Heavy Borger. Draw phase, let's see if he's going to reveal a Dark here for Heavy Borger. Oh, guess he's going to go straight to main phase, deciding not to draw the card here. That means he probably, if you don't draw a card with Borger and you're thinking about just starting to do damage, it means he's already up. It looks like, oh, Math Mech is not Exosisters, and it's going to be Subtraction, I believe.
Ah, so you switch decks here. That's rare for somebody who wins both the championship and the points playoffs, switching decks.
That's it. There can be only one, and against a deck like Math Mech, they only have one type, and that is Cybers. So this is going to prompt Steven to instantly concede the match. An excellent start from Jeremy Mitchell to take game number 1 in mere moments.
So this is why we were talking about it before. All of these other powerful decks, just one monster type. So if you have a deck like Vanquish Soul that's all different monster types, you can play There Can Be Only One, and sometimes you're just going to steal a win like this. Going up 1-0 is huge. Now,
wow.
If you're going to waste the best hand of your day on a 1-turn game, this might not be the best, but that is the best start I've seen from Vanquish Soul all weekend.
I mean, Jeremy Mitchell is now 1 game win away from punching his ticket into the semifinals at Tokyo Big Site, where he'll be just 2. I mean, all the players now in top 8, they're essentially 3 round wins away from becoming the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2023 world champion. The first world champion in 4 years. And it's going to be the first time we've been in Japan in 5 years. And to win it in Japan, where Yu-Gi-Oh! Originates from, just means a little bit more.
It really does. It's going to be a huge honor for whoever wins this tournament. And it's going to be a great show tomorrow, too. Still have to see who makes it, though.
I mean, you called it, though, about Vanquished Soul, and There Can Be Only One. Not only is it a strong, consistent deck, if you happen to draw into that There Can Be Only One, it could be devastating against certain matchups. And
it's easier to do it in that deck than others because you get the extra draws off Borger. You can play the Pot of Desires.
Definitely.
There's just, you just get so many cards that you have so many other choices to disrupt your opponent as well that even if they aren't useful, there's still those reveals to make your Vanquish Soul cards work.
Yeah, even if Steven decided to bring Exo Sisters here, it's another deck that would probably not do so well against There Can Be Only One.
Yeah, so the one saving grace for Exo Sisters in that case is that they change types when they become their Xyz monsters.
Oh, that's true.
So go from spellcasters to warriors.
So once they can get an Xyz monster on the field, they'll be all right. Yeah. Maybe like having There Can Be Only One chained to like a Martha or something would be a little problematic. But
so you could do something like use Armament to go into Mikalis instead to then banish There Can Be Only One.
So definitely, maybe he's thinking, I mean, if you make top 8, you really can't be too mad at your deck choice. I mean, he's doing something right with Mathmech, but...
And he was the higher finisher here, 15 points in 3rd place. All right, so we saw a Mathmech here, and this time Steven is going to go first. Mathmech versus Vanquish Soul.
I mean, looking at the rest of this top 8, knowing what the decks are playing, Vanquish Soul could win.
Starts with a shifter.
That's huge against Mathmech. Sets a card face down and passes.
Pass. Brutal. That's absolutely brutal. You don't want to go out like this.
Is Jerry Mitchell so close to making it to the semifinals? If Vanquish Soul wins the World Championship, that would be incredible. I see it is a small world he's going to activate.
The small world, we'll see if we have. He's got to ash it. He's got to ash it. But what's the rest of the hand? What if that's just a feint and the rest of his hand's crazy?
Next option looks like he's going to normal summon, maybe.
This is tough. You don't want to make a mistake here. You started with Dimension Shifter. You drew out the Ash. You don't want to make a mistake and just blunder into something.
Yeah, the Shifter is more devastating to the other player, but it does hurt Vanquish Soul just a little bit because if you link summon into Rock of the Vanquisher, the monster gets banished, so you won't be able to add it back later on.
Dust Devil, that's really strong in this matchup too. Just being able to essentially use it similar to like, not even a Book of Eclipse because the cards don't flip back up at the end, but just like a turbo book. Pot of Desires! He's gonna get even more cards.
I never see Steven really show emotion, but definitely got a sigh out of him there because it's just such a good start here.
It's really understandable. This is just, it's just gone as badly as possible through no fault of his own.
I think Jerry Mitchell has one of the best poker faces I've seen of many Yu-Gi-Oh! Players in a while. He is stoic. I saw him, he actually played Pauly in the last round, and I saw when he won to pretty much guarantee his spot in top 8. Still stoic.
He's thinking about sending it away for the Rock of the Vanquisher. He's gonna do it. Dr. Madlove is banished. Rock of the Vanquisher is gonna be on the field.
So it looks like he might be using Rock of the Vanquisher to special summon. Maybe drew into a Rosin. He did.
Oh, the Rosin.
Rosin's gonna let him add a Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand.
It's so good. Just seeing the deck fire on all cylinders is just, yeah, it's not quite as like, you know, overwhelming as Dragon Link or as hypnotic as Johan's Tearlament deck.
But it's solid.
It's just like watching, you know, a Phalanx, an army just advance towards you, and you know there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, Wild Survivors was an incredible set, and Vanquish Soul, my favorite theme out of that set. He's going to return
for Caesar Valius.
He wants to take out
He's got to get rid of the face down if he's got all 3.
Looks like he's going to go to battle phase, trying to attack there for 3,000.
Let's get him down to 5,000. Sets 1. Does not set 1.
Doesn't have anything to reveal here to destroy, it looks like.
Well, we know he's got a fire monster.
So it's 8,000 to 5,000 right now.
He's picked up rosin. What else might be in there? Caesar Valius effect.
Oh, he does have all 3.
He's got Ogre, Borger, rosin. We knew he had 2 out of the 3. Mathmech Super Factorial is out. 2 cards face down. And I'm praying for Steven right now that he doesn't get, there could be only 1 again. That's just the worst way to go out if it happens twice.
He's going to activate Mathmech Sigma, special summon.
Sigma, special summon. Flips, there can be only 1. Does Steven have the out? He does not.
That's it.
He does not. He can't play any further with just 1 monster.
Just devastating.
Oh, no.
Mathmech, one of those decks that's extremely powerful, but
extremely fragile.
Yes, it can lose to a lot of cards. And Jeremy Mitchell, he's been playing so well. And now he's our North American World Championship qualifier champion. And now he's moving on to the semifinals. He's ready to punch his ticket to come back to day 2.
That is just so. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you choose your own strengths and you choose your own weaknesses. When you play a deck like Mathmech, that's all 1 type and cannot survive with only 1 monster, you basically, you've implicitly said that, if you have there can be only 1 and I can't do anything about it, then I'm just stuck. And that's the thing with Yu-Gi-Oh. There's so much expression through the way you play, right? You customize your deck to the own way that you like to play, and you want to customize it so that it plays to your strengths, and you can do the best you can to overcome your own weaknesses with it. And sometimes things like this just happen. If you fill your deck with only Xyz monsters, then going into it that a card like Dimensional Barrier can ruin you.
Exactly.
That's a risk that you willingly assume when you play, like Pearly, for instance, or Sword Soul with Synchro monsters.
Unless you hedge your bets and play Mannadium Pearly. Shout out to Blake.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Then you got fusions and all sorts of things.
There you go.
So you can play lots of different types and play there can be only 1. You can play, all a single type. Maybe you have Rivalry of Warlords in that case and turn the tables on the player that's using all the different things. I mean, there are in Yu-Gi-Oh ways to just completely dismantle pretty much every mechanic under the sun. And you need to know what those ways are when you build your deck and know what you're going to do when you run into that. And hopefully the answer isn't just fold, but sometimes you don't get a choice.
Yeah, I mean, high risk, high reward usually with decks like Mathmech. And then, we've seen...
They're so powerful, but you also just might not get to play.
Exactly. And we've seen Vanquish Soul 3. This is our 3rd time seeing a feature match, but none of the matches have been like this one. The Vanquish Soul deck can draw really well, but this is the best we've seen it draw, and the perfect timing here in top 8 for Jeremy Mitchell. Going to be our first player that's going to make the semifinals.
Now, the rest of the top 4 is still going on at this point. Our match was actually incredibly fast. However, that was our match, and it's going to be our final match for the day, I'm afraid. So the live stream is going to end after this. However, you'll be able to find out who the full top 4 players are by heading to the World Championship website. So please make sure that you do that. Billy, any final thought?
Vanquish Soul, I'm a believer now. I thought it would be a deck that people might bring. I didn't know if it was going to be able to be good enough to make it to top 8, but man, Jeremy Mitchell's making it look so good. I'm, pulling for the USA. I'm also, from California now, and I'm from Texas. Being, the USA, no one from the USA has ever won a world championship, surprisingly enough, and this could be the year that we get it. I mean, this was Canada. We saw Canada just fall to USA, even though they're both from the North America region, but I'm really excited. We've had some awesome matches, and I can't wait to see how it's all going to wrap up tomorrow.
It has been really an incredibly exciting day. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping, I think, and it's not just the coffee.
Yep, I'm going to go watch all those Master Duel VODs. I'm going to see what happened in the Master Duel Championship and figure out and see all that stuff so I can prepare for day 2 tomorrow. We get to watch all of the matches.
All right. So I want to make sure that all of you at home, I hope you all had a fantastic day watching all of these duels with us, and I hope we're going to see you bright and early again tomorrow morning for the semifinals of the TCG Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. Good night, everybody.